Chapter 1, Christmas Express. Super Monster Development System? What the hell? Yang Chen looked at the package in front of him, speechless for a while. Today, at Christmas, Yang Chen received a courier inexplicably. After unpacking, what appeared was the package in front of him. There was no introduction on the package, only the words Super Monster Development System. Who is such a prank? Today is not April Fool's Day. Yang Chen whispered, system or something. He who is familiar with Philo N's novel, of course knows what it is, but is it so easy to get through the system? Novel network. After seeing where the courier was sent, Yang Chen was speechless again, and it was the novel.com express. This is because I usually give more rewards. Did you give me a gift on Christmas? It seems that this website is relatively user-friendly, yes, but I don't know what is inside the package. System or something is definitely impossible. If there is such a good thing, I will reward 10,000 points for the books that I follow every day. Muttering in his mouth, Yang Chen also started to open the package inside. As soon as Yang Chen opened the package, a burst of black light shone, and Yang Chen's figure was instantly swallowed. When the black light disappeared, Yang Chen's figure had also disappeared. In the system space of the Super Monster Cultivation System, Yang Chen, who had obtained the Super Monster Cultivation System, carefully watched the trial missions that emerged from the system. Trial task: within 48 hours, find the lost contract monster Tyrant Dragon in Dinosaur Park and increase its loyalty to over 80. The task is completed, the host will be successfully bound with the Super Monster Development System. If the task fails, the host will not be able to bind to the system. Trial reward? If I can't bind to the system, what will happen to me? After seeing the task of the trial clearly, this issue is of greatest concern. Format: Yang Chen, O__O. Your sister, I am really worried about what is coming. Format: Isn't it cleared? Should we accept the task? For a moment, Yang Chen hesitated. If he did not accept it, the Super Monster Development System would leave him, and the memory of the system would be erased. After finally getting hit by the pie in the sky and obtaining the legendary system, Yang Chen would definitely not be reconciled if he gave up like this. But if you accept the task, if you can't complete the task, it will be formatted and eliminated. Fuck, instead of indulging in the envious pig's feet in the novel all day, it is better to come by yourself. I don't believe me, why can't they do it? In the end, it was the blood and impulse of the teenager that made Yang Chen choose to accept the task. Immediately, Yang Chen resolutely said to the system, I accept this trial task. Accept the task, are you sure? Determine. Yang Chen pouted, isn't this nonsense? The host successfully accepted the trial mission. Enter the Dinosaur Park countdown 10, 9, 8, 7. Sneer. When the system was counting down, a black vortex slowly emerged in front of Yang Chen, and Yang Chen's body was involuntarily pulled over. Even though he was still frightened, Yang Chen did not resist or break free, letting the black vortex in front of him pull himself in. 3,2,1. Just when the system was counting down, Yang Chen's entire body happened to be completely swallowed by the black vortex. Yang Chen only felt darkness in front of him, and could not see anything. Sneer. Then abruptly, a strong light struck Yang Chen and couldn't help closing his eyes. Look, that's the Dinosaur Park. It's here. It's great, you can see the dinosaurs soon. After closing his eyes, countless noises rang in Yang Chen's ears. When Yang Chen opened his eyes, he found that he had appeared on the cruise ship to the Dinosaur Park. All around are tourists visiting Nabril Island to see dinosaurs. Yang Chen appeared here, but did not alarm anyone. The host has entered Dinosaur Park, and the timing of the trial mission begins. Before Yang Chen finally crossed under his excitement, the system prompt appeared again in his consciousness. Yang Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart, and realized that it was not time for him to be excited. If he could not complete the trial task within 48 hours, he would not be bound to the system and would be obliterated by formatting. That's not what Yang Chen wanted. Contract monster, tyrannical dragon, currently in a semi-contract state, the host needs to touch the contract monster with his hand to complete the contract. Loyalty, 0. The improvement of loyalty requires the host to explore independently. Kin draw talent? When the loyalty reaches a certain level, the host will immediately extract the talent from the contract monster for his own use. Seeing his lost contract monster in his consciousness, Yang Chen was stunned. Fuck me, isn't the task about finding the lost contract monster tyrant dragon? It's actually in a semi-contract state, and I have to touch it with my hands. The system your sister, that's a tyrannical dragon that uses murder as a game. Get close to it. Before I can touch it, it can eat me. After staying for a while, Yang Chen with an ugly look directly cursed in his heart. Sensing to the host's extreme lack of confidence, does the host give up the task? Abandon the task will be handled as failed. No, give up a ball, give up. Yang Chen's originally ugly look suddenly became even harder to look. He wants to give up. The problem is that giving up is equivalent to failing the mission. He can't afford the consequences of failure. No amount of complaining is useless, it's still important to find a way to complete the task. Yang Chen quickly resisted the resentment in his heart and calmed himself down, because he knew that no matter how much dissatisfaction he had, it was useless. Don't you just touch the tyrannical dragon, or kill it, as long as you are not afraid, it's not a big deal. Chapter 2, Catch up if you have the ability. That's Zack and Gray. Sure enough, I arrived at the dinosaur park in the same boat as them. After calming down, Yang Chen walked through the crowd and soon discovered the two brothers who appeared at the beginning of the movie, Zack and Gray. After looking at them, Yang Chen averted his gaze and turned to Nabril Island, the island where the dinosaur park was about to arrive. In this way, there is still half a day before the tyrannical dragon breaks through the wall. In this half a day, I must find the location of the tyrannical dragon and wait for the opportunity. Seeing Zack and Gray, Yang Chen quickly determined the current time, and began to calculate quickly in his heart. To release the tyrannical dragon in advance, Yang Chen didn't think he had such a great ability. It was enough to find the location of the tyrannical dragon within half a day. So Yang Chen could only wait for the tyrannical dragon to break out. Then, choose the time and place to touch the tyrannical dragon. When the tyrannical dragon breaks out, the timing is the best. It shouldn't be difficult to touch its body while it breaks out. It will be difficult if it completely breaks out. It is probably impossible to get close to it. If the contract is not completed, it won't treat me as its master, it will kill me every minute. Soon, Yang Chen had plans to touch the tyrannical dragon in his heart. This is only the first step. The next step is to increase the loyalty of the tyrannical dragon, which is the main task. But everything is difficult at the beginning, and the first step is also the most difficult and dangerous. We will do the contract first. For the time being, I don't know how to increase the loyalty of the tyrannical dragon. In fact, it cannot be said that the raptors in the original book are sufficiently loyal to Irving who trained them. Therefore, Yang Chen can also be sure that if he completes the contract with the tyrannical dragon, cultivating the relationship with the tyrannical dragon will naturally increase its loyalty. However, it is absolutely impossible to cultivate feelings with the tyrannical dragon in a short period of time, so this method, after a flash in Yang Chen's mind, quickly sank. In Yang Chen's mind, there was also an immature idea, but these had to wait for the tyrant dragon to be implemented. A wall made of steel and cement stands far away from Yang Chen. The wall is very high, and there is nothing in it. Call. This is it. Yang Chen looked at the wall from a distance, exhilarating in his heart. After entering the dinosaur park, it took Yang Chen several hours to find his destination. Moreover, even if he found it now, Yang Chen didn't dare to approach the past. It's not that I don't dare, but I can't get close to it. There are guards around it, and tourists are forbidden to approach it. If Yang Chen passed now, he would definitely be driven away, and if he wanted to get closer again, it would be impossible. The door has not been destroyed, the tyrant dragon is still inside. That's good. Hey, just to take a rest. Yang Chen stared at the gate of the fence from a distance, while sitting down, looking for a few hours. Even just walking, it consumes a lot of his physical strength, and now he urgently needs a rest to recover some physical strength. What? However, as soon as Yang Chen sat down, there was a scream of horror from a distance. Yang Chen, who had just sat down, stood up instantly. Is it the scream from inside? The screams just stopped quickly and dumbly, and Yang Chen couldn't be sure if the screams came from inside. Fuck! Uncertain, Yang Chen suddenly cursed. If the screams really came from inside, it would prove that the tyrannical dragon was ready to break out, and he had to rush to the gate immediately. But if it wasn't, he would be driven away by the guard who found him. So Yang Chen hesitated, not knowing how to act. But soon, Yang Chen calmed down, not even more than a second, and Yang Chen quickly glanced around. There is no abnormality around, the scream must have come from inside. After scanning the surroundings, Yang Chen's bright eyes flashed, and his figure immediately moved and ran towards the gate of the fence. Calm down, resolute. The kid over there, stop, you can't go over there. Sure enough, when Yang Chen ran half of the distance, the guards found Yang Chen and shouted. When Yang Chen heard the words, he just turned his head and glanced at the other person, and then continued to run forward, without any intention to stop. Now no matter whether the tyrannical dragon has started to act, Yang Chen must run over. If he stops anyway, he will definitely be driven away by the guard. Damn it, it's still a yellow-skinned monkey, no wonder it's so unruly. When the guard saw that Yang Chen didn't listen to his advice, an angry expression suddenly appeared on his face. Damn yellow-skinned monkey, look for it. Immediately, while cursing, the guard chased after Yang Chen, wanting to teach Yang Chen a lesson. You are the monkey, and your family are monkeys. When Yang Chen heard the other party's scolding, his face was also cold, and he turned back and cursed. When the guard heard Yang Chen's scolding back, his expression was stunned. He didn't expect that a kid in Yang Chen would dare to scold him back. After a daze, the guard suddenly became furious. Yellow monkey, you're done, see if I don't break one of your legs. While cursing fiercely, the guard didn't walk slowly, and immediately chased Yang Chen quickly. Fuck, all racists should die. Yang Chen's expression grew colder when he heard the yellow-skinned monkey or the yellow-skinned monkey yelling, and his heart went wild. Before watching movies, he didn't feel that he felt the aggrieved after he was personally racially discriminated against. Kaka kaka. Just when Yang Chen talked about the fire, the door far away from him quietly opened. Well, Lao Tzu's judgment is indeed correct. Upon seeing this, Yang Chen's originally cold and angry expression suddenly changed and became excited. Then I saw Yang Chen provoking the guard behind him. White pig, catch up if you have the ability. Chapter 3, Pounce on Tyrant Dragon. Damn yellow-skinned monkey, I'm telling you, you are dead, and I have to break your limbs today. Hearing Yang Chen's provocation, and being scolded by a yellow-skinned monkey against a white-skinned pig, the guard suddenly became furious with a hideous look. Humph! When Yang Chen heard the words, he just snorted coldly and ignored the white pig behind him. At this time, he had already seen a fat guard running out of the gate of the fence. Roar! Not only that, Yang Chen also heard the roar of tyrannical dragons and the vibration of the ground being trampled on by large animals. Phew! Yang Chen just ran to the door at this time. The fat guard who ran out of there was obviously taken aback when he saw Yang Chen's appearance. He didn't expect a kid to come over. Danger, get out of here. After a daze, the fat guard immediately faced Yang Chen with a look of horror. Quick, close the door. Just after the fat man's words fell, the voice of the movie actor Owen came from inside the wall, asking the fat man to close the door. So the fat man immediately stopped Yang Chen, and turned around and pressed the password to close the door. Roar! Yang Chen naturally wouldn't listen to Fatty's words to leave. He came for the tyrannical dragon inside. Through the gate, he could see Owen running in front and the tyrannical dragon behind him. To be honest, when I watched the movie, I still didn't feel that Yang Chen felt the horror of the other party when he really faced the tyrannical dragon. The brutal breath that rushed to his face made his heart beat quickly involuntarily. Even Yang Chen found that his feet trembled a little, and he couldn't breathe even if he couldn't move his feet. No. No fear. Seeing the tyrannical dragon getting closer and closer to the gate of the fence, Yang Chen bit his tongue fiercely, using the pain to get his body out of fear and make him move. What? That is. The guard who was chasing Yang Chen came to Yang Chen's back. He also found the tyrannical dragon blasting out of the gate, and he was shocked. Whoosh! But when the guards who ran over were shocked, Yang Chen had already slowed down. When he moved, he immediately ran to the right side of the gate and stood with his back. Despite this, Yang Chen's heart was beating fast and powerfully, as if it was about to jump out of his heart. Calm down. There is only one chance. If you fail to complete the contract, I will be eaten. Feeling that he was still very panicked, Yang Chen yelled at him repeatedly in his heart, forcing himself to calm down. Whoosh! Then, Yang Chen felt a black shadow flash in front of him, a gust of wind passed by, and a figure flashed past him. You don't need to look at Yang Chen to know that it was Owen, but at this moment he turned his head a little bit to confirm whether it was Owen or not. The only thing he had to do now was to concentrate. The time when the tyrannical dragon came out with Owen would definitely not be more than 2 seconds apart, which means that the tyrannical dragon would appear in front of Yang Chen immediately. Boom! Sure enough, Yang Chen only felt that the door shook, and a terrifying dinosaur head slammed out of the gap in the door that had not yet been closed. Bang! Yang Chen's body was also shocked, almost unable to stand firm. Bang bang bang! That's not a big deal. Then I saw the tyrannical dragon struggling with the closed door. The doors on both sides kept jumping and breaking, and several pieces hit Yang Chen. It's now. However, Yang Chen, who was concentrated to the extreme at this time, couldn't feel any pain. A pair of black pupils were so bright that they were as sharp and bright as the eagle eyes that saw their prey. After half of the tyrannical dragon rushed out, looking at the tyrannical dragon within reach, Yang Chen didn't hesitate anymore and rushed forward. God, what does that kid want? Do you want to die? Oh my God, that kid is going to die. Run! In the central organization of the dinosaur park, those staff members watched the scene where Yang Chen pounced on the tyrannical dragon in the video, and all screamed. Some female employees even closed their eyes and dared not look at it again. They even ignored the guard who had been scared in front of the tyrannical dragon at this time, the guard who came after Yang Chen. Chapter 4, Complete Monster Contract. Bang! Seeing the figure of Yang Chen, after pounced on the tyrannical dragon, as the tyrannical dragon broke through, the whole figure flew out again in an instant. It was like being hit by a big truck sideways. Roar! After the tyrannical dragon broke through the door and came out, he suddenly roared in excitement, completely ignoring Yang Chen who was hit by it. Instead, he opened his mouth wide and roared at the guard standing in front of it. The guard who was scared a while ago faced the roar of the tyrannical dragon, especially watching the big mouth that the tyrannical dragon could swallow at any time from almost zero distance, only feeling the heat in the trouser pocket, a puddle of urine could not help but flow come out. No, do not want. The guard regrets it. If he had known that such a monster would rush out of it, he would definitely not chase that yellow-skinned monkey over. Roar! Ah! Catcha catcha! However, the panic and desperate plea of the white pig guardian is obviously useless. In his screaming scream, the tyrannical dragon bit him in one bite, and the white pig guard's scream stopped dumbly. Yang Chen, who was knocked out, looked up at such a scene. In addition to understanding his anger, he also felt a panic, too cruel. Moreover, Yang Chen is still a little nauseous. There is no way, this kind of scene of a living person being bitten by life is too shocking. If it were not for Yang Chen to focus on the system, it might have been vomited. The touch is successful, the host successfully completes the contract with the monster tyrannical dragon. Contract monster, tyrannical dragon, contract completed. Loyalty, 0, the host explores the way to improve. Can draw talent? The loyalty of the contract monster needs to reach a certain level. Finally succeeded. After seeing that he really completed the contract, Yang Chen felt very excited, and finally didn't have to worry about being eaten by the tyrannical dragon. Yang Chen definitely didn't want the fate of the white-skinned pig guard just now. Cuckoo cuckoo. However, when Yang Chen was fortunate to complete the contract, the tyrannical dragon suddenly lowered his head after gnawing on the white-skinned pig guard. The head was very close to Yang Chen, and his mouth there were bursts of strange and numbskull alarms. Yang Chen, oh, ah! In an instant, Yang Chen felt his heartbeat missed half a beat, and he was completely choked to breathe. Tick tick. Especially looking at the blood falling from the corners of the tyrannical dragon's teeth, Yang Chen was still frightened, knowing that he had completed the monster contract with the tyrannical dragon. Cuckoo cuckoo. The tyrannical dragon looked at Yang Chen with a trace of doubt in his eyes. It felt that Yang Chen in front of him seemed to be in a group with him, and it should have listened to the other party's words. This feeling made it quite uncomfortable, and even wanted to just swallow Yang Chen like this, but there was a binding force in it, which made it impossible to kill Yang Chen. Owen, who was hiding under the car, quietly poked his head out and glanced back. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He opened his mouth and wanted to tell Yang Chen to run quickly, but he didn't dare to scream. In his opinion, Yang Chen was dead, and even if he reminded it, it was useless, standing in front of the tyrannical dragon stupidly without knowing to escape. As for the fat guard who ran out first, he was still leaning on a car as in the movie, just staring ahead, not daring to look back at all. At this time, Yang Chen also recovered, and was surprised to find that he could actually sense the tyrannical dragon's thoughts. This made Yang Chen almost scared to pee. Sister, after this tyrannical dragon was successfully contracted by him, he would still think about killing him. Yang Chen knows that this is because the loyalty is 0, and even if he does something to anger the tyrannical dragon and make the tyrannical dragon's loyalty become a negative number below 0, the tyrannical dragon can definitely ignore the contract and gnaw him to pieces. Damn, you have to quickly increase its loyalty. Chapter 5, let's talk about the hero first. Oh my god! The security guard was eaten directly. This tourist is over. In the information center of the dinosaur park, watching the scene on the screen where Yang Chen was headed close by the Tyrannosaurus, everyone exclaimed again, and they all thought Yang Chen was dead. And many more. It actually let the tourist off. Unbelievable. But soon, they couldn't believe it and discovered that the tyrannical dragon had abandoned Yang Chen, did not kill the opponent, and turned his head away with huge footprints. Such a scene made them very grateful. The tourists are fine. It seems that Owen has another fat security guard who should be fine too. It should be full. I don't know who murmured. Although everyone felt that the scene was cruel, they agreed with this sentence. It seemed that the tyrannical dragon had eaten enough to spare Yang Chen. How can that be? Owen, who was hiding in the car, couldn't help widening his eyes for a while after discovering that the tyrannical dragon had let Yang Chen go. He couldn't believe what he saw. Based on his knowledge of carnivorous dinosaurs, based on the previous series of performances of Tyrannosaurus, it shouldn't be. Hey! Although I don't know why, it seems that there is no danger. But soon, Owen didn't want that much, and just like the people in the information center, he thought that since the tyrannical dragon had spared Yang Chen, there was no reason to trouble him and the fat man for security. Bang bang bang! However, Owen soon discovered that he was wrong. The tyrannical dragon did not leave after letting Yang Chen go. Instead, looking for the smell of fat security, he slowly found the fat security hidden behind the car. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the tyrant dragon flicked its head, and the car was blasted off, leaving the fat security guard sitting on the ground stupidly, completely exposed in front of the tyrant dragon. The fat man took the security. Obviously he knew that the car behind him had been blasted off. However, he was shivering. He didn't dare to look back at all, and he was too scared to move. Click! Then I saw the tyrannical dragon's blood basin open and close to fatty security, swallowing fatty security. How can that be? Owen had completely failed to understand the behavior of the tyrannical dragon. Why did he let Yang Chen go, but he continued to chase them down? Puff! But he didn't have time to think so much. Seeing that the fat man was killed, he hurriedly stretched out his hand to break the fuel pipe under the car, let the gasoline drip on him, and borrowed the smell of gasoline to cover his own smell. It's still so calm and handsome and determined. While watching this familiar scene, Yang Chen couldn't help but applaud in his heart. He deserves to be the protagonist in the movie. Even if a little changed because of his arrival, he still found a way to escape quickly and calmly. But for appreciation, Yang Chen didn't intend to let Owen escape the disaster like in the movie. You know, Tyrannosaurus is now his contract monster, that is, his pet, but Owen is the most threatening to Tyrannosaurus. In the movie, he also suggested using live ammunition to kill the Tyrannosaurus. So in the face of the person who threatened his contract monster the most, Yang Chen admired it, and decided to destroy the opponent. Taking advantage of this, he can also verify whether he can rely on fitting his own to increase the loyalty of the tyrannical dragon. Since the tyrannical dragon wanted to hunt down Owen, Yang Chen let it kill him. The tyrant dragon, sweep the car, there is another person under the car. Therefore, Yang Chen soon conveyed his voice to the tyrannical dragon in his heart. At this time, the Tyrannosaurus had just sniffed the car with his head against the car, but he didn't notice the smell of Owen. He raised his head and was about to leave. Chapter 6, Irving's End. Cuckoo. After the tyrant dragon heard Yang Chen's voice in his heart, he immediately understood what Yang Chen was expressing, and turned his head to look at Yang Chen with some confusion. Tyrant dragon's eyes flashed, as if he was thinking about whether Yang Chen's words could be believed. Really, the person you want to kill is under the car. Yang Chen saw the tyrant dragon looking at him suspiciously, but he was still a little nervous, but he was not timid again, and continued to say to the tyrant dragon in his heart. Cuckoo. Hearing Yang Chen's words again, the tyrannical dragon didn't choose to believe in Yang Chen suddenly, his eyes rolled, as if he was still thinking. Yang Chen was trying to communicate with the tyrannical dragon, but didn't know this behavior, which made the tyrannical dragon stay in place and frightened Owen, who was originally relieved, and raised his whole heart again. Damn it, didn't you lie? Owen was cursing secretly in his heart, but he didn't dare to turn his head to check it out. He didn't dare to make any noise now. Owen only feels that now every second is so long, like a century. Bang! I don't know how long it took. Owen felt that for centuries, he finally heard the sound. However, the sound was caused by the car on his body being swept away, which made Owen completely stunned, staring wide-eyed at the head of the tyrannical dragon close at hand, not daring to move. Because he knows that if he doesn't move at this time, he may still rely on the smell of gasoline to deceive him. If he moves, there will be absolutely no way to survive. The tyrannical dragon in front of him will definitely kill everything that he sees that moves. Dead. Cuckoo cuckoo. The Tyrannosaur leaned over Owen and sniffed again making a terrifying horror in his throat. Fuck, I can still be so calm at this time. I'm taking it. Yang Chen behind, seeing that Owen's car was swept away, he was still so calm, and he had to be amazed again. The tyrannical dragon, that is the person you just chased and killed, he will definitely move if you step on it with your foot. Then, I admire it. Since Yang Chen has decided to kill Owen, he won't let him off because of another admiration, and once again speak out to the tyrannical dragon in his heart. If Owen knew that Yang Chen was constantly exposing him, he would definitely fight Yang Chen. What kind of grudges would hurt him like this? It's a pity that Irving won't know anymore, because Yang Chen actually reported to the tyrant dragon in his consciousness. Roar! Speaking of the tyrannical dragon, after hearing what Yang Chen said, he also felt very reasonable, and immediately raised his right foot and trampled on Owen's body severely. If it is stepped on, it will definitely explode and die. Irving. Without any hesitation, if he doesn't move at this time, he will really be trampled to death. Owen immediately rolled himself, avoiding the trampling of the tyrannical dragon. Boom! Owen's body just rolled away, and the place where he was originally lying was stepped on a huge pit by the tyrannical dragon. Roar! At this time, there is no need for Yang Chen to continue reminding. The tyrannical dragon also knew that it was a living person rolling under his feet, and immediately roared and stepped on it again. Boom! This kick was evaded by Owen again, and I have to say that Owen's skill is just right. Roar! However, it was precisely because of being evaded by Owen twice in a row that the tyrannical dragon became angry, and the blood basin opened and closed with a big mouth, and it bit on Owen's body. Crack! What? The speed of the Tyrannosaur's bite at close range was amazing. Although Owen rolled away quickly, one of his right legs was still bitten by the Tyrannosaur. Then I saw the tyrannical dragon holding Owen's right leg, throwing Owen's entire body into the sky, and then opening his mouth and raising his head to wait for him to fall freely. It's over. Owen, who was thrown into the air and fell into the air, was so full of thoughts that he knew how he couldn't escape. Before he died, he glanced in the direction of Yang Chen for some reason. He couldn't understand why the tyrannical dragon just let the opponent go. When seeing Yang Chen's expression at this time, Owen's eyes suddenly stared. Smile? I'm Nima and you still laugh when I watch Lao Tzu being eaten? Chapter 7, Increased Loyalty. Yes, Yang Chen looked at Owen about to be swallowed, just laughing. Of course Yang Chen was happy when the male protagonist who was the most threatening to the tyrannical dragon died, let alone Yang Chen got the answer he wanted. Because of the host's reminder, the contract monster tyrannical dragon found Owen who was hiding, and the tyrannical dragon was very happy about it, and his loyalty to the host was +20. Seeing the prompt from the system, Yang Chen was finally relieved. This method can indeed increase the loyalty of the contract monster. Click. Immediately afterwards, Yang Chen saw Owen's body fall into the Tyrannosaur's mouth. Under the Tyrannosaur's chewing and bite, he screamed before he could make a scream, and died under the Tyrannosaur's sharp teeth. The blood followed the Tyrannosaurus's teeth. The teeth flowed down. When Yang Chen saw this, he moved his head a little bit, and Yang Chen couldn't bear to look directly at Owen's miserable situation. However, as the actor of the movie was so killed by himself, Yang Chen still feels a bit of accomplishment. Contract monster, tyrannical dragon. Loyalty, 20. The contract monster has slightly recognized the existence of the host, no longer dislikes the host, and will no longer want to kill the host. Can draw talent? Lack of loyalty. How much loyalty is required to extract talent? After checking the system again, Yang Chen was naturally happy that he was no longer disgusted with the tyrannical dragon, but was uncomfortable with the loyalty requirement of drawing talent. Forget it, if the loyalty is insufficient, I will increase its loyalty. Anyway, to complete the trial task, it needs to increase its loyalty to above 80. Shaking his head and laughing, Yang Chen was no longer annoyed that he could not extract the talent of tyrannical dragon for the time being. Afterwards, Yang Chen walked towards the tyrant dragon. After knowing that the tyrannical dragon would no longer resent his existence, Yang Chen no longer felt afraid of the tyrannical dragon. Now the tyrannical dragon is Lao Tzu's contract monster. Oh my god! God! Irving is dead too. Claire is going to be sad. In the information center, after seeing Owen's tragic death, everyone exclaimed. And many more. What is the tourist doing? Oh my god, he hasn't even run yet, and he walked towards it. Does he want to die? Then when they saw the figure of Yang Chen walking towards the tyrannical dragon in the video, they exclaimed one by one again, or they were speechless. Because they couldn't understand Yang Chen's behavior in the video. As early as when Tyrant Dragon let him go, they didn't know if they took the opportunity to escape. Now, after seeing Tyrant Dragon brutally killing 3 people, they still dare to face Tyrant Dragon. Walking over, to what extent does this have to be brain dead? I bet this kid is definitely dead. I also think that this dinosaur will definitely not let him go again. I don't know where the tourists came from, they are so mentally disabled. Yang Chen's brain-disabled behavior made most people in the information center not only no longer cared about Yang Chen's safety, but also gloated over misfortune, wanting to see how this brain-disabled tourist would be eaten. In their view, even if Yang Chen was eaten, it was worth it. On the contrary, if the tyrannical dragon let Yang Chen go again, they would feel unbalanced. Their staff were killed. Why let the brain-disabled tourists in the video go? Under their gaze, Yang Chen quickly walked up to the tyrannical dragon, and the tyrannical dragon also turned his head to Yang Chen. Eat, and eat the brain-disabled tourist. Seeing such a scene, many people were crying in their hearts. It's a pity that the scene they wanted to see was impossible. After the tyrannical dragon turned to face Yang Chen, he didn't kill Yang Chen, and he appeared extremely calm. However, it is the piece of the tyrannical dragon that makes them in the information center feel incredible. How is this possible? What? Damn it! How can that be? Immediately afterwards, the scene that happened on the screen caused everyone to exclaim again, and all the people who were sitting there stood up. All of them opened their mouths wide, and their eyes were filled with incredible shock. Because there was a fact on the screen that made them feel incredible, and they couldn't even believe their eyes. He jumped onto the back of that Tyrannosaurus. Chapter 8, Riding a Dragon. In the dumbfounded and disbelief of everyone in the information center, the monitored Yang Chen climbed onto the back of the tyrannical dragon, and then left on the tyrannical dragon. That handsome posture made them couldn't believe this kind of thing would happen. Nima, is this reality? This is not a magic movie. How could something like Dragon Knight appear? The strong visual impact and the subversion of cognition kept them from recovering for a long time, and they were in shock until Yang Chen's figure completely disappeared from the surveillance area. Oh my god! What happened? Isn't that true just now? Anyone can ride on a Tyrannosaurus. Afterwards, all the talents exclaimed, all of them couldn't believe it, thinking that they had made a mistake. They turned around and looked at the colleagues around them, only to find that they all looked like hell. They were only convinced that everyone saw the scene just now, not by themselves. Bang! At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Claire, the heroine of the movie, walked in anxiously. How is it now? Claire quickly asked when seeing everyone's looks weird. She just wants to know if Owen and others are doing well, and the current situation of Tyrant Dragon. Claire. The Tyrannosaurus inside has already run out, and Owen has several other security guards, all. Facing Claire's urgent questioning, a staff member hesitated and told the truth. What? Despite the expectation, Claire's expression was still abruptly stunned, a little unable to accept this reality. Owen actually died. Also, one more thing. Seeing Claire's dull look, the man said again cautiously. What else? Claire was dumbfounded, as if he didn't hear the man clearly, just subconsciously responded. A tourist, left on the Tyrannosaurus that ran out, what should we do now? Claire, who was still a little dull at first, heard the man's words, her eyes suddenly stared. What did you say? Yang Chen didn't know the shock of the people in the information center of the dinosaur park, and Claire's sadness after learning of Owen's tragic death. At this time, he was holding the Tyrannosaurus back tightly with excitement, feeling the thrill of riding a dinosaur. Although riding a dinosaur is a little more dangerous, and there is a feeling of being thrown off every moment, Yang Chen still loves it. Riding a Tyrannosaurus, he is riding a Tyrannosaurus now, this is a feat he couldn't even imagine before. Tyrant Dragon, although your name is domineering enough, but it is not a name after all, I will give you a name, how about calling you Tyrant in the future? Tyrant, violent monarch. Yang Chen felt the sense of accomplishment of riding a tyrannical dragon, while speaking to the tyrannical dragon. Roar! After hearing what Yang Chen said, the tyrannical dragon seemed to think a bit, and then he roared in response, apparently agreeing to what Yang Chen said. The contract monster tyrannical dragon recognizes the name of the host, and loyalty is +5. Aha! So it can also increase loyalty. After receiving the prompt from the system, Yang Chen felt a burst of joy. This was really unexpected joy. Contract monster, tyrant dragon. Loyalty, 2-5. Can draw talent? Lack of loyalty. After increasing the loyalty of the tyrannical dragon again, Yang Chen quickly checked the system to see if he could extract the talent of the tyrannical dragon. Unfortunately, the result still disappointed Yang Chen. I knew it was not that easy. Yang Chen curled his lips, he had expected it, so he was not disappointed. Yang Chen guessed that the loyalty of the contract monster must be increased to at least 50 before he can extract the talent of the tyrannical dragon, and this is still his conservative estimate. Even if it is not to extract the talent of the tyrannical dragon, you must quickly complete the trial mission. Now the tyrant dragon is considered a successful contract, and I can barely follow my orders, but if you want to continue to improve its loyalty, you have to continue to do what it wants to make it happy. But before that, you have to solve the chase afterwards, but there will be a team of people who will kill you. Chapter 9, Chasing Soldiers. In the information center, Claire couldn't believe what she heard, and soon replayed the surveillance video in person. When Owen was brutally killed in the video, Claire resisted the sadness in her heart, took a deep breath, and kept watching. How is this possible? Then, did the tourist tame the tyrannical dragon? When I really saw the scene where Yang Chen rode a tyrannical dragon away in the video, Claire was mentally prepared, but was shocked so much that I couldn't believe it. And although she doesn't agree with Owen's concept of treating dinosaurs as creatures, because she only treats dinosaurs as commodities, but influenced by Owen, she also knows the scene where Yang Chen rides on a tyrannical dragon in the picture. It is obvious that Yang Chen took it. Tamed. Claire, what should we do now? After Claire confirmed that the tyrannical dragon was indeed being ridden by the tourists, the staff member who spoke before asked Claire again. Find it, and the tourist. Since the tyrannosaur can be tamed, the degree of danger is not so serious. We only need to find it, and bring the tyrannosaur back together with the tourist. Claire put away the shock in her heart, quickly calmed herself down, and then ordered. If it weren't for discovering that the tyrannosaur had been tamed, she would have to consider evacuating tourists and close the dinosaur park urgently. Just do it, I'm going to arrange manpower. Unexpected occurrence is always inevitable, and we must also prove that we have the ability to deal with such emergencies. After Claire's words fell, behind her, a voice suddenly resounded. Boss! Boss! When everyone heard the words, they realized that the boss Simon had come out at some point, and greeted him quickly. Simon faced the voices of many employees, just nodded, and immediately said to Claire, Claire, let me take the tyrannical dragon back to me. You can check it right away, and can you find the one? The information of the tourists comes. With the help of that tourist, we will be much easier, for fear that the tourist has bad intentions. I see. Claire nodded quickly when facing Boss Simon. She also knew that if the tourist in the video really tamed the tyrannical dragon, and then used the tyrannical dragon to commit crimes, the consequences would be very serious. However, this is also the worst possible. They don't believe that someone will be so bold and dare to use the tyrannical dragon to do mischief. It will not do him any good. On the contrary, it is a crime. Soon, Simon gave the order to catch the tyrannical dragon back. Of course, if you find the tourist in advance, it is best to communicate with that tourist first, and it would be great if the tourist can cooperate to bring back the tyrannical dragon. Roar! In the jungle, the tyrannical dragon under Yang Chen suddenly stopped and roared, his huge body swaying a little uneasy. The tyrant dragon, what did you do? Perceiving the tyrant dragon's thinking, Yang Chen, who was almost unable to stand firm, immediately asked the tyrant dragon. Roar! Hearing Yang Chen's words, the tyrannical dragon screamed, but his head arched toward it, and a shishi sound came from his nose. From the thinking of the tyrannical dragon, Yang Chen could slightly understand that the tyrannical dragon was aware of the strangeness in it. A glimmer of doubt flashed in Yang Chen's eyes, and then he suddenly said, "You are aware that the locator installed on your body is responding, right?" "Awesome, it can be sensed, too strong." Yang Chen praised the Tyrannosaurus, and decided in her heart that it must be Claire and the others who had positioned the Tyrannosaurus, and the northern Tyrannosaurus felt it. If it wasn't for the tyrannical dragon's actions, Yang Chen would have almost forgotten it. Thinking of Tyrannosaur's actions in the movie, Yang Chen immediately laughed and said, "Tyrannical dragon, it must be those bad guys who are coming to catch you back. Go, find a place to take out the locator, I will teach you to set traps and wipe them out. Kill them all." Yang Chen said with a secret smile in his heart. He didn't want to wait for the tyrannical dragon to figure out this way, and take this credit for himself, so as to increase his loyalty. Chapter 10, Waiting for the Prey. Set a trap? After hearing what Yang Chen said, Tyrannosaur's head was tilted and he obviously thought about it. Although Tyrannosaur was very smart, he couldn't understand the meaning of Yang Chen's words for a while. "Just take off the locator they installed on you, and then we hide aside, wait for them to arrive, and then surprise them by surprise attack." No way, seeing the tyrannical dragon couldn't understand, Yang Chen had to explain it in the most straightforward words. Cuckoo! After listening to Yang Chen's words, the tyrannical dragon understood this time, and immediately screamed in excitement. However, Yang Chen's expected loyalty boost did not appear. "It seems that you have to wait until the trap is done to kill the team," Yang Chen muttered in his heart. For this reason, Yang Chen immediately commanded the tyrannical dragon and found a place that was sufficiently hidden, surrounded by densely leafed trees, and the tyrannosaur chameleon-like skin could hide well. It just so happens that there is also a stream next to it. As for whether the place found was the place where the tyrant dragon was hidden in the movie, Yang Chen was not sure. Regardless of him, as long as he can kill the capture team that came to hunt down the tyrannical dragon and make the tyrannical dragon happy, so that he can anger his loyalty. Boom! After the tyrannical dragon hid, Yang Chen also quickly jumped off the tyrannical dragon and walked to the side to hide. When the tyrannical dragon was going to fight, Yang Chen didn't dare to stay on the tyrant dragon. Although the hunting team did not have live ammunition, they used narcotic bombs and net guns. Yang Chen was also afraid. It didn't matter if he was caught by a net gun. If he was hit by a narcotic bomb, he would faint. And when you wake up, it's really hard to say. "Tyrant dragon, it's up to you later." Yang Chen turned his head and spoke to the tyrannical dragon. "Okay?" However, when Yang Chen looked over, his expression was stunned, because he couldn't see where the tyrannical dragon was. "Is this hiding? Fuck, it's too good," I can't see a trace at all." After Yang Chen was shocked, he knew that tyrannical dragon used his skin color talent to perfectly blend with the surrounding scenery, and thus became hidden. However, even if he knew that the Tyrannosaurus fused with tree frogs and other genes had this hidden talent, Yang Chen was still frightened. It was too powerful. No wonder the size of the Tyrannosaurus in the movie was so large that he could ambush the catching team that came to find fault. This is simply a necessary magic skill for murder and arson. I decided, the first thing to be extracted is the concealment talent of the tyrannical dragon. Yang Chen secretly decided in his heart, and some pictures began to appear in his mind, sneaking into the sister's paper bedroom or bathroom, hiding aside, tisk. Buzzing. In Yang Chen's self-confidence fantasy, the sound of a car coming by interrupted Yang Chen's thinking. The whole team get out of the car, be alert. Immediately afterwards, Yang Chen came to catch the tyrannical dragon through the dense branches and the arresting team came, and under the leadership of the captain, all members got out of the car. Fully armed, either wearing guns or net guns. As for whether those guns were equipped with anesthesia rounds, Yang Chen didn't know whether he would take any risks. All staff are on alert, the target is ahead. The captain, after making a gesture of alert for all members, operated the locator and moved forward slowly. Looking at the position displayed on the locator, the captain's eyes clearly flashed a trace of doubt. The position displayed on the locator was within 20 meters ahead, but he didn't see anything. It's weird, didn't it mean that the Tyrannosaurus was very big? There are no traces of Tyrannosaurus all around. With this kind of doubt, the captain moved forward slowly, scanning the surroundings from time to time. Chapter 11, Tyrant Dragon Attacks. Claire, can't find the information of that tourist. We all doubt if he is a tourist. Among the 20,000 tourists who landed on the island today, none of them matched him. In the information center, a staff member in front of Claire reported to Claire with a look of disbelief. Obviously, this situation is impossible, but it is happening now. Someone appears on the island, but they don't have any information about the other party. In this case, it is only possible that the other party's sneaking to land on the island, or it was hidden on the cruise ship that picked up tourists from the beginning. However, no matter which type, the scene seen in the previous video has proved one thing, that is, the other party came in deliberately, and even the escape of the tyrannical dragon was controlled by the other party. How can that be? Claire obviously thought of this too, and his expression was shocked. Not far away, the boss Simon was staring at the screen to capture the progress of the team's actions. After hearing Claire's exclaim, he immediately looked over. "Claire, what's the matter? Have you found the tourist's information?" "Boss." Claire took a deep breath, and then walked to Simon with a solemn expression. "No, there is no information about that tourist in our records. The other party is probably coming for the tyrannical dragon." "How can that be?" Simon was obviously surprised when he heard this, but he didn't expect this to be the case. If this is the case, then the capture team that is chasing the tyrannical dragon is in danger. "Boss, they found the locator, but they didn't find the tyrant dragon. The locator was dug out." At this moment, the other staff who had been staring at the screen immediately reported the current progress of the capture team. Simon and Claire both watched when they heard the words. Sure enough, on the camera of the captain, a piece of tyrannical dragon's scales and flesh was clearly conveyed, and a locator was set in the flesh of that scale. "Report to the boss, the locator has been found, but the target is not here. Request the next step." At the same time, the voice of the captain was also conveyed. It can be heard from the voice of the captain that the other party obviously thinks that the tyrannical dragon is no longer nearby, and the tone is more relaxed, not so nervous. Simon didn't expect this to be the case for a while, but he quickly resolutely said, "Since the locator is there, it proves that the tyrannical dragon must have appeared there. He found the trace of the tyrannical dragon and followed it up. No matter what, you must get the tyrannical dragon back to me." Also, if you see a tourist with that tyrannical dragon, give priority to shooting the other side. The tourist is suspected to be able to manipulate the tyrannical dragon. Yes, boss, got it. In the jungle, the captain finished speaking, turned off the microphone, and turned to look at others. Check the surrounding trails, we will continue to track the target. However, after the words were over, the captain obviously found that everyone's expressions were a bit wrong, and no one responded to him, and they all looked behind him. Humph! When he noticed something, his heart jumped suddenly and he looked back stiffly. I don't know when, a terrifying white monster emerged from the dense foliage, and the blood basin immediately gnawed at him. Damn it, it actually uses its skin color to conceal an ambush. Shoot, shoot! The captain yelled, took the anesthesia gun in his hand, and was about to shoot behind him. However, before he could finish his words, he stopped dumbly, and the whole person was bitten by the tyrannical dragon that came out of the ambush. Kaka! Team leader! Team leader! Shoot, shoot! Everyone attack! The remaining members of the capture team saw that the captain was killed, and after a while, they roared in surprise and anger. Bang bang bang! Puff! Puff! While shouting in anger, everyone also fired at the Tyrannosaurus. Anesthetics and net guns all fired at the Tyrannosaurus. Chapter 12, Kill All. Real guns and live ammunition. Tyrannical dragons are not afraid. Will you be afraid of these attacks? Yang Chen, who was hiding behind the dense branches and leaves, sneered secretly as he watched the attacks of those people. The Tyrannosaur, in the movie, was blown off by a rocket on his side and didn't hang up. The numbing gun could not even break through the Tyrannosaur's skin. As for those net guns, let's not make any jokes. The open nets can't even cover the head of the tyrannical dragon. It is purely funny. Sure enough, in the ensuing battle, those scum attacks did not threaten the tyrannical dragon at all. At most, they caused the tyrannical dragon to suffer, but it also angered the tyrannical dragon even more. Click! Click! Puff! Then, seeing the tyrannical dragon or the tail swept away, or the blood basin opened and closed, several team members were killed. Go, hurry up! We can't deal with it at all. Soon, the few people who remained found that they had no choice but to use the tyrannical dragon, and screamed in horror to flee. Boom! 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 Click! Puff! However, the reality is cruel. Under the brutal killing of the tyrannical dragon, none of the remaining members of the team can escape the tyrannical dragon's slaughter, and all of them have been solved. Roar! After killing all the people who came to capture it, the tyrannical dragon roared to the sky, venting the excitement in his heart. Around, many other animals heard the roar of the tyrannical dragon, and they retreated in terror, fearing to avoid it. The tyrannical dragon uses the host's suggestion to set a trap to ambush the enemy, wipe out the opponent, and feel happy, more pleasing and trusting to the host. Loyalty plus 20. After the tyrant dragon's excited roar fell, Yang Chen received the system's prompt. Add another 20, good. Yang Chen was immediately excited when he saw the system prompt. Contract monster, tyrant dragon. Loyalty, 4-5. Kin draw talent? Loyalty is not enough. Yang Chen quickly glanced at the situation of the tyrannical dragon, and his loyalty really increased to 45, not far from the 80 required for the trial mission. Only one talent can be extracted, which disappointed Yang Chen. Sure enough, the loyalty reached 45 is not enough to extract the talent. Died. They are all dead. At this time, everyone in the information center, including the boss Simon, looked like palpitations. Just in their eyes, more than a dozen living people were all killed by the tyrannical dragon. The ferocity of the tyrannical dragon makes them terrified. Boss, what are we going to do now? After a moment of silence, an employee asked the boss Simon. Yes, boss, if this tyrannical dragon runs to a place where tourists gather, it will be dangerous. Should we close the dinosaur park immediately? We should leave the tourists quickly. After someone spoke, the rest of the staff also spoke up, expressing their concerns. Simon heard this, frowned and waved his hand. After everyone stopped, he said, "I'll talk about this later." Simon then said, "Did you not find the trace of the tourist?" "Boss, do you think that if the tourist is there, you don't need to alienate the tourist?" Claire first reacted to Simon's meaning. If the tourist was there, it would prove that the tyrannical dragon was really controlled by him. In other words, the other party came for the tyrannical dragon, so naturally they would not bring the tyrannical dragon to the place where tourists gather. Well, if the tourist is still there, it proves that the tyrannical dragon has indeed been tamed by him, then he dare not appear in crowded places. Simon nodded. There, the tourist came out. It turns out he has been hiding inside. Just after Simon nodded, a staff member who had been watching the video exclaimed. Everyone, including Simon, immediately focused on the video. Sure enough, Yang Chen walked out of it and climbed onto the back of the tyrannical dragon handsomely. Simon and Claire breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Yang Chen appearing. It seemed that there was no need to alienate tourists for the time being. However, is the fact really what they think? Would Yang Chen dare to show up in a crowded place with tourists? Chapter 13, Kill Other Dinosaurs. The Tyrant Dragon. Go, I'll take you to find other dinosaurs to play, it's boring to play with weak humans all the time. Yang Chen, who was riding on the tyrannical dragon again, looked very energetic. After passing the 2 verifications, Yang Chen can already be sure that as long as he does what he likes, let the tyrannical dragon open the forest as much as possible, and the tyrannical dragon's loyalty can be increased. According to the habits of the tyrannosaur learned in the movie, Yang Chen knows that the tyrannosaur is now completely unfamiliar with the world outside the cage. It is looking for where it is in the food chain. Therefore, Yang Chen simply took the initiative to help it. And taking the tyrannosaur to kill other dinosaurs is a very exciting thing to think about. As for whether killing those dinosaurs is cruel, Yang Chen doesn't care. The only thing he cares about now is to increase the loyalty of the Tyrannosaurus. Only the Tyrannosaur is his contract monster, the rest of the dinosaurs are not. Bang bang bang! Yang Chen rode a tyrannical dragon, all the way up and down, wherever he passed, there were paw prints of tyrannical dragons on the ground. Chichi! Along the way, Yang Chen and Tyrannosaurus naturally came across many other kinds of dinosaurs that shuttled through the jungle, all of them were small herbivorous dinosaurs. After seeing the appearance of the tyrannical dragon, they instinctively sensed the aura on the tyrannical dragon, and screamed one by one to flee the place. Seeing other creatures, the Tyrannosaurus had no idea of treating them as the same kind, and didn't need Yang Chen's order at all to chase the dinosaurs that fled. A swollen-head dragon over 1 meter screamed to escape, but its speed was not as fast as the tyrannical dragon, and it was quickly overtaken. Crack! Puff! Seeing the tyrannical dragon's huge mouth opened and closed, he bit the swollen-head dragon in his mouth. In spite of the swollen-head dragon's stubborn struggle, the giant teeth opened slightly, and then he bit it hard. Click! Puff! As the blood of the swollen-head dragon splashed out from between the teeth of the tyrannical dragon, the swollen-head dragon instantly stopped struggling and lost its vitality in the tyrannical dragon's mouth. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the tyrannosaur who killed the swollen-head dragon did not eat the opponent. Instead, he shook his head and opened its huge mouth, and shook the swollen-head dragon's body aside. Tisk tusk, it is cruel. Sure enough, worthy of the name I gave you, a proper tyrant. And still a cruel monarch. On the back of the Tyrannosaurus, Yang Chen tightly tightened the scales on the back of the Tyrannosaurus. While watching the Tyrannosaurus chase and kill other dinosaurs, he praised it. Roar! Hearing Yang Chen's words, the tyrannical dragon suddenly roared to the sky, looking very excited. Because of the host's flattery, the tyrannical dragon is particularly happy, with loyalty +1. Immediately, Yang Chen accepted the system of Super Monster Development System. Yang Chen, oh, ah. This is also okay? Surprise, really an extra surprise. I said Tyrant, you are so handsome. It's really the hero of your dinosaurs. This kills the dragon, it really means killing the dragon without blinking. Is it too handsome? For a dinosaur like you, Tyrant, you must stand up to countless dinosaur girls upside down. Knowing that flattering can also increase the loyalty of the tyrannical dragon, Yang Chen immediately put the ethics aside and continued to praise the tyrannical dragon fiercely. Although the tyrannical dragon does not understand Yang Chen's words directly reflect the meaning of the words into the tyrannical dragon's mind through consciousness, and there will be no embarrassing scenes of the tyrannical dragon not understanding what Yang Chen is talking about. So suddenly, hearing Yang Chen's endless praise, tyrannical dragon was also happy. It's just that Yang Chen didn't notice that the tyrannical dragon, who had been so much enjoyable by the flattering, began to show a warm and angry color in his eyes. Hero, hero? Countless dinosaur girls upside down? Roar, this tyrant is female. Chapter 14, Tyrannosaurus vs Ankylosaurus. The contract monster tyrannical dragon feels very indifferent because of the host's chatter, and has a loyalty of -5. Finally, amidst Yang Chen's flattering sound, a system prompt appeared in front of Yang Chen, instantly causing Yang Chen to shut up. His throat seemed to be pinched, and he couldn't say anything. Contract monster, tyrant dragon. Loyalty, 4-1. Kin draw talent? Yang Chen, oh. Seeing that the loyalty of the tyrannical dragon in the system had dropped by 5 points, Yang Chen was speechless and choked with tears. Fuck. If it weren't for worrying that the tyrannical dragon would continue to reduce his loyalty, Yang Chen would definitely have to scold the tyrannical dragon this time. Sister, praise you, you are still upset? Go, let's continue hunting dinosaurs. Not dare to vent his anger on the tyrannosaur for the time being, Yang Chen only had to transfer his anger to the other dinosaurs, and immediately commanded the Tyrannosaurus, pushing it all the way, continuing to kill all the dinosaurs he encountered on the road. Obviously, Yang Chenmu has discovered that his problem is that he misidentified the gender of the tyrannical dragon. Bang bang bang! Ho ho ho! For a time, panic spread in the dense jungle, and a large number of dinosaurs fled in groups. However, no matter how they flee, most of them are still not as fast as the tyrannical dragon, and they are caught up and bitten and killed. Of course, those dinosaurs who found that they couldn't run away would turn their heads to fight the tyrannical dragon, wanting to prove that they were not easy to provoke, and want to frighten the tyrannical dragon. However, is it possible? Of course it's impossible. Under the claws and giant teeth of the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus, no dinosaur can compete with the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus, and all are easily torn and killed. Along the way, the corpses of all kinds of dinosaurs were everywhere, and they were all the way. Wait, let me go down first. It wasn't until he encountered an Ankylosaurus that was similar in size to the Tyrannosaurus, Yang Chen shouted at the Tyrannosaurus that he couldn't wait to kill, and jumped from behind it. The tyrannical dragon was about to slay that Ankylosaurus, so Yang Chen didn't dare to stay on its back. Although Ankylosaurus was also a herbivorous dinosaur, its combat effectiveness was not weak. It looked like a giant tortoise as a whole. It was armored and had amazing defensive power. It also had spines on its back. If the Tyrannosaurus rushed up, it would have no way to speak. Moreover, the tail of Ankylosaurus was like a dragging club, specially used to attack the enemy, and the attack power was not weak. Yang Chen also recognized this Ankylosaurus. It was a guy who could fight the Tyrannosaurus for several rounds in the movie. He even swept the Tyrannosaurus away with its tail and mallet. So waiting for the tyrannical dragon battle, it will definitely be very fierce. Yang Chen dare not stay on its back. Maybe if it was swept by the tail and mallet of the ankylosaurus, it would really die. Roar! After Yang Chen jumped off his back, the tyrannical dragon rushed towards the ankylosaurus, roaring impatiently. This was the first time it encountered a dinosaur similar in size after it came out, so it aroused its desire to fight. All the small dinosaurs encountered before. Woo! The ankylosaurus had already discovered the arrival of the tyrannosaur. The slow-moving it did not escape at all, and was always on guard, not wanting the tyrannosaurus to really find it, and immediately roared to warn the tyrannosaurus. And the ankylosaurus has also entered a fighting state, with its limbs contracted, protecting itself with armor, and at the same time slowly waving the tail of the club behind him, wanting to let the tyrannosaurus know that it is not easy to provoke, want to start the tyrannosaurus back. Unfortunately, in the heart of the tyrannosaurus, there was no fear. Perceived the difficulty of the ankylosaurus, the tyrannosaurus was not afraid, but screamed excitedly, roar! Bang bang bang! The tyrannical dragon quickly rushed to and behind the ankylosaurus body, opening its mouth and biting it up. Facing the attack of the tyrannical dragon, the ankylosaurus was calm and expert, and did not dodge, and directly attacked it with his back armor. Bang! Obviously, the ankylosaurus is not so good at mouthing. The tyrannical dragon not only did not bite the ankylosaurus, but was injured by the armor and spines on the ankylosaurus. Well! The tyrannical dragon suffered pain and took 2 steps out of shock. This was the first time it was traumatized. Call! While the tyrannical dragon retreated, Ankylosaurus didn't intend to let the tyrannical dragon who dared to provoke it, shifted its body horizontally, and the mallet tail swept across the tyrannical dragon. Chapter 15, Loyalty plus 10. Boom! The Tyrannosaurus was unable to dodge, and was swept by the tail of the Ankylosaurus with a hammer. The body made a loud bang, and its huge body was smashed and moved a few steps away. Roar! The tyrannical dragon that was injured again suddenly roared and his eyes turned red. This is the first time it has encountered such a blow after it came out, and it has suffered successively. Roaring, the tyrannical dragon attacked the Ankylosaurus again. The tyrannical dragon who had learned the lesson no longer opened his mouth to chew on the armor of the Ankylosaurus, and was always on guard against the mallet tail of the Ankylosaurus. Boom! 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 Tyrannosaurs are worthy of being a natural hunter, and they quickly learn to dodge combat, and no longer let the tail of the Ankylosaurus swept. In addition, the Tyrannosaurus quickly mastered the rhythm of the battle, and was able to stand by the Ankylosaurus. But the Ankylosaurus is not simple. The tyrannical dragon has not been able to find a way to kill the Ankylosaurus in a short time. Sister, it's not awesome. Yang Chen watched the battle between the Tyrannosaurus and Ankylosaurus from a distance, muttering a curse. Because his loyalty was lowered before, Yang Chen was happy to see the Tyrannosaur being beaten by the Ankylosaurus. Anyway, he knew that Ankylosaurus could not defeat the Tyrannosaur, but he was very happy to teach the Tyrannosaurus a lesson. Who knew that the Ankylosaurus was so ineffective and anticlimactic? Just the first 2 braves. Since you are so weak, don't blame me. Yang Chen saw that the Tyrannosaur was unable to take the Ankylosaurus for a long time, and the Ankylosaurus became a tortoise with a shrunken head. He only knew to dodge, and immediately smiled. The tyrant dragon, turn its body over, its abdomen has no armor. Anything. In the distance, the tyrannical dragon, who was fighting with the Ankylosaurus, had a slight body shape after hearing Yang Chen's words. Then, Tyrannosaur's sharp eyes glanced at Ankylosaurus' abdomen, and his eyes suddenly lit up. In fact, without Yang Chen reminding him, the IQ of the Tyrannosaur can quickly find the weakness of the Ankylosaurus, but Yang Chen won't wait until the Tyrannosaurus finds it by himself, otherwise how can he show the master's power? Roar! Not to mention Yang Chen's shamelessness, after discovering the weakness of Ankylosaurus, the Tyrannosaurus roared in excitement, and the huge figure slammed into Ankylosaurus again. Bang! 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 After knowing the method, the Tyrannosaurus quickly turned the whole body of the Ankylosaurus over and made it lie on the ground. Hum! Ankylosaurus screamed, looking terrified, and wanted to struggle. Click! Bang! The tyrannical dragon naturally won't give it a chance to turn over, stepped forward and stepped on the Ankylosaurus' abdomen, biting on the Ankylosaurus' throat with one bite, and suddenly blood was splashing puff. After a while, the Ankylosaurus, who was still struggling, went quiet, lying there motionless. Tear! Chi 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 chi! After killing the Ankylosaurus, the Tyrannosaurus seemed to celebrate its victory over a powerful enemy. After biting on the Ankylosaurus with a few bites, he used his giant teeth to tear out a large piece of Ankylosaurus dinosaur meat, and then chewed it bloody. Seeing the Tyrannosaur eating so sweet, Yang Chen shuddered. He couldn't compliment the Tyrannosaur's taste. What's so delicious about the dragon? Because of the host's reminder, the Tyrannosaur can find the weakness of the Ankylosaurus and kill the opponent. The Tyrannosaur undoubtedly trusts the host even more, with +10 loyalty. But soon, Yang Chen was cheered up. Sure enough, because of his guidance, the Tyrannosaur's loyalty to him once again increased after killing the Ankylosaurus. Although it was a bit shameless to point out the way the Tyrannosaur would find it later, Yang Chen didn't care, and the Tyrannosaurus would not know that it could actually find Ankylosaurus' weaknesses quickly. The loyalty increased by 10 points, and it was already over 50. Yang Chen couldn't wait to check it out. Contract Monster, Tyrant Dragon. Loyalty, 5-1. Extractable Talents, Tyrannical Dragon Power, Concealment, Bite Force, Loyalty reaches 50, the host can extract a talent fusion from it. Haha! After seeing the talent that can be drawn, Yang Chen grinned suddenly. Chapter 16, Prepare to Roast Ankylosaurus. The power of the tyrannical dragon should be the power of the tyrannical dragon, right? Hidden has indeed appeared. I still have bite force. I am not Master Bei. What can I eat with such a strong bite force? Later, Yang Chen looked at the 3 talents of the tyrannical dragon that could be extracted. What only left Yang Chen speechless was that the system actually only gave the names of the 3 talents of tyrannical dragon, and then there was nothing. There is really nothing left. Each talent doesn't even have an introduction or comment. Yang Chen choked silently, and he didn't believe that if he had extracted the power of the tyrannical dragon, he would really have the same power as the tyrannical dragon and become a humanoid tyrannical dragon. The power of the tyrannical dragon. If it really gains the same power as the tyrannical dragon, there must be other restrictions, and the system will not give any comment. But even so, I really want it. What to do? Is it to tyrannize the dragon? Or to hide? Originally, Yang Chen planned to extract the concealment ability of the tyrannical dragon, but after seeing the power of the tyrannical dragon, Yang Chen hesitated. The 2 talents did not know which one to choose. As for bite force? He is not Mr. Bei, what does he want such a good bite? Is it possible to use bite force to fight and bite when fighting? Even if you can, Yang Chen don't want it. Therefore, the bite force was rejected by Yang Chen after just a glance. But speaking of bite force, Yang Chen also found that he was really hungry now. It has been half a day since he came to the dinosaur park. He has been busy completing the contract. After completing the contract, he was busy increasing the loyalty of the Tyrannosaurus, but he hasn't eaten yet. Looking at the tyrannical dragon gnawing an Ankylosaurus with relish, Yang Chen realized that he was even more hungry. Of course, Yang Chen is not interested in eating Ankylosaurus raw like the tyrannical dragon. But, grilled Ankylosaurus is definitely a good choice. Tusk, this is really dragon meat. Even the man who claims to be at the top of the food chain has no chance to eat it. Yang Chen whispered, and a lot of saliva came out of his mouth, obviously greedy. Let's put aside the talent extraction. The Tyrannosaur, don't worry about eating it, it's not delicious when you eat it raw, I will show you my craft. Immediately, Yang Chen stopped the tyrannical dragon and continued to eat Ankylosaurus raw. Cuckoo! Cuckoo! After the tyrannical dragon heard what Yang Chen said, he turned his head and looked at Yang Chen, with doubts flashing in his eyes, and a slight discomfort in his eyes. It was obviously discomfort that Yang Chen interrupted its eating. However, this is only the small emotion of the tyrannical dragon. After the loyalty exceeds 50, the loyalty will not be reduced due to some small emotions. Scare. Seeing the tyrannical dragon's slightly unhappy eyes, Yang Chen was startled, and almost thought that loyalty was to be deducted again. He hadn't extracted his talent yet. Fortunately, I didn't receive the system prompt. If loyalty is deducted because of this, Yang Chen will really scold his mother. Wait later, the cooked taste is definitely much better than raw. Facing the slightly unhappy tyrannical dragon, Yang Chen quickly calmed down. Cuckoo! Cuckoo! The tyrannical dragon stared at Yang Chen, the uneasiness in his eyes disappeared, and he became curious about what Yang Chen said. The taste of roasting? What's that smell? Is it really delicious? Haha, I really don't lie to you, but we have to collect firewood first. Such a big Ankylosaurus is not easy to roast. Yang Chen, who could perceive the tyrannical dragon's thinking, suddenly laughed. Then, Yang Chen took the tyrannical dragon to pick up the dry branches, prepared to roast Ankylosaurus, and had a meal that would never be eaten before. Chapter 17, The Greedy Tyrannical Dragon. This can't work. Just look for this kind of dry branches. Yes, that's it. In the dense forest, Yang Chen commanded the tyrannical dragon, looking for the dry branches around him. If this picture is seen by other people, it must be stunned. Can the ferocious Tyrannosaurus be commanded obediently like a hunting dog? Will others be shocked? Yang Chen doesn't know, and doesn't want to know. He is excited about preparing dinosaur meat right now. Pop! Okay, put the branches down, I'll make fire. You continue to find more dry branches of this kind. After putting down the branches in his hand and some pom-poms for making fire, Yang Chen clapped his hands, and then said to the tyrannical dragon with many branches in his mouth. Boom! After hearing Yang Chen's words, scattered all the branches in his mouth on the ground, the tyrannical dragon turned around and continued to search for the dry branches. Although I don't know what Yang Chen said about making a fire, the tyrannical dragon finds it very fun to find branches, so it is quite positive. Hey, this tyrannical dragon is still very cute. Seeing the tyrannical dragon Pidian running to continue looking for the back of the branch, Yang Chen couldn't help feeling amused. This made Yang Chen feel that in addition to being very cruel, the tyrannical dragon is actually a good pet. Cuckoo! The sound of hunger in his stomach interrupted Yang Chen's greasiness. So Yang Chen didn't care about getting tired and crooked, took out the lighter, and soon a small fire rose. Then, Yang Chen used a saber picked from the previous chaser to cut a piece of dinosaur meat from Ankylosaurus, skewered it with branches, and grilled it on the edge of the fire. This piece is at least 2 catties, it's definitely enough for me. For the Tyrannosaur, it's stuffed between its teeth. Its appetite is at least tens of kilograms, just a few more pieces. Roasted Ankylosaurus meat is actually no different from roasting meat from other animals. Soon the Ankylosaurus meat on the shelf made a zzz sound, and the smell of meat was floating in the air. Guru! Smelling the scent of Ankylosaurus meat, Yang Chen knew that the taste of Ankylosaurus meat was not bad. When the Tyrannosaur came back again with the branches full of branches, Yang Chen's small piece of Ankylosaurus meat was completely cooked and ready to eat. Chuckle! As soon as he came back, Tyrannosaurus smelled the scent of Ankylosaurus meat, his nose moved, and his eyes immediately beamed at Yang Chen's roasted Ankylosaurus meat. Had it not been for the fear of fire, the tyrannical dragon might have rushed forward. Don't worry, this piece of mine, it won't be enough for you to stuff your teeth. Seeing the green eyes of the Tyrannosaur, Yang Chen smiled faintly. It seems that Tyrannosaurus also likes roasted Ankylosaurus meat, which is the best. While talking, Yang Chen took his piece over, and after blowing it a little bit, he bit it on. Hi, it's hot. But it tastes really good, a bit like a frog. After eating a bite of Ankylosaurus meat, Yang Chen made a comment. Next to him, the tyrannical dragon watched Yang Chen eat so well, his eyes gleaming green. Woo! It would be better if you add some seasoning, but unfortunately it doesn't have. Yang Chen seemed to ignore the tyrannical dragon, and he was there to enjoy the Ankylosaurus meat in his hand. Chiv! Upon seeing the situation, the tyrannical dragon snorted and made a snorting sound to express its dissatisfaction to Yang Chen. Oh! Tyrant dragon, you want to eat too, right? Wait, one of yours is almost there soon, I will show it to you. Seeing the tyrant dragon making a sound, Yang Chen got a piece of it for the tyrant dragon. Click! Just 3 or 2 times, the tyrannous dragon's roasted Ankylosaurus meat weighing more than 10 kilograms was eaten by the tyrannical dragon. Laugh! Then the tyrannical dragon slapped his lips and looked at Yang Chen again with bright eyes. Haha, I said it was delicious, right? Seeing the greedy look of the tyrannical dragon, Yang Chen laughed suddenly, took another piece and handed it to the tyrannical dragon. Before Yang Chen handed it over, the black shadow flashed, and the tyrannosaur took away the roasted Ankylosaurus meat in Yang Chen's hand. He was not afraid of being scalded at all, and ate it beautifully. The tyrannosaur ate the Ankylosaurus meat roasted by the host, and he felt very happy, and his loyalty was +5. Seeing the Tyrannosaurus happily eating roasted Ankylosaurus meat, the system did not disappoint Yang Chen, and soon prompted the message that Tyrannosaurus loyalty has increased again. Come on, don't worry, there is more here. It's not enough for you to bite a few pieces of Ankylosaurus. I'll just roast it for you. With joy, Yang Chen naturally treated the tyrannical dragon better. Yang Chen and the tyrannical dragon, one by one, ate the roasted Ankylosaurus meat beautifully, without noticing it, a group of people approaching quietly in the distance. Chapter 18, He was grilling Ankylosaurus. Simon, the owner of the dinosaur park, naturally did not know the purpose of Yang Chen sneaking here. However, he would not allow Yang Chen to take the tyrannical dragon away like this. He blocked the entire Nabril Island for the first time and asked the people below to monitor the surroundings of Nabril Island and found that Yang Chen was carrying the tyrannical dragon. If the dragon wants to escape from Nabril Island, it can be stopped immediately. While guarding the surroundings of Nabril Island, he naturally would not give up sending people to the island to find the traces of Yang Chen and the tyrannical dragon, and capture the other side back. Quietly appeared in the distance between Yang Chen and the tyrannical dragon, it was the group of people who entered the island to track them. The tyrannical dragon slaughtered all the way, leaving traces that could not be concealed at all. Moreover, Yang Chen had not thought of covering up, so he was naturally found easily. Report to the boss, we have seen the goal. This time, the leader in charge of the search is Owen's friend Barry, who is the black man in the movie, and like Owen, is the trainer of the Velociraptor. After Barry learned of Owen's tragic death, he himself asked to lead the team to hunt down Tyrant Dragon and Yang Chen. In the information center, Simon and Claire, who had been waiting anxiously, were shocked after hearing the message from Barry. Well, I finally found that kid. Killing so many dinosaurs on the island along the way, absolutely can't spare him. Simon gritted his teeth and cursed while hurriedly looking at the screen. Through the camera device on Barry and others, he saw Yang Chen and the tyrannical dragon sitting far away by the fire. When Barry's team chased Yang Chen, it was naturally impossible not to find the dinosaurs killed along the way. When Simon saw it at the time, he looked very angry. Along the way, just the dinosaurs they found killed would cost hundreds of millions of production costs. So Simon hated Yang Chen. If it wasn't for the cooperation of Yang Chen to catch the tyrannical dragon, he wanted to order Barry and others to shoot Yang Chen directly. Yes, this time Barry and others not only equipped with anesthesia bombs, but also equipped with live ammunition. Even if he killed the tyrannical dragon, Simon would never allow anyone to take the products of the dinosaur park away. Barry, step forward and see what that kid is doing first. The video was far away, and Simon immediately ordered Barry to move forward. Okay, boss. Barry replied, but from the slow progress of the video, it can be known that Barry moved very carefully, for fear of alarming the tyrannical dragon in the distance. After crawling through a pit and leaning behind a giant tree, Barry cautiously looked in the direction of the fire again. The first thing that caught the eye was naturally the brutal figure of the tyrannical dragon, and then Yang Chen. From Barry's distance, you can already see what Yang Chen and Tyrant Dragon are doing. What? Is he roasting meat? Oh my god, it's an ankylosaurus meat, there is an ankylosaurus corpse. Unbelievable, he was actually roasting ankylosaurus meat. In the information center, when everyone could see clearly what Yang Chen and Tyrant Dragon were doing by the fire in the video, they all exclaimed. They never expected that Yang Chen would do such a thing. Roasted ankylosaurus, this is too luxurious, right? What I eat in one bite is a lot of dollars. As for that ankylosaurus, their production cost will not be less than 10 million US dollars. Asshole. Damn boy. After seeing this, the boss Simon gritted his teeth and felt a pain in his heart. Ankylosaurus meat, but he was not willing to eat. Seeing Yang Chen Mimi eating roast ankylosaurus meat made him more angry than seeing so many dinosaurs killed before. Barry, you must get that kid back for me. In a rage, Simon immediately gritted his teeth and ordered Barry. Chapter 19, Extract Talent. Yang Chen successively passed a few large pieces of roasted ankylosaurus meat to the Tyrannosaurus. However, the system prompts that Yang Chen had hoped for did not appear again. It seems that feeding barbecue to increase loyalty by 5 points is the limit. Now that the loyalty has reached 56, it is still 24 points to complete the trial mission. How can we improve the remaining 24 points? Yang Chen had long expected the failure to increase his loyalty, but Yang Chen did not have much clue as to how to continue to increase the loyalty of the tyrannical dragon. Let the Tyrannosaur continue to kill other dinosaurs. If they are the opponents that the Tyrannosaurus can handle, and Yang Chen did not play any role, the Tyrannosaurus would not continue to increase its loyalty. Just like the dinosaurs that the tyrannical dragon had killed all the way, although the tyrannical dragon was killed well, it did not bring Yang Chen any loyalty. It wasn't until the Tyrannosaur could not take the Ankylosaurus for a while, and after Yang Chen played his role, the Tyrannosaurus gained 5 points of loyalty. But apart from letting the Tyrannosaurus kill other small animals, well, other dinosaurs and humans, Yang Chen didn't know what else could improve his loyalty. Forget it, let's consider the talent extraction first. Unexpectedly for the time being, Yang Chen didn't think about it for now, it was still important to extract talent. The power of the tyrannical dragon cannot give me the power of the tyrannical dragon at once. There must be a lot of restrictions in it. The temporary effect will not be so great for me. After all, if a battle occurs, the ones who come later will be it's definitely not just a narcotic bomb. I don't have the rough skin of a tyrannical dragon. With the hidden talent, although it has no combat effectiveness, it can protect yourself well, so the hidden talent of tyrannical dragon is more practical. Well, let's extract the hidden talent first. As for what talent to extract, Yang Chen had already considered when he first roasted the Ankylosaurus, so this time he didn't have any hesitation. After summoning the system in his consciousness, he chose to extract the hidden talent of tyrannical dragon. Although he really wanted to choose the power of tyrannical dragon, even if it has many limitations, Yang Chen is calmer and more rational than ordinary people. He knows that for him, saving his life and completing the trial mission is the most important thing. In addition, Yang Chen also has a slight obsessive-compulsive disorder. Before he knew that he had power of tyrannical dragon, he had already decided to choose hidden. Is it sure to extract the talent of tyrannical dragon hidden? Determine. Yang Chen curled his lips. It was not good that the system was not intelligent enough, and he always made unnecessary moves. Ding, the host has extracted the tyrannical dragon's talent hidden, and successfully extracted. The tyrannical dragon's talent hidden has been integrated with the host. Hidden, the talent from the tyrannical dragon can adjust its own infrared characteristics, like a chameleon, blend with the surrounding environment to achieve the effect of invisibility. The cooling time is 30 minutes. Note, you must be in a static state when you cast this talent. Following the reminder of the super monster development system, Yang Ji felt that his body seemed to have undergone some changes, warm and uncomfortable. Then, there was something more in Yang Chen's consciousness, allowing Yang Chen to fully grasp the tyrannical dragon's concealment talent, which he could use at any time. Cheating, there are restrictions that can only be used when still. Yang Chen, who had obtained the talent of hidden, gave a wry smile. He always thought that the talent of hidden of tyrannical dragon could be hidden when he moved. But think about it, if you hide while moving, it will be too bad and impossible. In that case, it will be invisible, not hidden. The tyrannical dragon in the movie was hidden twice when it was still. It was Yang Chen himself who had always mistaken hiding for invisibility. Fuck, I knew I was going to tyrannize the dragon. Thinking of his mistake, Yang Chen suddenly let out annoyance. Forget it, all the draws have been drawn, let's try the effect. However, Yang Chen was only a little upset, and he came to a tree with great interest and showed his hidden talent. What Yang Chen didn't know was that just as he walked over to perform hiding, Barry, who quietly approached in the distance, was holding up the gun in his hand and preparing to aim at Yang Chen. Because the boss Simon had just issued an order to him, Yang Chen must be arrested. So Barry was going to secretly give Yang Chen a narcotic bomb, put Yang Chen down and then try to bring down the tyrannical dragon. If you can't, just follow the boss's order and take Yang Chen back first. It's best not to let me know that Owen's death is related to you, otherwise even if the boss needs to use you, I won't let you go. Barry snorted in his heart, and immediately picked up the anesthetic in his hand, and was about to target Yang Chen and shoot. Hey? What about people? Chapter 20, Live Ammunition. Barry did not expect that Yang Chen, who was still in his eyes just now, would have disappeared. He just shifted his gaze, and there was no interval for half a second. Why did the person disappear? Barry, what are you doing? Why can't I see that kid? At the same time, Simon and Claire in the information center also lost Yang Chen in the video, and Simon immediately asked Barry. Old boss, that kid's figure disappeared. Barry paused, then replied. Gone? How is this possible? What do you eat? After hearing Barry's response, the boss Simon suddenly became furious and yelled at Barry, dissatisfied. Originally thought that the culprit who smuggled to the island could be taken right away, but he didn't want his subordinates to be so weak at the critical moment, which made Simon couldn't help but become angry. However, he didn't know, just because his voice was a little louder when he heard the past, the tyrannical dragon, who had been neglected because of the food, suddenly noticed the strangeness. Because the host has used the tyrannical dragon's talent hidden, the tyrannical dragon suddenly feels more kind to the host, loyalty +1. After Yang Chen used concealment, he suddenly received the system prompt. Oh, this is also okay? Yang Chen was taken aback, and then grinned. This was another surprise. As a result, there were only 23 points left before the loyalty he needed to complete the trial task. It seems simple, but Yang Chen knows that the more loyalty in the future, the harder it will be to improve. Roar! At this moment, Yang Chen heard a horrified roar from the tyrannical dragon. Immediately afterwards, Yang Chen saw the tyrannical dragon turning around, looking far away vigilantly, and then rushing up there with a roar. Following the tyrannical dragon's gaze, Yang Chen immediately saw the blackberry who seemed to be aiming at him with a gun. Fuck, I was touched so close. Yang Chen's heart shuddered, and immediately wanted to find a place to hide first. Damn it, it was discovered. Everyone attacked the tyrannical dragon, and be careful not to be rushed by it. The other two people went to find where the kid was. Bang bang bang. It's just that Yang Chen didn't move. He heard the blackberry roaring more furiously than Yang Chen, and then saw that the gun in Barry's hand also turned to the tyrannical dragon, shooting. In view of this, Yang Chen immediately stopped his actions, so that he could be hidden. If he moved, he would immediately release the effect of hiding, and he would be discovered soon. Whoosh whoosh. Immediately afterwards, I saw the blackberry in the distance. A group of people appeared immediately, all shooting at the tyrannical dragon. Boom boom. Roar. Countless bullets hit the body, and even though it didn't hurt much, the tyrant dragon roared in pain, and rushed toward the blackberry more quickly. Damn it, the anesthesia bomb has no effect at all, it can't even penetrate its skin. Barry, the black man, saw the tyrannical dragon only suffer from pain and was not injured at all. He cursed immediately, and while backing away, he disassembled the anesthetic bomb and replaced it with live ammunition. Everyone, all put on live ammunition, the narcotic ammunition is useless for it. At the same time, the blackberry didn't forget to remind his companions behind him that if he didn't use live ammunition, he could be sure that their team would definitely end up like his capture team, and the group would be destroyed. Roar. When the Negro Berry's words fell, the tyrannical dragon had already rushed in front of him at this time, the blood basin opened wide, and it rushed towards the Negro Berry. The blackberry was shocked, his scalp numb, and he leaped sideways quickly, passing the bite of the tyrannical dragon. Boom 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 boom. At this time, several of the people behind Barry the Black had been replaced with live ammunition. After seeing the danger of Barry the Black, he quickly shot at the tyrannical dragon. Chapter 22, Blackberry died tragically. The tyrannical dragon, don't silly head on impact. Use your speed advantage and attack in a roundabout way. Just go directly to their side, with so many trees around as a cover, you can kill them one by one. By the way, come first and kill the black man who attacked you first. After a disdainful sneer in his heart, Yang Chen pointed to the tyrannical dragon in his heart. If the roundabout attack fails, he even intends to let the tyrannical dragon grab a giant tree and smash it, but Yang Chen can be sure that the tyrannical dragon can catch it, and he doesn't know whether his claws can be thrown away. Roar. After the tyrannical dragon heard Yang Chen's past instructions, he screamed and retreated violently, his eyes rolled a few times. It trusts Yang Chen's words now, so after hearing Yang Chen's words, he immediately thought about how to act according to Yang Chen's words. Soon, the tyrannical dragon's eyes lit up, and the figure flashed before rushing towards the enemy in a roundabout way. Whoosh whoosh. The tyrannical dragon's figure dashed from the side, and over the giant trees and branches, they became a natural cover. For a while, not many enemy bullets could hit it. Roar. The tyrannical dragon who sensed this suddenly roared in excitement, and continued to rush towards it, aiming at the blackberry. Damn, it must be that bastard. When the blackberry saw the tyrannical dragon, he knew how to rush forward, his expression suddenly changed, no matter how he could look for Yang Chen's figure, he hurried back in anger and wanted to go back. Captain Barry, hurry up, come back. Quick. Others naturally noticed the changes of the tyrannical dragon, their expressions were shocked, and the bullets in their hands were chasing the tyrannical dragon's figure and shooting, trying to stop the tyrannical dragon's behavior. However, as long as the tyrannosaur did not directly impact its body, only a small number of bullets would hit its body shape, which could not cause much hindrance to it. Roar. Soon, the figure of the tyrannical dragon came to the blackberry again, his mouth opened, and he swooped up again. Fuck. Go to hell! He found that Barry, the black man who had been chased up, yelled in horror, holding a gun in anger, and was about to shoot directly at the tyrannical dragon's mouth. He did not believe that shooting into the tyrannical dragon's mouth could not repel it. Click! Unfortunately, the gun in his hand was so deadly out of bullets. The son of a bitch! The blackberry's expression froze, and he hurriedly slammed the gun at the tyrannical dragon's mouth and rolled directly to the ground. Boom! Dangerous and dangerous, the blackberry once again avoided the bite of the tyrannical dragon. Fuck, what a pity! When Yang Chen saw this from a distance, he cursed inwardly. However, Yang Chen believed that this time Barry, the black man, would definitely not be able to escape the tyrannical dragon's slaughter. Even Owen couldn't. He was already considered awesome if he could avoid the tyrannical dragon's 2 bites. Boom! Sure enough, after discovering that the Tyrannosaurus could not bite the target, he swept it with his tail and smashed into the figure of the blackberry. It's over! Barry the black man rolled aside before he could get up. When the light dimmed, he looked up and saw the tail swept by the tyrannical dragon, and he screamed in despair. Puff! Sure enough, the body of the blackberry was directly swept by the tail of the tyrannical dragon, and his body was swept away from the ground. Click boom! The tail of the tyrannical dragon swept away, comparable to the impact of a bus. The blackberry was in the air, and there was a sound of broken bones, and then his head hit a rock, directly exploding like a watermelon. Open, you can't die anymore. Barry! Captain Barry! Seeing the tragedy of the blackberry, the remaining people exclaimed one by one. Roar! It's just that they quickly ignored the anger for Barry the Black, because after the Tyrannosaur killed the blackberry, he roared in excitement, his figure flashed, and then rushed towards them again. Chapter 23, Mission is destroyed again. Boom 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 boom! Facing the attack of the tyrannical dragon, the remaining people panicked one by one, shooting at the tyrannical dragon again and again, trying to prevent the tyrannical dragon from approaching. Whoosh whoosh! Only a tyrannical dragon with a countermeasure can already evade most of the bullets, and a small number of bullets hit it, which can only bring pain to it, but cannot make it retreat. Roar! So soon, the tyrannical dragon's figure rushed in front of them, and its tail swept across. Bang! Bang! Immediately there were 2 people who couldn't dodge, and they were swept away by the tyrannical dragon's tail. After falling to the side, they immediately lost their vitality. Puff! Tear! Then I saw or scratched or tore, or bite and gnawed, and the remaining troops, after unable to gather fire in a team to attack the Tyrannosaurus, were all killed on the spot by the Tyrannosaurus that was no longer afraid. Roar! In just a moment, all personnel, including the blackberry, were killed under the claws of the tyrannical dragon. The capture team, all armed with live ammunition, will be destroyed again. Drop! 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 In the information center, all the lifelines representing the blackberry and others stopped beating. The face of the boss Simon is already ugly. I originally thought that the tyrant dragon could be suppressed, and Yang Chen could be picked out, but I didn't want the tyrant dragon to be so cruel that even real guns could not suppress it, and it was once again destroyed by the regiment. The 2 teams plus the 4 previous Owens, the number of people killed by the tyrant dragon has reached as many as 24 people, and it can't be more serious. Asshole, too rampant. What's the matter with this tyrannical dragon? Why does it have such a strong combat power? After a while, Simon screamed, and at the same time was amazed at the combat effectiveness of the tyrannical dragon. Being able to be invisible, able to set up ambushes, and to fight roundabouts, his level of intelligence is no less than that of humans. We are negligent. To deal with this tyrannical dragon, we must first understand what abilities it possesses. Claire also felt that the fighting power of the tyrannical dragon was a bit too exaggerated and too cruel. Later, Claire and Simon went to the Research and Development Center of Dinosaur Park and asked Dr. Wu who was responsible for the development of the Tyrannosaurus. The questioning process is naturally unpleasant, just like in the movie. However, unlike the movie, in the end, Simon and Claire completely figured out how many other creatures NDAs Dr. Wu had added to the Tyrannosaurus. What shocked Simon and Claire was that Dr. Wu was still on the Tyrannosaurus, incorporated into human DNA. On the spot, Dr. Wu was fired by Simon, and he developed such a dangerous monster. The boss didn't even know about it. It was strange that Simon could tolerate it. He originally asked Dr. Wu to develop a dinosaur that was big enough and scary enough, but he didn't expect that Dr. Wu would actually develop a terrifying and cruel monster like the Tyrannosaurus. That tyrannical dragon is too dangerous. Even if it is caught again, it will be dangerous. Especially now that it is still being manipulated, it is even more dangerous. Don't worry about anything, let's just kill it directly, and the tourist who tamed the tyrannical dragon is the same. This time, he will kill it directly after finding it, and no more people will die. After coming out of the dinosaur research room, Simon had already made a decision to kill the Tyrannosaurus. He did not want more people to be killed because of the Tyrannosaurus. After understanding the ferocity of the Tyrannosaur, especially after knowing that the Tyrannosaur was also integrated with human DNA, he felt that the Tyrannosaurus should be eliminated, otherwise, even if it was captured, something would happen sooner or later. But boss, there are not many people on the island that can fight. Claire did not refute Simon's words, but reminded him. You don't need so many people, don't we have a helicopter here? Let's just shoot through the air. Simon frowned upon hearing this, and then said. Chapter 24, it's still 18 points. The tyrannical dragon listened to the host's suggestion, once again destroying the invading enemy, loyalty +5. Besides Yang Chen, after the tyrannical dragon group killed the Blackberry and others, Yang Chen received the system prompt. Good job! Yang Chen suddenly smiled when he saw it, and in only 4 or 5 hours since he came in, he is about to complete the trial task. Contract Monster, Tyrant Dragon. Loyalty, 6-2. Extractable Talents, Tyrannical Dragon Power, Bite Force, Lack of Loyalty. Talent has been drawn, hidden. With 62 loyalty, I was almost able to complete the task at 18 points. Yang Chen said happily, and then Yang Chen walked out of hiding, came to a dead enemy, and took the gun from the opponent's hand. Yang Chen can be sure that someone will look for it afterwards. With a gun on his body, it will be safer, and he won't be able to fight back when the enemy arrives. Roar! The tyrannical dragon also came to Yang Chen's side, looking at Yang Chen, as if asking where Yang Chen should go next. Seeing the look of the tyrannical dragon, Yang Chen smiled in her heart. It seems that with the increase in loyalty, the tyrannical dragon has become more dependent on him. This is a good thing. This place is not suitable for long stay, let's leave here first. However, Yang Chen also knew that he shouldn't stay here for a long time. After talking to the tyrannical dragon, he rode on the tyrannical dragon's back again and directed the tyrannical dragon to leave the place. What should I do next? Riding on the back of the tyrannical dragon, Yang Chen couldn't help falling into contemplation. Yang Chen has reason to believe that after being annihilated by the regiment twice, the people in the dinosaur park will definitely come up again, and the weapons deployed by the opponent at that time will definitely be more lethal. This trial mission doesn't seem to be as simple as increasing the loyalty of the tyrannical dragon to 80. I have to make sure that the tyrant dragon will not be killed. Most importantly, Lao Tzu has to guarantee his own safety. After this incident, Yang Chen also realized this serious problem that he had overlooked before. There is no doubt that Simon, the owner of the dinosaur park, personally tried to eliminate the Tyrannosaurus in the movie, but he failed in the end and died by himself. Therefore, Yang Chen has reason to believe that now Simon must know that the tyrannical dragon was tamed by him, and he has no reason to let the tyrannical dragon go, and will even more want to eliminate the tyrannical dragon. Of course, there is also the culprit who commanded the tyrannical dragon to kill the two teams. Moreover, it seems that it is not only Simon, the owner of the dinosaur park, who wants to kill the Tyrannosaurus. It seems that there is another organization. Thinking of this, Yang Chen felt a headache. If you don't think about it, you don't know, but after thinking about it, you realize that you are in crisis now. But the most important thing is to still increase the loyalty of the tyrannical dragon. As long as the loyalty is sufficient, I can take the tyrannical dragon to hide anywhere on the island and wait for the end of 48 hours. Sister, I still return to the original question in the end, how can I continue to increase the loyalty of Tyrant Dragon? In the end, Yang Chen was very upset to discover that when he had a headache about safety, he had to continue to have a headache to increase the loyalty of the Tyrannosaurus. But after so many loyalty increases, Yang Chen has summed up some ways to increase the loyalty of Tyrannical Dragon. That is to find trouble and danger for the Tyrannosaurus, and then he helps the Tyrannosaurus solve the troubles and dangers, so as to increase the loyalty of the Tyrannosaurus. The owner of the dinosaur park, Simon, and others, the people in the organization that have not yet appeared, these are all troublesome. However, these troubles should not be found actively. If the tyrannical dragon rushes in and kills them all, it will not be dangerous or difficult for it. Buzzing. Suddenly, a sound interrupted Yang Chen's thoughts. It was the sound of a helicopter. Looking back, his expression suddenly changed. This is trouble and danger coming directly to the door. Chapter 25, Things are serious. In the information center, Claire stared at the screen nervously. She did not expect that the boss Simon would actually drive the helicopter to hunt down the tyrannical dragon. Claire, the boss is all right. Vivian, the female clerk in the movie who watched Simon drive the helicopter away, stared at the screen at this time and couldn't help but ask Claire. The boss is going out, it must be fine. Lowry shrugged and rushed to answer Vivian's words. Lowry, the male clerk who helped Claire release the Tyrannosaurus in the movie. If there is no accident, there should be no problem. At least the boss is in the helicopter, so don't worry about safety. Claire said. Well, as long as the boss is not in danger. Hearing Claire say this, Vivian was also a little relieved. If the boss had an accident, their employees would be in danger of negligence. Found it, the boss found the tyrant dragon. Look at the tyrant dragon, it really is the tourist. However, as soon as Vivian relaxed, he immediately exclaimed, because on the screen, it had been shown that the boss Simon's helicopter had found the tyrannical dragon. It's actually there, bad. Lowry, who has always been relatively calm, didn't expect the boss Simon to find the tyrannical dragon so soon. After taking a closer look at the tyrannical dragon's location, his look suddenly changed. Snapped. 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 Lowry quickly tapped on the keyboard, and soon showed the location of the Tyrannosaurus from the computer screen. It was only a few hundred meters away from the sightseeing area of large herbivorous dinosaurs, a place for sightseeing in a spherical tourist car. Distance, where the boss Simon appeared, if he fired a shot, it happened to drive the tyrannical dragon over there. Looking up again at the actions of the boss Simon, the Lowry wanted to remind the boss, but saw that the machine gunner on the helicopter had already fired at the tyrannosaur below. It's serious. Lowry suddenly screamed. Bang bang bang. Fuck me, just shot it. On Yang Chen's side, when Yang Chen saw the helicopter behind him without saying anything, he shot down his machine gun. His expression also changed suddenly. Quickly, the tyrannical dragon runs. Seeing the bullets coming from the shooting, Yang Chen's scalp numb, and he quickly roared at the remaining tyrannical dragon. At this time, if you still stayed and contended with the enemy on the helicopter, it would really be dead. The tyrannical dragon may not die, but he is finished. Yang Chen scolded his mother in his heart, and his sister. He actually came directly with a machine gun, not to mention hiding him, not even giving him a chance to jump off the back of the tyrannical dragon. When the tyrannical dragon heard Yang Chen's words, he glanced at the helicopter in the low air with some confusion, and ran away before fighting. This is not its style. Run, we can't even hit him, can we stay and get beaten? When Yang Chen saw the tyrannical dragon not moving, he quickly roared again. Roar! Bang! 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 Although he was reluctant to just run away like this, out of trust in Yang Chen, the tyrannical dragon still shook his head, and quickly fled. Duo! 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 Just the next second the tyrannical dragon ran away, countless bullets poured down where the tyrannical dragon was originally located, chasing the tyrant dragon and shooting up in a straight line. Hearing the pouring rain behind him, Yang Chen was frightened. Hurry up, the tyrant dragon, hurry up! Yang Chen hurriedly urged the tyrannical dragon. The tyrannical dragon was shot to death by bullet rain. On the tyrant dragon's back, he had to hit a few bullets and he had to finish it. First kill the kid on the back of the tyrannical dragon. Simon on the helicopter, while driving the helicopter, shouted at the people behind. After yelling, Simon continued to drive the helicopter intently. If it was unsteady, the machine gunner behind him would not be able to aim and shoot. Boss, stop, stop! Just before entering the state, Claire's exclamation sounded in Simon's ear. Why stop? I'm going to kill that kid. Simon didn't expect Claire to bother him at this time, and immediately said impatiently. Boss, if the Tyrannosaurus continues to run past, it will be a sightseeing area for large herbivorous dinosaurs. As soon as Simon's voice fell, Claire's alarm came again. What? Simon was shocked when he heard this. Chapter 26, Let's Make a Big Fuss. In horror, Simon quickly raised his eyes and looked forward. Not good. Just by looking at it, Simon was able to confirm that it was really the area where the large herbivorous dinosaurs that the spherical sightseeing car had for tourists to see. Stop shooting! Stop shooting! After realizing that not far in front is where the tourists gather, Simon dared to continue chasing the tyrannical dragon to drive him over, and hurriedly drove the helicopter to stop, and at the same time ordered the machine gunner behind to stop shooting. Continue to shoot with machine guns, and perhaps kill Yang Chen on the back of the tyrannical dragon, but it is definitely too late to kill the tyrannical dragon. He will definitely drive the tyrannical dragon over to the tourist area. Simon dare not let this happen. Yes, boss. Although the machine gunner behind him did not know why, he immediately executed the order of the boss Simon and stopped the machine gun shooting. To be honest, it was the first time that he had done something so cool to shoot dinosaurs with a machine gun, and he still had some ideas. After the machine gunner stopped shooting, Simon quickly took out the loudspeaker on the helicopter and screamed at Yang Chen, who was still running towards the large herbivorous dinosaur sightseeing area below. Stop! I don't care who you are, what is the purpose of stealing the tyrannical dragon, stop it now. The front is the tourist area. If you continue to pass, it will cause a big disturbance, so we will never let you go. In addition to threatening Yang Chen, Simon could not think of any way to stop Yang Chen from controlling the tyrannical dragon. What the hell? Yang Chen was wondering why the people on the helicopter didn't continue shooting. He heard the sound from the helicopter, but the sound was a little fuzzy, and he didn't hear it clearly. It was not until Simon above repeated it again that Yang Chen knew why the helicopter behind him stopped shooting. Pouting his lips, Yang Chen sneered disdainfully, "Idiot." It's strange that Yang Chen believes Simon's words. When the other party came to him, they shot him with a machine gun, clearly intending to shoot him to death. So Yang Chen knew that the other party didn't dare to continue shooting, just because he was scrupulous, and was afraid that he and the tyrannical dragon would be driven to the tourist area over there. If Yang Chen really did what the other party said, he believed that as long as he changed his direction and stayed a little farther, the machine gun on the helicopter behind him would definitely be greeted by another shot. Tyrant Dragon, go, let's move on, there are many humans there, there are many other large dinosaurs, let's go and make trouble. Therefore, after hearing Simon's threat, Yang Chen not only did not stop turning, but instead commanded the Tyrant Dragon and rushed directly to the tourist area. Listening to the sound just now, it seems that the tourist area has not stopped tourists from continuing to see. Haha, then Zack and Gray at this time should be in the tourist area, right? While riding the tyrannical dragon directly to the tourist area, Yang Chen laughed. This is something he didn't expect. In the original movie, the sightseeing area should have been suspended at this time, but I don't know why the dinosaur park did not stop. It must be related to me, because it was changed by the arrival of Lao Tzu. I see. Claire and they wouldn't think that the Tyrannosaur was tamed by me, so I won't bring the Tyrannosaur to the crowded places with tourists. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Chen understood why this change occurred. Hehe, I can only say that you think too much. After he laughed, Yang Chen yelled and directed at the tyrannical dragon. Tyrant Dragon, go! Let's make a big fuss. Chapter 27, Zack and Gray in the tourist area. Bang bang bang. Under Yang Chen's order, the tyrannical dragon's figure didn't stop for a moment, and it continued to run forward, one step at a time. Asshole, bastard! Simon, who was in the helicopter, did not see Yang Chen intending to stop after he continued to shout twice. He suddenly knew that the other party did not intend to stop, but rushed over there. How could Simon not be angry with this, and his expression was pale. Quickly, Claire, quickly stop the project there, and then let all the sightseeing cars leave there immediately. After seeing the Tyrannosaurus continuing to dash over there was no possibility of turning and stopping. Simon immediately notified Claire and asked Claire to quickly distance himself from the tourists in the large herbivorous dinosaur sightseeing area in front. Boss, it's already in progress. Claire responded immediately after hearing Simon's words. After notifying Simon before, Claire has ordered the stop of the spherical sightseeing car project, but it is only a few minutes now. Tourists who have not departed can naturally stop them, but the tourists who are already in the tourist area are not so fast. Speed can be alienated. It's over, there are more than 100 tourists in the tourist area who haven't had time to retreat. Lowry checked the situation in the lower sightseeing area, and then said to Claire solemnly. It doesn't matter if the Tyrannosaurus rushes in. I'm afraid that the large dinosaurs such as Brontosaurus and Triceratops inside are disturbed. It will be dangerous if the riot runs up. Vivian was also closely watching the situation in the tourist area, worried. Don't be so nervous, there shouldn't be a big problem. Even if the tyrant dragon rushes in, the tourists are all in the spherical sightseeing car. As long as they don't run out, there won't be much danger, but it's unavoidable. Frightened. Claire is relatively calm, listening to Lowry and Vivian's worry, smiled and calmed down. However, Claire at this time didn't know that her two nephews Zack and Gray were in the tourist area. If she knew, she wouldn't know if she could be so calm. Large herbivorous dinosaur sightseeing area, this is a artificially developed plain with huge Brontosaurus and Triceratops. In addition, there are groups of herbivorous dinosaurs that are small but reach 1 or 2 meters. Among so many herbivorous dinosaur groups, many spherical sightseeing vehicles are visiting. In each spherical sightseeing vehicle, there are 2 tourists sitting in it, one by one excitedly driving the spherical sightseeing vehicle around the large herbivorous around the dinosaurs. Watch those dinosaurs super close. And all the dinosaurs here are not afraid of the spherical sightseeing cars, and they don't care if they drive around. Obviously they have long been accustomed to the existence of spherical sightseeing cars, and know that they are not dangerous. In the middle of a few thunder dragons and a triceratops, a spherical sightseeing car parked there. Zack and Gray were in the spherical sightseeing car. It's really big. These are thunder dragons, and the ones over there are 3-horned dragons. Gray looked at the large herbivorous dinosaurs around him with excitement. But it's a pity, I can't go ahead and see other dinosaurs. I stopped this project urgently and asked us to go back. I don't know what is going on. But it was just a moment of excitement, and Gray said reluctantly. The project of stopping the sightseeing car for the people in Dinosaur Park is full of resentment. In this way, we won't go back, let's keep going inside. Zack saw Gray's appearance, his eyes rolled, and he said immediately. Is this bad? Gray hesitated when he heard the words. What's wrong? We are VIP members, of course we have this privilege. Zack couldn't help laughing. Really? Of course. Well, let's keep going. In the end, his love for dinosaurs made Gray agree with Zack. The two looked at the spherical sightseeing car driving back in front of them, and then went retrograde. Roar. It's just that they heard a roar of a dinosaur before they separated from the other tourists. What kind of dinosaur is this roaring? It doesn't sound like a herbivorous dinosaur. When Gray heard the words, he became curious. Gray was curious, so he drove forward. Then, he saw a huge black figure rushing out of the dense forest far in front of him with a roar. Chapter 28, Tourists Who Live and Die. Roar. After the tyrannical dragon carried Yang Chen out of the jungle, he saw a plane with many dinosaurs and humans on it. Seeing so many large dinosaurs at once, he roared with excitement. Oh my god! What dinosaur is that? Isn't that Tyrannosaurus? Why did Tyrannosaurus come here? When the tyrannical dragon rushed out, many tourists in the spherical sightseeing car saw the tyrannical dragon. Many of the tourists recognized that Tyrannosaurus belonged to the Tyrannosaurus family, and they were shocked. Tyrannosaurus was a carnivorous dinosaur, and it was very cruel. Oh my god! God! I can't believe that there are still people on that Tyrannosaurus. Yeah, it's incredible. Is this a tamed Tyrannosaurus? Then, they soon noticed Yang Chen on the back of the tyrannical dragon. All of them were dumbfounded. They all couldn't believe that the Tyrannosaurus could be tamed. But shocked, they were relieved, because they discovered that since this Tyrannosaurus was tamed, there should be no danger. When they first discovered that it was a Tyrannosaurus, most of them were shocked. Yes, for fear of being attacked by Tyrannosaurus. Fortunately, this is a tamed Tyrannosaurus, so don't worry. Unbelievable, didn't the staff at the dinosaur park just want this Tyrannosaurus to stroll around before letting us go back? But since it is tamed, there is no danger. You can't miss this opportunity to watch Tyrannosaurus up close. Then, after all the tourists let go of the fear and shock in their hearts, a strong curiosity emerged, and they all wanted to go up and see the Tyrannosaurus up close. Those who dare to come to the dinosaur park and those who dare to come here to see the large dinosaurs are not timid. All the tourists who discovered Tyrannosaurus and Yang Chen immediately stopped and continued to walk back, driving the spherical sightseeing car to Tyrannosaurus. Drive past. Well. Not only the tourists, but the herbivorous dinosaurs, the Brontosaurus and the Triceratops, all looked at them curiously after seeing the Tyrannosaurus, and did not escape. Like the dinosaurs that Yang Chen and Tyrannosaurus encountered in the jungle before, they did not notice the danger of Tyrannosaurus before they actively attacked them. In other words, on this island, they have never encountered a threat from carnivorous dinosaurs, so they are not very vigilant. Roar. When the tyrannical dragon saw more than 20 spherical sightseeing cars driving towards it, he was a little frightened, and he snarled and took a few steps back. Roar. Immediately afterwards, the tyrannical dragon stood still, roared at the spherical tourist cars that were passing by, and entered an attack state. These stupid humans! On the back of the tyrannical dragon, Yang Chen saw those tourists not only not scared back, but also dared to come closer. He couldn't help but sigh. The tyrannical dragon, don't be afraid, these spherical sightseeing cars are not a threat to you at all. Then Yang Chen said to the tyrannical dragon under him a little funny. He didn't expect that the ferocious tyrannical dragon would be frightened by humans, although it was only a little frightened. But what are those tourists? They are scum in front of the tyrannical dragon, so Yang Chen feels funny. Roar! The tyrannical dragon roared at Yang Chen. It naturally believed Yang Chen's words, so it was not afraid of those spherical sightseeing cars. And, thinking that he was frightened just now, the tyrannical dragon also became a little embarrassed into anger. His eyes looked at the spherical tourist cars that were driving, and his eyes were very scary. Roar! After a roar, the tyrannical dragon will go up and bite and kill the spherical tourist cars that have frightened it. Those tourists who had approached the tyrannical dragon were suddenly frightened by the angry tyrannical dragon. Seeing the tyrannical dragon, they seemed to be really angry. They wanted to attack them. But soon they realized that what they were worried about was unnecessary, because they immediately saw that Yang Chen, who was behind the tyrannical dragon, patted the tyrannical dragon's back, and did not know what was said, so they calmed down the tyrannical dragon. The tyrant dragon, wait, let me down first. It's just that those tourists won't know that what Yang Chen said was originally this. Always riding on the back of the tyrannical dragon, although domineering, it was also very uncomfortable, especially when the tyrannical dragon was running fast before. Yang Chen had to hold on to the tyrannical dragon, or he would have been thrown away long ago. After Yang Chen finished speaking, after the tyrannical dragon calmed down, he immediately jumped off its back. Chapter 29, looks really fierce. Roar! After Yang Chen jumped from the tyrannical dragon no longer restrained. After a roar, he strode up towards the spherical sightseeing cars that were coming. Bang bang bang! Facing the tyrannical dragon's charge, the tourists are still a little inexplicable, confused. I don't know why the tyrannical dragon rushed to them. Look at it, it's a Tyrannosaurus, it looks really fierce. Yeah, it looks terrible. Rushing in the forefront, that is, in a spherical sightseeing car near the Tyrannosaurus, two tourists watched the ferocious Tyrannosaurus up close and admired there. They haven't noticed the danger yet, and they still think that the tyrannical dragon in front of them is not dangerous. Roar! They were stunned until the tyrannical dragon's huge mouth opened and bitten towards them. What? Don't! Click! In the exclamation of the two tourists, the tyrannical dragon's huge mouths closed one and the other, and they bit the spherical sightseeing car they were riding in. It's just that the glass cover of the spherical sightseeing car is too hard. Even with the bite force of the tyrannical dragon, they could not be crushed all at once, but the glass cover of the spherical sightseeing car was cracked. What? Help! Don't! The two tourists in the spherical sightseeing car turned pale with fright. They looked at the fangs and mouth of the tyrannical dragon close at hand, screaming again and again. What's going on? How did the tyrant dragon attack us? Oh my god! The rest of the tourists in the spherical sightseeing car, including Zack and Gray, were all stunned after seeing the scene in front of them. They had no idea that the tyrannical dragon, which they thought had been tamed, would actually attack them. Run, run! Let's run! Zack and Gray were not far from the tyrannical dragon. Seeing the tyrannical dragon brutally attacking the spherical sightseeing car, they realized the danger at this time, and immediately turned around and wanted to escape here. The rest of the tourists, like the two of them, were all aware of the danger, and screamed and turned the direction of the spherical sightseeing car to escape at the fastest speed. Bang! At this time, the spherical sightseeing car that was bitten by the tyrannical dragon was also thrown out by the tyrannical dragon, and it slammed into the ground with a bang, rolling away no matter what. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the spherical sightseeing car collided with the spherical sightseeing car that was running away. Boom! Boom! The tragedy happened in this way. Two spherical sightseeing cars collided with each other, and both broke apart. They fell on one side and scattered. The four tourists inside also fell on one side. Tisk tut, it's really miserable. While watching Yang Chen, he couldn't help feeling pity for those tourists. The tyrannical dragon is good, go ahead, those want to kill us, we have to make a big fuss. But then, Yang Chen praised the tyrannical dragon in his consciousness and encouraged it to continue to act. While talking, Yang Chen also displayed the talent of concealment, and the figure gradually merged with the surrounding scenery and disappeared from the vision of others. No reason, because Yang Chen heard the sound behind him, and the helicopter that had given up chasing before, caught up again. Buzzing. Sure enough, after Yang Chen's figure disappeared, Simon drove the helicopter and chased him again. At a glance, he saw the situation in the tourist area, and his eyes suddenly stared. Damn it! Chapter 30, Claire's exclaim. Simon, who was driving a helicopter to see the tyrannical dragon ravaging tourists, looked pale. If he had known that Yang Chen was like this, he should have just asked the people behind to chase Yang Chen all the way to shoot, and if he could not kill the tyrannical dragon, he would kill Yang Chen. What about the bastard? After thinking about it, Simon discovered that Yang Chen was no longer on the back of the tyrannical dragon. He didn't know where he went. He glanced around and didn't see it. However, after just a glance, he didn't care about Yang Chen's troubles. At the moment, he is still rescuing the tourists. It is more important to attract the attention of the tyrant dragon. Buzzing. Immediately, Simon drove the helicopter to the tyrant dragon. Boss, do you want to shoot? The machine gunner behind, also seeing the following situation, couldn't help but ask Simon. Not yet. Simon responded, there are tourists below. If the machine gun is strafing, it will definitely hurt the tourists by mistake. God! Something really happened. 2 spherical sightseeing cars burst out there. I don't know what happened to the 4 tourists inside. Oh my god, that tyrannical dragon bit a spherical sightseeing car again. In the information center, Claire and the others at this time also looked at what was happening in the sightseeing area with a look of surprise. Claire's look is not good. She just said that tourists in the spherical sightseeing car will not be too dangerous as long as they do not come out. Now the tyrannical dragon rushed in, causing the 2 spherical sightseeing cars to burst. That is. Immediately afterwards, Claire's expression changed dramatically, her beautiful eyes shrank in an instant, and she stared blankly at the spherical sightseeing car that the tyrannical dragon was gnawing at. Aren't the 2 people in the spherical sightseeing car exactly her 2 nephews? God, that's Zack and Gray! Claire exclaimed and shook her body. If she hadn't held the table next to her, she would have fallen to the ground. Tisk tisk! These 2 brothers are really unlucky. Yang Chen, who was in hiding, couldn't help but laugh when he saw Zack and Gray in the spherical sightseeing car bitten by the tyrannical dragon. Even if the 2 brothers encountered an attack by the tyrannical dragon in the movie, now the plot has been changed by him, and it is still hard to escape the tyrannical dragon's blood. I just don't know, can the 2 of them escape the mouth of the tyrannical dragon this time? Yang Chen chuckled in his heart, and did not advise the tyrannical dragon Zack and Gray in the spherical sightseeing car, but was curious to know whether the 2 of their brothers could be saved. This right should be Yang Chen's evil taste. Otherwise, he would be able to kill Zack and Gray inside as long as he gave a suggestion to the tyrant dragon. Click. The tyrannical dragon at this time didn't know Yang Chen's mind when watching the show. After biting it hard, it found that the spherical sightseeing car in front of it was as difficult to bite as the one before, and its bite force could not be broken. After failing to break a small thing twice, the tyrannical dragon was naturally a little embarrassed. Roar! The tyrannical dragon roared while biting the spherical tourist car, and then slammed the spherical tourist car into the ground. Bang! Under the tyrannical dragon's smash, the glass cover on the spherical sightseeing car cracked like a spider web, but it did not shatter tenaciously. Roar! Upon seeing this, the tyrannical dragon roared and stepped on it with 1 foot, thinking that it would not be able to chew, then step on it. Yes, yes, "Tyrant, you are too powerful. If you step on it with this foot, you will definitely explode." When Yang Chen saw the tyrannical dragon's actions, he immediately praised it in his consciousness. After the tyrant dragon heard the words, he was also secretly proud, and his claws slammed down. "What? Don't!" At this time, Zack and Gray in the spherical sightseeing car naturally screamed repeatedly. However, Zack was relatively calm, seeing the tyrannical dragon stepping on him, desperately driving the spherical sightseeing car back. Boom! At the very moment, Zack finally drove the spherical sightseeing car back a little, and escaped from the tyrannical dragon's entire claws. Bang! However, they did not completely escape the tyrannical dragon's trampling. They were still rubbed by the tyrannical dragon's giant claws, and the entire spherical sightseeing car rolled out uncontrollably. "I'm going, tyrant, you too failed. 2 consecutive spherical sightseeing cars rolled away in front of you." Yang Chen didn't expect Zack in the spherical sightseeing car to be so capable, and he didn't expect that the tyrannical dragon was actually escaped by them, and he couldn't help but sneered in his heart. Seeing the prey escaped, the tyrannical dragon also gave a slight jaw. After hearing Yang Chen's sarcasm in his mind, he became more and more angry and angry. Roar! Bang bang bang! While roaring, the tyrannical dragon chased after the spherical sightseeing car where Zack and Gray were in, and had to destroy it. Chapter 31, Violent Overthrow Dragon. Bang! 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 The tyrannical dragon, who was angry, quickly pursued Zack and Gray who were rolling out. "Don't! Quick, boss, stop it, the 2 children in there are my sister's children." Claire in the information center, after seeing Zack and Gray fleeing the tyrannical dragon's mouth in a thrilling manner, before he had time to breathe a sigh of relief, he saw the tyrannical dragon chasing after him, and hurriedly asked Simon in the helicopter for help. "What? Those are your 2 nephews?" After the boss Simon heard the words, his expression also changed. Unexpectedly, the 2 tourists who were being chased by the tyrannical dragon were still Claire's relatives. Just facing the current situation, what else can he do? Do you let the machine gun and mobile phone fire at the back? That would even cause riots. The Brontosaurus and Triceratops in the surrounding area have not rioted yet, but as long as the machine guns are fired, the large dinosaur groups will be alarmed and rioted, and that will only kill more tourists. It is absolutely impossible for him to do that. Damn! After screaming, Simon could only control the helicopter and flew over the head of the tyrant dragon at low altitude. He wanted to draw the tyrant dragon's attention to the helicopter. At present, he could only think of this way. Although it is dangerous to do so, he can only try his best to fight. Buzzing! The helicopter flew over the tyrannical dragon at a very low altitude, and immediately aroused the tyrannical dragon's vigilance. He immediately stopped chasing Zack and Gray, and angrily yelled at the helicopter overhead, "Roar!" The tyrannosaur tried to attack several times immediately, but failed to reach the helicopter. Although Simon flew at a low altitude, it was not achieved by the tyrannical dragon. Humph! Seeing this, Yang Chen in the distance suddenly gave a cold snort. "Tyrant, don't worry about the helicopter above, continue chasing the 2 people just now." Then, Yang Chen ordered the tyrant dragon in his heart. Yang Chen could tell at a glance that the people on the helicopter wanted to save people, so they attracted the attention of the tyrannical dragon. Naturally, Yang Chen would not let him do what he wanted. He wanted to see if the other party would continue to fly a little lower to attract the tyrannical dragon. In that case, the tyrannical dragon would have no chance to blast it down. Yang Chen had no good feelings about the people on that helicopter. If he could kill him, Yang Chen would definitely not be ambiguous. Roar! After hearing Yang Chen's order, the tyrannical dragon took a look at the helicopter overhead, and then turned his head and continued to chase the spherical sightseeing car that had been chasing before. Asshole! When Simon saw it, he became furious. He didn't expect the tyrannical dragon to give up the attack helicopters so simply. It is naturally impossible for him to watch the tyrannical dragon chase and kill the tourists, especially Claire's two nephews, who hurriedly drove the helicopter to catch up with the tyrannical dragon, wanting to attract the tyrannical dragon's side again. Tyrannical dragon quickly looked back slightly. "Don't worry about the helicopter behind you, continue to hunt down the humans in front, if it really flies down, then blast it down." When Yang Chen saw the tyrannical dragon's movements, he immediately ordered again in his heart. "Roar!" After hearing Yang Chen's words, the tyrannical dragon's eyes flashed, only to realize that Yang Chen wanted it to continue chasing the spherical sightseeing car for this purpose, and he let out an exhilarating growl. Bang! 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 Then tyrannical dragon completely obeyed Yang Chen's orders this time, completely ignoring the helicopter above, and continued to chase Zack and Gray. It's just that after the Tyrannosaurus ignores the interference of the helicopter in the air, something is blocking its way in front. A huge thunder dragon, the spherical sightseeing car where Zack and Gray are located, just rolled past under the thunder dragon's belly. Up! Hum! Feeling the ferocity of the Tyrannosaur, Thunder Dragon finally instinctively sensed the danger, screamed, and issued a warning to the Tyrannosaurus, wanting to frighten the Tyrannosaurus. Roar! Just after ignoring the helicopter in the air, he was blocked again. The Tyrannosaurus called in anger, regardless of the warning of the Thunder Dragon. A pair of forelimbs stepped forward and knocked the Thunder Dragon's head down and bit it. Hum! Boom! Only in an instant, the huge Thunder Dragon screamed and fell to the ground by the tyrannical dragon, and crashed to the ground on its side. Chi 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 chi! Puff! The Tyrannosaurus didn't let the Thunder Dragon so easily. After pressing the Thunder Dragon, the two claws were torn apart on the Thunder Dragon. Then he opened his mouth and bit the Thunder Dragon's throat. Killed it in wailing. The tourists who were fleeing all around were shocked when they saw this scene. A Thunder Dragon was brought down all at once. It was so cruel. However, it was not the tourists who were really surprised, but the herbivorous dinosaurs. Chapter 32, Impact Helicopter. All the large herbivorous dinosaurs were also shocked by the danger of tyrannical dragons. Roar! When seeing the Tyrannosaurus killing the Thunder Dragon and continuing to chase Zack and Gray, the several Thunder Dragons in front of the Tyrannosaurus rioted first. Hum! Well! The Thunder Dragons screamed and stomped on their huge claws to escape. One paw print step by step, the ground vibrates. Roar! Hum! Woo! As the Brontosaurus flees in panic, the group of dinosaurs that had been onlookers before also screamed and fled. For a time, there was the sound of earth shaking everywhere, and the entire dinosaur group rioted and fled slowly. Bang! Click boom! Then, while a Thunder Dragon was running away, it stepped on a spherical sightseeing car and exploded it all at once. The two tourists inside were trampled under its feet, but they were not seen. Only seeing blood spattered out of his figure. Bang! Click! Boom! Boom! Under the riots of the dinosaurs, many spherical sightseeing cars suffered this treatment and were trampled and exploded by large herbivorous dinosaurs. Even if they were not stepped on, most of them were kicked and rolled out. What? God! The tourists screamed, desperately driving the spherical sightseeing car to escape. However, the design concept of the spherical sightseeing car is to guard against the fact that the speed of the spherical sightseeing car may alarm the large herbivorous dinosaurs, so the speed is very slow, and it is impossible to escape at all. Those who were kicked by the dinosaurs and rolled out are much faster than they drive themselves. Damn! Damn monster! Simon on the helicopter saw this, his face changed again and again. But under the anger, he didn't notice that the helicopter he was controlling continued to fly over the tyrannical dragon's head, and because of the anger, he forgot to lift it up. Tyrant, hurry up! Look back and blast it! Yang Chen, who had been paying attention to the helicopter, discovered this situation the first time. No matter why the opponent was lowered to a low altitude where the tyrant dragon could attack, he immediately ordered the tyrant dragon in his heart. Hearing this, tyrannical dragon felt a little unhappy. Because seeing it is about to catch up with Zack and Gray again, it will blow them up. Roar! However, the tyrannical dragon was only slightly upset, and immediately stopped his figure with a roar, turned around, and executed Yang Chen's orders. Compared with the little bit at the foot, it hates the helicopter in the air even more. There have been many bullets hitting it before, and it hurts. Moreover, the other party's behavior to attract it before is also a serious provocation to it. Now that it has the opportunity to blast it down for revenge, how could the tyrannical dragon let it go? As soon as he turned his head, Tyrannosaur saw the helicopter not far behind it. Roar! Without any hesitation, the tyrannical dragon turned his head and found that the altitude of the helicopter was really within its attack range, and immediately rushed over, flicked his head, and hit the helicopter. "Boss, be careful!" When the machine gunner in the helicopter saw this, he screamed. "Damn!" Without screaming from the machine gunner behind him, Simon also spotted the tyrannical dragon coming from his head shaking and yelled at the helicopter, trying to avoid the tyrannical dragon's collision. Boom! It's just that Simon's movements are still slow after all. The tyrant dragon's sudden turn of his head attack is too fast, as if he has eyes behind his back, and he has spotted his mistake. Bang! With a loud noise, the helicopter was hit hard by the head of the tyrannical dragon, and the whole helicopter suddenly moved out. After the tyrannosaur hit the helicopter, his body shook a bit, it seemed that his head was a little dizzy, and it was obviously uncomfortable when it hit the helicopter. Click! Click! Fortunately, its impact still worked. The helicopter that Simon was driving was struck by the tyrannical dragon and malfunctioned. The propeller made a creaking sound, and the entire helicopter began to spin and fell. Damn! Damn! Simon cursed, desperately pulling up the helicopter with both hands, trying to control it. Buzzing! Under Simon's control, the helicopter finally stabilized its downward trend. Call! Simon took a long breath and was about to continue to control the helicopter to fly high. However, the black shadow that appeared again in front of him made him instantly plunged into despair. No. Chapter 33, Extract the Power of the Tyrannical Dragon. Boom! It turned out that the Tyrannosaur wanted to fly again when he saw the helicopter swaying, and another violent impact came. Bang! The helicopter that was already crumbling, hit by the tyrannical dragon again, finally couldn't hold on, and the entire helicopter often fell to the ground. Boom! When the helicopter hit the ground, it exploded immediately, and the strong aftermath of the explosion shook the tyrannical dragon back a few steps. Boss! Boss! In the information center, Claire and others looked dull after seeing the helicopter that Simon was driving down and exploding. They never thought that the boss actually died, so what should they do now? Claire, what are we going to do now? Vivian couldn't help asking Claire. Me? Claire snorted, her current mind is extremely confused, she doesn't know what to do. The boss Simon is dead, and her two nephews don't know what is going on now. Where does she have other thoughts? At this time, Claire just wanted to go to the scene in person to see if there was anything wrong with Zack and Gray. It's just that she also knows that now that the boss is dead, no one here is no good, she can't walk away at all, the boss is dead, everything on this island now needs her to make a decision. Immediately, order the staff to go to the tourist area and rescue the tourists. Send all the personnel who can be sent out, and we must ensure the safety of all tourists among THEM1. After taking a deep breath and forcing herself to calm down, Claire immediately gave the order. Good job! Seeing that the helicopter was killed by the tyrannical dragon, Yang Chen immediately praised the tyrannical dragon in his consciousness, finally letting out a sigh. But soon, Yang Chen's expression changed. Because in this direction where he was hiding, an adult Triceratops happened to flee towards him. "Fuck me!" Yang Chen yelled angrily, and immediately ran away. If he continued to stand still, he would definitely be crushed by the Triceratops that fled. "Sister, even if you cheat others, you actually cheat yourself." While running, Yang Chen also cursed secretly. Unexpectedly, the dinosaur group's riots actually pitted himself. "I have been paying attention to the Tyrannosaurus and the helicopter just now, but I didn't notice the Triceratops rushing." Yang Chen, running desperately, wanted to escape the direction that the Triceratops had collided with. However, the Triceratops didn't know what was going on. Yang Chen ran to the left, and it turned to the left. "Fuck!" When Yang Chen looked back, he immediately yelled. It was too late to change direction. "Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!" Yang Chen was so angry that he was full of unwillingness. It would be strange if he was crushed by a Triceratops. At this time, looking at the Triceratops that was about to crush, Yang Chen was also a little desperate. There was no way at all. It was too late to order the Tyrannosaurus to rescue. The Tyrannosaurus was so far away. The tyrannical dragon destroyed the helicopter under the advice of the host. Not only was he happy, he also trusted the host more. His loyalty was +3. However, at this moment, Yang Chen, who saw that he was about to be trampled on by the Triceratops, received the system's prompt. When Yang Chen saw it, his spirits immediately lifted, and he quickly checked in consciousness. Contract monster, tyrant dragon. Loyalty, 6-5. Drawable talents, tyrannical power, bite force. Taken talent, hidden. Yang Chen didn't pay attention to anything, so he swept over to the item that can be extracted. It is good. Great. At a glance, Yang Chen saw that the lack of loyalty behind the extractable talent disappeared, which meant that he could now extract the tyrannical dragon talent again. Immediately. Draw me the power of the tyrannical dragon. Chapter 34, Let's See and You Down. Is it sure to extract the talent of the tyrannical dragon? Power of tyrannical dragon? Nonsense, sure. Yang Chen couldn't understand it. Didn't the system know that he was dangerous now? It was so long-winded. The host succeeded in extracting the power of tyrannical dragon, and the power of tyrant dragon has been integrated into the host. Fortunately, after Yang Chen's voice fell, the system drew the tyrannical dragon's talent power of the tyrannical dragon into Yang Chen's body. Just like the previous time, Yang Chen felt that there was something more on his body in an instant, and he also had a skill talent power of tyrannical dragon in his mind. The power of the tyrannical dragon. Immediately, Yang Chen roared and displayed the power of the tyrannical dragon. As for the detailed information about the power of the tyrannical dragon, Yang Chen didn't have the time and thought to check it. First, he used the power of the tyrannical dragon to deal with the current crisis. Boom! Once the power of the tyrannical dragon was used, Yang Chen felt a burst of energy in his body, filling his entire body, and every cell in his body was filled with a powerful energy. When Yang Chen fell, the ground also caused a shock like a large dinosaur. So strong! Perceiving the shock he caused, Yang Chen said excitedly. Woo! At this moment, Yang Chen found that his figure was covered by a shadow. Looking back, the Triceratops was completely above him. A giant foot was stomping down fiercely, just facing Yang Chen's figure. Yang Chen was really like an ant under the giant feet of the Triceratops, as if he would be crushed if he was stepped on with a single foot. Bye! Even if he used the power of the tyrannical dragon and felt full of power, facing the stepping on the giant foot of the Triceratops, Yang Chen couldn't help but yelled. This Triceratops really stepped on himself, fuck! Boom! Subconsciously, Yang Chen raised his direct hands against the giant feet of Triceratops. The moment Yang Chen raised his hands, the giant feet of the Triceratops also crashed onto Yang Chen's body. Yang Chen only felt a shock all over his body, and a huge force was transmitted from the giant feet in his hands. Boom! Yang Chen's face flushed against the giant feet of the Triceratops. Heavy, overweight, super heavy. But what made Yang Chen a little relieved was that he really held the Triceratops stepping on with his hands, so that the Triceratops' giant feet could not be stepped on. Yang Chen's entire figure was like an iron pillar, firmly nailed there, withstood the giant feet of the Triceratops. Get out of here! Immediately afterwards, I saw Yang Chen yell, and with a violent push with both hands, he pushed the giant feet of the Triceratops away. Woo! Under Yang Chen's push, the Triceratops, which was already running fast, suddenly lost its balance and screamed and fell to the ground sideways. Boom! The shape of the Triceratops smashed to the ground, and the earth shook suddenly. Yang Chen's figure that was originally standing also shook, and then was shaken to the ground. Damn, so handsome! Yang Chen, who was just sitting on the ground, didn't feel depressed. Instead, he looked at his hands and roared with excitement. He actually pushed away the huge Triceratops' feet, and overthrew such a huge Triceratops to the ground. While Yang Chen was excited, the Triceratops had stood up again from the ground, lowered his head and stared at Yang Chen angrily, obviously very upset that Yang Chen overturned it. What do you look at? Look at Lao Tzu and you down. When Yang Chen saw the Triceratops' eyes, he possessed the power of the tyrannical dragon, how could he be afraid of it, and immediately yelled back. While cursing back, Yang Chen took out a trace of his mind and checked the system. Power of Tyrannosaurus. After being cast, the host can have a power comparable to that of Tyrannosaurus, making the host a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, with a time limit of 3 minutes and a cooling time of 60 minutes. Reminder, after casting, the host only possesses the power of the tyrannical dragon, and the resistance to fight is insufficient. It is better to remind the host not to block bullets. Your sister, it's only hot for 3 minutes. Although he was mentally prepared for the limitation of the tyrannical dragon's power, Yang Chen couldn't help but yelled at him when he saw that the tyrannical dragon's power could only be used for 3 minutes. Only 3 minutes, with his size, it seems impossible to roll the Triceratops before him. Therefore, Yang Chen immediately waved to the Triceratops in front of him. Okay, let's get out of here if you stare. Chapter 35, Go straight down. Yang Chen wanted the Triceratops to leave this time, but Yang Chen's actions were taken as a provocation by the Triceratops. He immediately snorted, and his huge head rushed towards Yang Chen. Laugh! Fuck me! Seeing the Triceratops' head crashing, Yang Chen suddenly yelled and his figure flashed. Bang! As soon as Yang Chen's figure dodges, he saw the 3 horns of the Triceratops slamming into the place where Yang Chen was originally located. If Yang Chen hadn't dodged in time just now, the 3 horns of the Triceratops had to be penetrated. Fuck you, dare to attack Lao Tzu. After going away, Yang Chen roared, stopped, and turned around and kicked the Triceratops' head fiercely. Boom! Under Yang Chen's kick, I saw the Triceratops's profile sunken in an instant, following the sorrow of the Triceratops. Woo! The Triceratops' head was kicked aside by Yang Chen. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. Now that the battle has started, Yang Chen will not hesitate anymore, take a few fast steps, catch up with the head of the Triceratops, and with a leap of his feet, his body will rise to the ground with a bang, bursting like a missile. Go up and rush to the head of the Triceratops. Elbow. Bang. Woo. Under Yang Chen's elbow, the Triceratops screamed again. Before the huge head was put back, it was knocked into the air by Yang Chen. The head moved the whole body and fell to one side. Boom! The huge size of the Triceratops slammed to the ground again. Yang Chen's figure fell on the ground, looking at the Triceratops that was once again to the ground by himself. Yang Chen stared blankly at his hands, a little in disbelief that he really put the Triceratops down. This is different from just now. Just now, the Triceratops was brought down by him because his body was out of balance. This time it was brought down by him from the front. So handsome. Yang Chen squeezed his right fist and couldn't help giving himself a compliment. Bang! Bang! Hum! At this time, the Triceratops also stood up again, staring at Yang Chen, still full of anger, but this time its eyes were in anger, and there was a trace of fear. Apparently, Yang Chen's attack just now shocked it. In the distance, the tyrannical dragon also glanced back at Yang Chen, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Obviously he did not expect Yang Chen to have such a great ability. But obviously, seeing Yang Chen so strong, it naturally recognized Yang Chen even more. Because of the superior performance of the host turning a Triceratops head-on, the Tyrannosaurus recognizes the host more and more, with +1 loyalty. As the Tyrannosaur's eyes changed, Yang Chen immediately received the system's prompt. Again? Is it possible to gain 1 point of loyalty every time the talent of the contract monster is extracted? After receiving the prompt, Yang Chen couldn't help being surprised. But soon Yang Chen didn't have the mind to think about it, because the Triceratops in front of him, after hesitating for a while, actually attacked him again. Still immersed in the collision, stab Yang Chen with the 3 horns on its head. Bang! After the attack just now, Yang Chen was able to use the power of the tyrannical dragon very well. Seeing the attack of the Triceratops, there was not much panic, his feet slammed, and the figure bounced away with the help of huge power. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, before the Triceratops had not retracted his head, Yang Chen rushed to the head of the Triceratops, clenched his right fist, and slammed the Triceratops' nose. Boom! Dare to attack Lao Tzu, if I say you will overturn you, you will overturn you. Boom! 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 Seeing that with one hand tightly grasping the horn between the Triceratops' nose, Yang Chen kept hitting the bridge of the Triceratops' nose with one hand. Bang! 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 Fist to the flesh. Woo! Under Yang Chen's violent fist, the Triceratops screamed in pain and slammed his head, trying to throw Yang Chen away. However, Yang Chen's current strength was not covered, so he could not grasp it with one hand, so he firmly grasped the corner between the Triceratops' nose with both hands. Then continue kicking the head of the Triceratops. Bang! 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 Still fists to the flesh. Woo! Woo! The Triceratops screamed again and again, and flicked his head left and right, but there was no way to throw Yang Chen away. Boom! About a minute later, the huge figure of the Triceratops fell to the ground with a bang, really giving Yang Chen to the ground. Chapter 36, Autonomous Contract Authority. Call. Seeing the Triceratops lying on the ground, Yang Chen also took a long breath, and then sat directly on the Triceratops' head. Have you taken it? Sitting on the head of the Triceratops, Yang Chen couldn't help groaning while patted the head of the Triceratops. Woo! Hearing what Yang Chen said, the Triceratops thought that Yang Chen would continue to fight it, and a look of fear flashed in his eyes, and a mournful whine sounded. Okay, don't pretend to be dead, get up quickly. Yang Chen patted the Triceratops on the head again. He felt that the Triceratops just got down because he was afraid of being beaten. In fact, he didn't really stop moving. Perhaps it was because Yang Chen had a super monster development system. The Triceratops could hear the meaning of what he said, and he didn't dare to disobey Yang Chen's words, and stood up with Yang Chen on his head. And Yang Chen, sitting on the head of the Triceratops, the head of the Triceratops was much larger than that of the Tyrannosaurus, and there are 2 horns on the head that can be used as armrests, which is very suitable for sitting. Tisk tusk, I'm very obedient. Yang Chen sat on the Triceratops with his head lifted off the ground and smiled slightly. Is this tamed by me? System, the Triceratops has been tamed by me now, can it be regarded as my contract monster? Feeling that the Triceratops should have been tamed by himself, Yang Chen couldn't help but ask the system. The host has not yet fully bound the super monster Yang Chen system, and cannot use the authority of the independent contract. After hearing Yang Chen's question, the system quickly gave the answer. It's just this answer that makes Yang Chen quite painful. Your sister, I worked so hard to convince the Triceratops, but he couldn't contract independently. If he couldn't contract, he would not be able to extract the Triceratops' talent. Forget it, if you can't contract independently, you won't contract. Although he was a little disappointed, Yang Chen couldn't wait to complete the trial mission, thus completely binding the super monster development system. Go, let's go over to the tyrant. Yang Chen immediately patted the Triceratops on the head and ordered it. At this time, the tyrannical dragon was still hunting and killing the dinosaurs in the tourist area. As for the two brothers Zack and Gray, they have already escaped, and nearly half of the tourists have already escaped. The remaining half, naturally, died tragically here. Dozens of spherical sightseeing vehicles, nearly 100 people died tragically, far more than the 22 people in the movie. The movie seems to be tragic, from beginning to end, only 22 people died. When the Triceratops carrying Yang Chen was about to approach the tyrannical dragon, the Triceratops dared not move forward. In just such a moment, it killed 2 thunder dragons with its own eyes and brutally hunted down 2 thunder dragons. How dare to lean on it easily? Roar! The Tyrannosaurus had also seen the Triceratops that had approached it actively, and could not help but roar, showing its ferocity, and wanted to step forward to rip and kill the Triceratops. This Triceratops is Lao Tzu's mount, you have to play with others. When Yang Chen saw the tyrannical dragon, he hurriedly shouted at the tyrannical dragon. Woo! Hearing Yang Chen's words, the tyrannical dragon whispered, then he put away his violent eyes and turned his head to catch up with the other dinosaurs. Hunting large dinosaurs makes him feel very happy, very fun, and he wants to hunt more. This guy. Yang Chen could roughly perceive the tyrannical dragon's mood, and couldn't help but smile dumbly. Just for fun, he had to kill all the dinosaurs. It was wayward. You know, these dinosaurs on the island are all money. Fortunately, these dinosaurs are not Lao Tzu's, or else they have to die in distress. Kill it, it doesn't matter if you kill it all, anyway, even if I am tamed, I can't make a contract. Now that Simon, the owner of the dinosaur park, is dead, it should be the turn of that organization's Swick to come and ask for trouble, right? Well, if it's that Swick, he must have set off the raptor to hunt the tyrannical dragon first. Haha! Come on, it would be nice to send some powerful little brothers to the tyrannical dragon. Chapter 37, Corpses Everywhere. 2 hours later. The entire large herbivorous dinosaur sightseeing area is full of corpses, and the corpses of large dinosaurs are everywhere. Woo! Now the Triceratops under Yang Chen's seat, no matter what Yang Chen said, he did not dare to approach the tyrannical dragon. Guardless waste. Yang Chen snorted uncomfortably, and had to jump off the Triceratops, and then walked over to the Tyrannosaurus. Woo! Seeing that Yang Chen abandoned himself, the Triceratops hurriedly stepped forward and fled from the place with a dong dong dong. Yang Chen looked back and didn't care. This Triceratops' courage was frightened by the tyrannical dragon, and it would be of no use to come. With such a weak performance, Yang Chen didn't bother to continue riding on it. Tyrant, come, kill it too. However, not caring does not mean that Yang Chen will let it go. Hey, I have been tamed by Lao Tzu, and dare to escape. Roar! The red-eyed tyrannosaur who had already killed the red-eyed tyrannosaur had already been very unpleasant to see the only Triceratops surviving in its field of vision. Now that he heard Yang Chen's words, he immediately roared with excitement and chased the Triceratops. The escaping Triceratops heard the sound and looked back, and was so frightened that he fled at a faster speed. It's just that its speed is not as fast as the tyrannical dragon, and it was soon caught up. Puff! Puff! Boom! To deal with Triceratops, the Tyrannosaurus also killed a few. It can be said to be full of experience. In addition, this Triceratops has long been scared, but in a moment, it was brought down by the Tyrannosaurus, and the Tyrannosaurus was on its abdomen. It was torn apart, the intestines were torn out, blood flowed all over the place, and soon died of breath. Roar! After killing the last Triceratops, the Tyrannosaurus glanced around and saw the dinosaur that was no longer standing in the field of vision, and then screamed in excitement. Tisk tisk, such a contract monster is domineering. When Yang Chen saw this, he was also very satisfied, and didn't feel sorry for the Triceratops being killed. As a man with a super monster cultivation system, he should contract this domineering and brutal monster. After the tyrannical roar of excitement, he turned his head to look at Yang Chen, and his eyes flashed slightly. It was a little puzzled. It didn't understand why Yang Chen didn't let it kill the Triceratops at his feet before, and let it hunt it again this time? What's so strange about this? Only a monster as powerful as you are worthy of my contract, it is so weak. Yang Chen sensed the tyrannical dragon's doubts and smiled immediately. But I said in my heart, fuck, if it weren't for Lao Tzu's inability to contract on his own, it would be strange if I was willing to let you kill. The tyrannical dragon naturally didn't know Yang Chen's true thoughts. After hearing Yang Chen's words, his eyes suddenly flickered. Yang Chen's words made it quite useful and very satisfied. After killing so many large dinosaurs, it has been excited. With Yang Chen's words, it feels very happy. Because of the host's explanation, the tyrannical dragon is in a great mood, and his loyalty is +2. Increased loyalty again? Haha, good, very good. After receiving the reminder, Yang Chen was a little startled and immediately overjoyed. In addition to the previous loyalty, the loyalty required for the trial task is almost complete, right? Contract monster, tyrant dragon. Loyalty, 6-8. Drawable talent, bite force, lack of loyalty. Talent has been drawn, the power of the tyrannical dragon, concealment. Yang Chen checked and found that the loyalty required to complete the trial task was only 12 points away. This is still a day's time, it's coming soon. Yang Chen himself was a little surprised at such progress, of course, he was more excited. On the coast of Nabral Island, Swick, the organization, was listening to something with his mobile phone. Is it confirmed, Simon, the owner of the dinosaur park, is really dead? It's true. The helicopter that the boss Simon is driving has exploded. He can't be alive. That's good, you stare at the woman's movements in Claire, and report to me at any time what is going on inside. Yes, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Swick looked at the direction of the sea and smiled. The black spots in the distance told him that the people he had notified were just coming. It just happened, Simon, that guy died. I can take someone to take over the dinosaur park directly. As for the tyrannical dragon, haha, it's not a big deal, it's just used to test the combat capability of the velociraptor. Chapter 38, Swick's Actions. There is a heavy atmosphere in the information center. All the personnel Crower sent to rescue the large herbivorous dinosaur sightseeing area have returned. According to the rescuers' report, Claire also understood the situation at the time. When the rescuers arrived, the sightseeing area was in chaos, and they also rescued the tourists who fled back. As for the tourists among the riotous dinosaur group, even if they did not dare to go for the rescue, one is not good. Just being trampled to death, they don't have the guts to pass. After knowing that the riot had ended, they dared to check it out. Then I found a tragic scene in the tourist area, with dinosaur corpses all over the field. Therefore, even if Zack and Gray's nephews were rescued, Claire would not be happy because she didn't know what Yeshyen wanted to do. After taming and controlling the tyrannical dragon, she actually didn't want to escape from Nabril Island, but raged and killed other dinosaurs on the island. For this reason, so many tourists died. Claire, is that person from a terrorist organization? Or he didn't even think about leaving here, but to kill all the dinosaurs on the island. Vivian suddenly thought of something and said to Claire with a look of horror. It's possible. Lowry nodded when he heard the words, and then said with a panic, I'm afraid that he is not only going to kill the dinosaurs on the island. He is likely to control the tyrannical dragon to attack the tourists. That's bad. This. Vivian was immediately frightened when he heard Lowry's words. Even Claire was shocked, with a look of panic, and he doubted that the situation that Lowry said might happen. Claire, should we immediately alienate the tourists from the island now? Now 87 tourists have died, and there can be no more accidents. Vivian panicked at Claire quickly. Well, immediately alienate all tourists on the island. Claire was also a resolute, very decisive woman, and immediately gave the order. And many more. However, as soon as Claire's voice fell, the order was interrupted by someone who entered suddenly. Swick, what are you doing in here? Claire swept people away, and asked coldly. It's nothing, I just heard that your boss, Simon, was unfortunately killed. Now the island is in trouble again. For the safety of the people on the island, I have to stand up. Swick smiled faintly, and as his words fell, behind him, a group of armed men and horses came in, all of them were his men. Listen well, now here is temporarily taken over by international genes. Then, Swick ignored Claire, who looked angry and looked around at everyone inside and announced. Swick, you have no right to take over here. Now, immediately, get out of here right away, or else. Claire glared at Swick with beautiful eyes and said coldly. I don't have this right, do you have Claire? Swick seemed to know that Claire would react this way, and continued to smile indifferently. You. Claire was also at a loss when she heard Swick's rhetorical question. She really didn't have the right to take over here. Well, since you also know that you don't have the power to take over here, then our international gene will take over for the time being. Seeing Claire's expression, Swick's eyes flashed a little, and he immediately waved to the men behind him, all come in, we will take over here for the time being. If anyone has an opinion. Snapped. 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 As soon as Swick's voice fell, a group of armed men scattered around and stood at attention with guns behind him. Swick is telling Claire and the others that if the takeover fails, he will use force to take over. You. Claire didn't expect Swick to be so overbearing, his expression was pale, but he didn't dare to resist. Well, here is temporarily taken over by your international genes. I don't care what you want. I am responsible for alienating all tourists. Claire resisted the anger in her heart, watched Swick snorted and turned around to alienate the tourists. And many more. Seeing Claire's appearance, Swick smiled faintly, and said proudly, we don't need anything that alienates tourists for the time being. We will take care of the tyrannical dragon. Chapter 39, Velociraptor is here. In the Velociraptor taming base, the heads of 4 velociraptors looked at the crowd outside from the hole, and their heads were still covered. Swick led a group of men in front of the velociraptor, looking at the 4 velociraptors very excited and satisfied. Let these 4 raptors go hunting down the prey, there is no problem. Swick asked the trainers here. In addition to Irving and the Blackberry, there are also several domesticators. No. No problem, we have done this kind of training many times, but every time we did it inside, we never let it go. The staff member who was asked by Swick looked at the fully armed men behind Swick with some fear, and then replied. Yes, and Owen led them when they did this kind of training. Another staff member also agreed. Both of them felt that only Irving would do something like the velociraptor. Although they knew how to do it, they didn't have that confidence. I just want to know, is there a problem? Swick waved his hand, impatiently. He naturally saw that the few people in front of him didn't have much confidence, but he didn't care about it. In his opinion, since they knew how to do it, then there was nothing wrong, the other party was just afraid. No. No problem. Seeing Swick, who looked bad, the few people dared not say anything, and nodded quickly. Okay, let's start. Send out the raptors, and your people who cooperated with me will follow behind and find the tyrannical dragon and the intruder who tamed the tyrannical dragon. Swick nodded in satisfaction. Then, Swick turned his head and ordered his men, find the intruder first. It's better to catch the opponent alive. After catching the opponent alive, then threaten the opponent to control the tyrannical dragon. If it doesn't work, you can ignore the tyrannical dragon, just kill it. In his opinion, the infiltrator Yang Chen is still very useful. Tyrannical dragons can be retrained after killing them. Humans who can tame tyrannical dragons are hard to find. This kind of person is for him who wants to train a dinosaur team. Imagine, there is great use value. In the dense forest, Yang Chen leaned against a giant tree and closed his eyes to rest. It's been a long time since I entered the dinosaur park, and Yang Chen was also very tired, so Yang Chen decided to wait for work and waited in the dense forest for new trouble or the enemy to bring. Guo! Suddenly, beside Yang Chen, a deep voice resounded, and the tyrannical dragon, who was also lying on his stomach, instantly stood up. Yang Chen, who could perceive the tyrannical dragon's consciousness, immediately understood why the tyrannical dragon changed. Yang Chen opened his eyes and looked at the still clear blue sky through the branches and leaves. I found it so soon. Yang Chen was a little surprised. In the movie, Swick dispatched the raptors to fight at night, but it was only 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Yes, there was a pterosaur riot in the movie, but not now. It may be because of this that their actions have been advanced. But it came just right, I just had enough rest. With a cry, Yang Chen stood up immediately. From a distance, he heard the sound of motorcycles and cars. The motorcycles and cars in the dense forest are definitely the enemy, there is no other possibility. I just don't know, without Irving, would there be a velociraptor coming to the door to be a tyrant dragon? Roar! Just after Yang Chen stood up, the tyrannical dragon behind him let out another low growl, looking vigilantly in the direction of the sound of the motorcycle. Whoosh whoosh! The 4-headed raptors came out of the dense forest under the gaze of Yang Chen and the tyrannical dragon, and suddenly came to the front of the tyrannical dragon and Yang Chen, and surrounded them. Chapter 40, Raptor Rebellion. Laugh. After the 4 raptors surrounded Yang Chen and the tyrannical dragon, their expressions just swept past Yang Chen, and they all focused on the tyrannical dragon. In the body of the tyrannical dragon, they felt a strong sense of crisis, and naturally focused their attention on the body of the tyrannical dragon. Nima, although Lao Tzu doesn't want to fight with you, is it really okay to ignore Lao Tzu like this? When Yang Chen saw the appearance of several raptors, he suddenly felt aggrieved. But if the velociraptor was really going to pounce on him, Yang Chen estimated that he would still scold his mother. Tyrant, they have a similar relationship with you, communicate with them and accept them as little brothers. After a murmur of dissatisfaction in his heart, Yang Chen ordered the tyrannical dragon in his heart. Cuckoo. Originally, the tyrannical dragon felt that the breath of the 4 tyrannical dragons in front of him was kinder to it. Hearing Yang Chen's words, the tyrannical dragon's eyes flashed slightly, and the 4 raptors made a low voice in his mouth. Cuckoo! Cuckoo! The 4 velociraptors were all shocked after hearing the voice of the tyrannical dragon. It seemed that they did not expect that the tyrannical dragon could communicate with them, and immediately moved their noses, smelling the breath of the tyrannical dragon. What are they doing? Why haven't they done it yet? How do they all seem to be communicating? In the distance behind the velociraptor, all the people in the organization had stopped, watching the movements of the tyrannical dragon and velociraptor, puzzled. No, this tyrannical dragon should contain the velociraptor genes. They are communicating. The velociraptor has found a new boss and may betray. A staff member of the velociraptor taming base who came with him still knew something about velociraptors. After being surprised for a while, he immediately reacted with a panicked tone. What? The velociraptor might betray. The people in the organization were surprised when they heard what the staff said. In this case, the velociraptor would become an enemy's force? Damn! In the information center, Swick, who also saw the communication between Tyrannosaurus and Velociraptor through his camera, couldn't help but cursed after hearing the staff member's words. Then, he saw the 4 raptors, and they really turned around and aimed at his men and horses. Damn it, really rebelled. In this case, don't show mercy with your hands. Kill the velociraptors together. Anyway, if you find the Tyrannosaur and the invader, they have no use value. Immediately, Swick decisively ordered to his men. Remember, it doesn't matter if you kill the Tyrannosaurus and those raptors, but you must catch the intruder for me. At the end, Swick specifically confessed. Seeing Yang Chen's figure on the screen, Swick's eyes were shining slightly. Seeing Yang Chen and the tyrannical dragon live together peacefully, he wanted to recruit Yang Chen into his team even more. Go on, kill them. When Yang Chen saw the tyrannical dragon successfully taking the 4 raptors into his younger brothers, he immediately laughed, stretched out his hand, and commanded the tyrannical dragon. The only thing that made Yang Chen upset was that he took his 4 younger brothers to the tyrannical dragon after listening to his advice, and did not increase his loyalty. Roar! A few new brothers were received, and the tyrannical dragon was also very excited. After hearing Yang Chen's words, he immediately roared in the direction of the enemy. Swish swish! Under the tyrannical dragon's roar, the 4 raptors, as if they had received the tyrannical dragon's order, took the lead to grind their teeth and kill their original teammates. Roar! The tyrannical dragon followed closely, roaring and killing him. Chapter 41, Fierce Firepower. Whoosh! After ordering the tyrannical dragon to attack, Yang Chen's figure dodged and hid behind the giant tree. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus and the 4 raptors roared and attacked the enemy. Shot! Kill them! On the international gene side, when the team leader saw the tyrant dragon attack, he immediately issued the order to shoot the tyrant dragon. Suddenly, bang bang bang! In an instant, the fire flickered, bullets flew, and the bullet rain poured on the tyrannical dragons like a violent storm. Whoosh whoosh! In the face of the enemy's rain of bullets, tyrannosaurs and velociraptors moved left and right in a zigzag shape, evading a large number of bullets, and a small number of bullets hit them and did not cause much damage to them. Roar! However, the pain was real, and the tyrannical dragons who burst into the past roared. Quickly! Increase the firepower and fight to death. Seeing the velociraptor and the tyrannical dragon continue to rush forward under their firepower, the leader suddenly became furious and shouted loudly. Without the command of the team leader, they knew that it was dangerous whether they were approached by the Tyrannosaurus or the velociraptor, and they used their housekeeping skills. When shooting, they predicted the Tyrannosaurus' position to shoot. And they also divided the work and cooperated. Half of them shot the Tyrannosaurus and the other half shot the 4 velociraptors. Under the tacit cooperation of the enemy, the momentum of the Tyrannosaur and velociraptor was immediately suppressed. Well! Among them were 2 raptors, under the precise firepower of the enemy, not only failed to continue to rush up, they were actually repelled, and they wailed back. Yang Chen, who was hiding behind the giant tree, took a quiet look and was shocked. How is this possible? Tyrannical dragons are actually suppressed. Then Yang Chen looked in the direction of the enemy. Specifically, he couldn't see how many enemies there were, but from the enemy's firepower, it could be seen that there were definitely many enemies. Roar! Under Yang Chen's gaze, even the tyrannical dragon was beginning to be unable to withstand the enemy's firepower, and the momentum was suppressed, but it was also roaring back again and again. This makes Yang Chen a little unbelievable. In the movie, the tyrant dragon leads the 4 raptors, but chasing the enemy to abuse him. Among them is the male protagonist Owen. How come here, he was abused in turn? Where did Yang Chen know that there were not as many people in the movie to deal with the tyrannical dragon? Because the pterosaurs are raging in the movie, the people Swick brings to the tourists to fight the pterosaurs during the day. After a fierce battle, the people he brought are not all sent out to chase the tyrannical dragons at night. As it is now, there is no pterosaur raging at all. Swick naturally let all the horses he brought out. Suddenly, bang bang bang! Roar! Well! Therefore, under the suppression of the firepower several times that in the movie, the tyrannical dragon and the 4-headed raptor could not rush to the past. They were quickly screamed by the organization's troops, and their stature kept retreating. In less than a moment, the tyrannical dragon retreated to the side of the giant tree where Yang Chen was hiding. Fuck me, don't you? Yang Chen was stunned. It's okay to go on like this. At this moment, Yang Chen realized that he himself was extremely dangerous. He originally thought that the tyrannical dragon was leading the 4 little brother velociraptors to kill out. It is no problem for him to hide here and it is absolutely safe. But now, both Nima Tyrannosaur and Velociraptor have been repelled, and the enemy's bullets fired frantically, and Yang Chen knew that he was also in danger. If the enemy rushes to shoot frantically, he is very likely to be hit by fierce firepower. Chapter 42, The situation is not good. It is good. Good job, just like that, kill it. In the information center, Swick saw his subordinates being so capable, and he couldn't help but proclaimed his praise. Claire was watching, and his expression was somewhat pleased. She also saw that this time the tyrannical dragon and the 4-headed raptor were really completely suppressed by the firepower brought by Swick, and it was really possible to kill them. Rather than being like the Blackberry and others before, they just suppressed the tyrannical dragon at first, and were eventually destroyed by the anti-kill team. Be careful, don't kill that sneaker, remember to catch it alive. When he saw that the tyrannical dragon was also repulsed by his men and retreated to the position of the giant tree that Yang Chen appeared at the beginning, Swick hurriedly gave orders to the leader in the battle. Why not kill him? Claire heard Swick's words on the side, and then realized that Swick had no plans to kill Yang Chen, and couldn't help asking. Claire realized something after she knew that Yang Chen could tame the tyrannical dragon, and then she watched the previous video of the tyrannical dragon rushing out of the wall several times, and found a fact that made her very angry. That is, Owen's death was caused by Yang Chen. Although Yang Chen's voice was not heard in the video, she saw that when the tyrannical dragon originally planned to leave, it was Yang Chen who said something that caused Owen's car to be hidden. Boom, causing Owen's tragic death. So for Yang Chen, who killed Owen, almost killed her 2 nephews, and even killed more than 80 tourists, Claire wanted Yang Chen to be killed together. Damn it! He still works for me, can't kill it. Swick smiled, and then continued, don't you think his ability to tame dinosaurs is very powerful? Compared to that Owen, it is countless times more powerful. Claire was even more upset when Swick said this. He is a badass, a terrorist, and he caused the deaths of so many people on the island. Swick didn't understand why Claire hated each other so much, but he didn't want to pay attention, and shrugged his shoulders and said, I only know that he is of great use value to me. The implication is that he still just wants to capture the other party alive, without the intention of killing the other party. Hey! Claire snorted when he heard the words, and didn't say anything more, just staring at the screen, hoping to see Yang Chen's unlucky shot by the catapult. It would be best to die. Bang bang bang! Suddenly, bullets flew on both sides of the giant tree that Yang Chen was avoiding, so that Yang Chen didn't dare to look at it. Fuck it, It's over. Yang Chen cursed in a low voice. Although he didn't know what was going on, he also knew that the tyrannical dragon and the four-headed raptor had failed. If they didn't run away, they would most likely be killed. Yang Chen can perceive its anger and fear from the emotion of the tyrannical dragon. It has already retreated and wants to escape here. Only because Yang Chen was still here, it didn't run away all at once. The meaning of the tyrannical dragon retreating to Yang Chen's side is obvious, that is, I think we should retreat with Yang Chen and escape. Of course Yang Chen knew what the tyrannical dragon meant, but where would he dare to go out now? It was okay for a bullet to hit the tyrannical dragon. As long as he was swept away, it would be dangerous. Fuck, what should I do? Yang Chen also became anxious. When the enemy rushed over, Yang Chen would not have his turn to make a choice. He could perceive the tyrannical dragon's anxious emotions at this time, and it would not take long for the tyrannical dragon to dump him and retreat up. Only in that way, the tyrannical dragon and the velociraptor retreated, and Yang Chen was not sure that he would not be found out after he used his hiding. It is life-threatening to rush out. Hidden and immobile, there is still the danger of being caught. If he is caught, it will be difficult for him to increase the loyalty of the tyrannical dragon. Failure in the trial mission is still dead. Chapter 43, Shot. Bang bang bang. Boom. And when Yang Chen was struggling not to know how to choose, the gunshots all around disappeared suddenly, and the bullet rain from the intensive shooting was almost gone. Attention, the boss ordered that the intruder should be captured alive, and be careful not to shoot him. It wasn't until he heard the sound coming from behind that Yang Chen knew why the rain of bullets disappeared all of a sudden. It turned out that the other party wanted to capture him alive, but didn't want to kill him. Haha. Yang Chen really didn't expect that he would be spotted by others, and depending on the situation, the other party didn't care at all about killing the Tyrannosaurus and Velociraptor, but instead cared about his life and death. Go. For a while, Yang Chen didn't even bother to guess why the other party wanted to capture him alive, knowing that the other party didn't dare to kill him, but wanted to capture him alive. Yang Chen made a decisive decision and chose to leave. Whoosh! In an instant, Yang Chen rushed out from behind the giant tree, and came to the front of the Tyrannosaurus with agility, like a monkey, climbing on the back of the Tyrannosaurus. Go! After climbing on the back of the tyrannical dragon, Yang Chen immediately ordered the tyrannical dragon. Roar! Whoosh whoosh! Hearing Yang Chen's order, the tyrannical dragon roared and ran away immediately. Suddenly, the tyrannical dragon carried Yang Chen out quickly, and quickly evacuated the scene. Shoot! Shoot! Shoot at the tyrant dragon! As soon as the leader of the organization members saw Yang Chen's figure, he jumped on the back of the tyrannical dragon to escape, immediately shouted angrily and ordered a shot. He didn't expect that after Yang Chen jumped onto the tyrant dragon's back, the tyrant dragon left immediately. Such a perfect cooperation made him unable to react. Suddenly, bang bang bang! Hearing what he said, the others immediately fired at the tyrant dragon. Puff puff! Although the tyrannical dragon ran away quickly, there were still some bullets hitting its back, but its lethality was not obvious to it. Listening to the gunshots behind him and the sound of bullets flying, Yang Chen's heart was beating quickly, for fear of being hit by a bullet if he failed. Quick, fast, ah! Puff! Yang Chen was still urging the tyrannical dragon, but suddenly there was a scream. It turned out that Yang Chen was hit by a bullet in the right leg. Yang Chen, in pain, almost fell off the tyrannical dragon. Fuck! With a fierce curse, Yang Chenqiang held back the pain in his right leg, grasped the tyrannical dragon with both hands, urging the tyrannical dragon to escape quickly. The tyrannical dragon did not live up to Yang Chen's expectations, and the figure carrying Yang Chen quickly disappeared in the dense forest. Behind the tyrannical dragon, the four-headed velociraptor followed closely. Chase! Catch up! Seeing the tyrannical dragon velociraptor and Yang Chen's figure disappeared suddenly, the leader of the organization looked very ugly, and ordered repeatedly. He had expected that he could not kill the tyrannical dragon, but he did not expect that Yang Chen would also escape. That was what Swick ordered to capture. Who told you to shoot? Hurry up and catch up, and you must catch that kid back for me. At the same time, Swick's anger sounded in his ears. At the end, Swick asked, "Is that kid okay?" "No, but he seems to have been shot in his right leg." The team leader immediately responded to Swick's words, and then said, "A shot in his right leg, he can't run away." "Okay, this is a pleasant surprise, I'll be fine if I didn't die." Swick breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words, but also a little surprised. "Remember, don't let him die, I will catch him alive." "But, if he has been on the tyrannical dragon, we wouldn't be able to start if we don't shoot." The team leader was a little embarrassed when he heard Swick's words. "It's okay, if he doesn't want to bleed and die, he won't stay on the back of the tyrannical dragon all the time. You just need to follow closely, and he will definitely get off the tyrannical dragon." Swick smiled. In his opinion, Yang Chen was shot in the right leg and basically couldn't run away. Chapter 44, Go to Tourist Gathering Place. Hey. In the dense forest, Yang Chen rode a tyrannical dragon and ran away continuously. Whoosh whoosh. And behind the tyrannical dragon, the 4 raptors followed closely. Buzzing. Behind him, there are the organizers, all driving motorcycles and jeeps chasing after them. Tyrannical dragons are fast, but they are not slow to catch up. It's been half an hour, Yang Chen hasn't been able to get rid of the enemy chasing behind him. Damn! If this continues, will I lose too much blood and die? Yang Chen still clutched the tyrannical dragon tightly, his expression pale. At this time, the bottom of Yang Chen's right leg was already blood red. With excessive blood loss and pain in his legs, Yang Chen felt that his consciousness had begun to blur, and he might fall down at any time. Damn, I can't get rid of the chase behind. What should I do? If this goes on, it will be over. Yang Chen was secretly anxious in his heart. Originally, he was expecting these so-called troubles and dangers to appear. He could play his roles so that the tyrannical dragon would defeat them, thereby increasing the tyrannical dragon's loyalty. Only now has he discovered that troubles and dangers have appeared, but he has no use for it. Together with the 4-headed raptor, the tyrannical dragon can't handle the enemy. Damn it, after all, there are too many enemies, several times more than in the movie. Yang Chen scolded in his heart. Although he didn't know the reason, Yang Chen had already discovered this. There were more enemies than in the movie, so the Tyrannosaurus and the 4-headed velociraptor were beaten together. Tyrant, turn around, and wash away where the tourists gather. Suddenly, Yang Chen's eyes lit up, and his tone was ruthlessly commanding the tyrant dragon. Since you can't escape the enemy's chase outside, then enter the various entertainment clubs where tourists gather. He didn't believe it. After entering a crowded place, the enemy dared to shoot. Moreover, the gunshot wound on his right leg must also be dealt with, otherwise he would really lose too much blood and die. Chaos, just rush into the tourist gathering place and make the entire dinosaur park mess up. Yang Chen said harshly. Roar! After hearing what Yang Chen said, the tyrannical dragon did not hesitate, and immediately changed its direction and fled in the direction where the tourists gathered. Whoosh whoosh! The 4-headed raptor, after seeing the tyrannical dragon change its direction, it also turned and followed closely. The enemies behind are still chasing. It's just that they haven't noticed that their direction is constantly returning to the places where tourists gather. No, the tyrant dragon is now going to the tourist gathering place. In the information center, Claire was the first to discover something wrong and immediately exclaimed. Swick was surprised when he heard this. What? At this time, after hearing Claire's exclamation, some staff members already showed more intuitive video images on the screen. I saw the red dots on the video screen, representing Yang Chen and those chasing organizers, approaching the countless red dots. Those large red dots represented the tourists on the island. At the current speed, as long as 20 minutes pass, the Tyrannosaurus will enter the tourist gathering place. At this time, another staff member also reported this. Seeing the picture on the video and hearing the situation reported by the staff member, Swick's face suddenly became ugly. If a tyrannical dragon rushes into a tourist gathering place with a four-headed raptor, the consequences are absolutely unimaginable. If this responsibility is taken, it will be bigger. Are you happy now? If you alienated tourists before, the situation wouldn't be so serious. Claire saw Swick's look ugly, not only did not comfort him, but sneered. Humph! Swick snorted uncomfortably, and felt regretful when he thought of vetoing Claire's decision to alienate tourists. It's just Claire's ridicule, but it makes him even more irritated. This is just an accident. It's not certain which dinosaurs will rush into the crowd. Swick made a tough sophistry before ordering to Claire, anyway, I have the final say here. Now I will isolate the tourists on the island immediately. If something goes wrong, you will be responsible. Chapter 45, Pterosaur Taming Base. You. Hearing Swick's shameless words, Clairton flushed with anger, her beautiful eyes glaring at him. Seeing Claire's appearance, Swick felt a burst of pleasure, making you ridicule Lao Tzu. Ignoring Claire's glare, Swick then smiled and said, Why? I don't want to go, then forget it, anyway, no matter how many tourists die, I don't care much. You, hey. Claire didn't expect Swick to be able to say this kind of disregard for the lives of tourists, and he couldn't say what he had originally wanted to refuse. After a grunt, Claire didn't want to face Swick anymore, and turned around and left. Swick can ignore the safety of those tourists, but she can't. Seeing Claire go out of anger, the corner of Swick's mouth turned slightly, and he sneered silently. Then he issued an order to the leader chasing the Tyrannosaurus and Yang Chen to separate half of the team from the other side, and intercept the Tyrannosaurus in front, and don't let them charge past. Just because of Claire's discovery. Under Swick's order, the team chasing Yang Chen and their organization quickly separated half of them, circumventing the road directly and intercepting them in front of the tyrannical dragon. Suddenly, bang bang bang! It was only a few minutes before they could enter the tourist gathering place, and the Tyrannosaurus was stopped. Roar! Well! The tyrannical dragon that was running wildly, as well as the four raptors, were immediately suppressed by the enemy's firepower and couldn't rush through. The tyrannical dragon was a little better, because the enemy remembered that Yang Chen was on the tyrannical dragon and was worried about killing Yang Chen, so the firepower poured on it was not that fierce. The four-headed velociraptor was directly taken care of and was beaten back at once. Well! One of the velociraptors suddenly burst into a blood dance from one eye, and one eye was blown by a bullet. Well! Woo! In this case, there is no need for the Tyrannosaur to take the lead. The four-headed raptor just turned and fled, and passed on the other side. Bang bang bang! Roar! Then, all the firepower of the intercepted men and horses accurately intercepted the tyrannical dragon, and the tyrannical dragon was forced to retreat again and again, unable to rush past. Fug! Yang Chen, who was on the tyrannical dragon, did not expect this to happen. He was about to rush into the tourist gathering place, but he could not rush past. Retreat, keep up with the velociraptors. Moreover, Yang Chen was also afraid of being hit by a bullet again, and immediately ordered the tyrannical dragon. Yang Chen was also forced to be helpless, and he never expected that the organization was so strong. Not only caused him to be shot, but also forced him to flee all the way. Yang Chen just wanted to say that he was beeping a dog. Fug! Yang Chen couldn't help but cursed again. He was originally pale, but under the anger, he became a bit more energetic. Wait, there is Quick, quick, tyrant, go over there. It is precisely because of this that Yang Chen suddenly saw a building base in the distance, his eyes lit up instantly, and he immediately ordered the tyrannical dragon. I saw the direction in which the Tyrannosaurus ran, and if it shifted slightly, it would be the huge pterosaur training base. Nima. Sure enough, it's the road to heaven. If I don't let Lao Tzu bring raptors into the riot, Lao Tzu will release all the pterosaurs and bring countless pterosaurs into the riot. I see if you can stop Lao Tzu. The discovery of the pterodactyl domestication base undoubtedly made Yang Chen very excited. Roar! Only this time, the tyrannical dragon did not immediately obey Yang Chen's orders, but screamed in doubt. The successive frustrations caused the tyrannical dragon to wonder if Yang Chen's orders were correct. Fug! Yang Chen was so depressed after hearing the sound that he almost vomited blood. I'm right, as long as you break a gap in the front base, there will be many helpers inside. After shouting angrily, Yang Chen had to explain angrily to the tyrant dragon. Roar! Hearing what Yang Chen said, although Yang Chen was still a little skeptical, the tyrannical dragon roared, deflected slightly, and rushed towards the pterosaur training base. Whoosh whoosh! The 4 raptors that had fled in front also changed their directions. The tyrannical roar just now gave them orders. Call! Upon seeing this, Yang Chen was relieved. Looking back, those enemies are still chasing behind. Come on, see if I can kill you. Chapter 46, Pterodactyl Escapes. A few minutes later, the tyrannical dragon carried Yang Chen and led 4 raptors to the pterosaur training base. Rush over and destroy it. Yang Chenqiang endured the dizziness caused by excessive blood loss, and ordered the tyrant dragon. Roar! When the tyrannical dragon heard this, he roared, and then rushed into the pterosaur training base. Behind it, the 4-headed raptor seemed to have also received the order of the Tyrannosaurus, and also rushed towards the pterosaur training base. What are they trying to do? Isn't the front blocked? The enemy who was chasing after saw the tyrannical dragon's movements, and was a little surprised, wondering what the tyrannical dragon was doing. Want to smash to death on that tempered glass cover? No, he wants to destroy the tempered glass and release the pterosaurs inside. Most of the pterosaurs in there will actively attack humans. There are hundreds of pterosaurs inside. It would be bad if they were released. In the information center, the Lowry was the first to find the problem and immediately stood up and exclaimed at Swick. What are you talking about? The pterosaurs inside will actively attack humans. Swick was shocked when he heard this. The tyrannical dragon and the 4-headed raptor were already very difficult to deal with. If this were to add a few hundred pterosaurs. Swick's expression suddenly changed dramatically. This is going to suffer. Attention, attention, immediately stop the Tyrannosaurus from destroying the tempered glass of the pterosaur base in front, and must not let it release the pterosaurs inside. Immediately, Swick roared angrily at everyone who was chasing the tyrannical dragons. I just saw the Tyrannosaurus being sniped back by his subordinates, preventing them from entering the tourist gathering place. Swick is secretly proud. How can he know that his subordinates' actions will cause more serious consequences? This is really picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelon. The gain is not worth the loss. If the pterosaur training base is broken, that one is really beyond regret. Bang! Click! Boom! However, the fact is that even if Swick's men wanted to stop after hearing the order, it was too late. I saw the Tyrannosaurus, under Yang Chen's order, slammed into the tempered glass of the pterosaur training base, and instantly broke the tempered glass cover. Bang! 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 Immediately afterwards, the 4-headed raptor also hit the tempered glass. It was only different from the Tyrannosaurus. They hit it, but there were some cracks on the tempered glass cover, and they failed to hit the same as the Tyrannosaurus. Break through a huge gap. Boom boom boom. Even the 4 raptors knocked to the ground one by one, quite embarrassed. Roar. So after they stood up again, they didn't continue to hit with their heads, and directly roared in angrily at the gap that the tyrannical dragon broke through. Oh! Laugh! When the Tyrannosaurus rushed into it, the pterosaurs inside were frightened. When the velociraptor also rushed in, all the pterosaurs screamed in horror, flapping their wings and flying high, hovering and hissing in the sky. Tyrant, come on, attack them! Let your little brothers also all shoot and attack them! Upon seeing this, Yang Chen ordered the Tyrannosaurus again. In addition to making all the pterosaurs violent, he just gave up the position of the gap so that all the pterosaurs could rush out and make a lot of tourists. Assembly point. Roar. Seeing that there were so many pterosaurs inside, the Tyrannosaurus finally believed in Yang Chen again. Hearing this, according to Yang Chen's order, he rushed towards the pterosaur group with teeth and claws. Tear. Puff. Facing the attack of the Tyrannosaurus, the pterosaurs naturally took off and circled, but some unfortunately did not fly. They were caught by the Tyrannosaurus, and were torn and killed by the Tyrannosaurus in 3 or 2. The brutality of the tyrannical dragon directly drove its 4 younger brothers, and they rushed to the pterosaur group one by one, grabbing a pterosaur one after another, and fell to the ground to bite. Oh! Such a brutal situation naturally caused all the pterosaurs to scream in terror, and they hovered and danced in a panic in the air, wanting to stay away from the tyrannical dragons, but did not dare to approach them. Finally, a pterosaur found the gap in the toughened glass cover that the Tyrannosaurus had smashed into. After a cry, it quickly flew out of the gap. Chapter 47, More than half of the casualties. GG. When the pterosaurs flew out of the gap in the tempered glass cover of the pterosaur training base, the people who originally chased the organization from the Tyrannosaurus were all shocked. This. One by one, they stared at the pterosaurs flying out with their mouths dumbfounded. The dense group of pterosaurs made their scalp numb. They knew it was going to happen. As early as a few minutes ago, they knew from Swick that all these pterosaurs in front of them were not good, because most of these pterosaurs would actively attack humans. Team Captain, what shall we do now? Will you continue to catch that sneaker? Faced with this situation, one of the team members directly questioned the team leader in fear. He felt that the current situation was hard to protect himself, and it seemed impossible to complete the task again. To deal with the current crisis, the team leader just hesitated for a moment, and said immediately, That is, at the moment when his words fell, the pterosaur that rushed out first found his sister's trail, immediately screamed, leaned over and rushed down towards the organization. The pterosaurs who came out from behind, after seeing such a large group of people, followed closely behind them, screaming and swooping down at them. Heads up! Shot! When the team leader saw this, he suddenly became furious and ordered a shot. Suddenly. Boom boom! Under the anger of the leader, everyone immediately fired and fired, shooting at the pterosaurs who swooped over them. Puff! Puff! Bang! Well, relatively speaking, pterosaurs are not as rough and thick as Tyrannosaurus and Velociraptor. Under the rain of their guns, the pterosaur that swooped down in the front exploded with blood flowers, and soon fell to the ground with a scream of bang, and was quickly killed by a bullet. Puff! Puff! Bang bang bang! The pterosaurs that followed were shot in the air one by one, and each pterosaur was killed and smashed to the ground. In an instant, a dozen pterosaurs were killed. However, there were so many pterosaurs, and the organizers could not kill all the pterosaurs that swooped down at once. Soon one of the members was picked up by a pterosaur and was lifted to a height of 7 or 8 meters. After being high in the sky, he fell down severely. Bang! After being smashed to the ground, the man was still alive, but he lost his combat effectiveness. However, before he could stand up, he was caught by the claws of a pterosaur that followed, and was caught again, thrown away fiercely, and fell on a tree. Bang! Puff! After 2 consecutive heavy falls from high altitude, the opponent finally vomited blood and was killed on the spot. Kill! Kill! Kill them! The death of his companion naturally angered the rest of them, and they shot more fiercely. However, here is no more than in the movie. All the pterosaur attacks in the movie are scattered, so they will be shot one by one so easily. Here, the goal of all pterosaurs is their group, all swooping down. No matter how fragile the pterosaurs are, they can't kill them. Puff puff! Puff! What? Go to hell! With the death of the previous member, a second, and then a third. In just a moment, the organizers died half of their lives. Of course, the pterosaurs suffered a lot of casualties. Dozens of pterosaurs' bodies were scattered on the ground. In the pterosaur training base, all the pterosaurs at this time have also fled out, leaving only an empty mess. Yang Chen had already stepped down from the tyrannical dragon, temporarily tore off a corner of his clothes and tied his right leg. For Yang Chen, this can only be an emergency bandage to avoid excessive blood loss and death. Later, Yang Chen walked outside slowly and watched the battle outside. Sure enough, after seeing the body of the pterosaur in that place, Yang Chen was still shocked. However, Yang Chen also noticed that many people in the organization had also died. By this time, they were only able to withstand the attacks of the pterosaurs. They were already fighting and retreating. Humph! A cold light flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. After being chased for so long, how could he just look at the other party and retreat safely? Tyrant, it's time for revenge. Take your little brother, go on, and kill them all. Chapter 48, Kill the Enemy Again. Roar! For the enemies of the organization, the tyrannical dragon had already hated it. After hearing Yang Chen's words, he immediately roared and charged up. Whoosh whoosh! The same is true for the 4 raptors behind it. They are also very vengeful, following the tyrannical dragon and rushing towards the organization. Their speed is faster than that of the tyrannical dragon, and soon surpassed the tyrannical dragon, quickly killing the enemy. The people of those organizations who were fighting and retreating have been paying attention to the pterosaurs swooping down in the air, and they did not notice the approach of the velociraptor for a while. Not good. It's the velociraptor. They didn't realize the arrival of the velociraptor until they were 5 meters away. It's just that the velociraptor was discovered at this time. It was too late. Whoosh whoosh! What? What? Go to hell! I saw the figure of 4 velociraptors flashing past, and they snapped at the past, snapping 4 of them to the ground. Puff! What? In less than a moment, the throats of those people were bitten by velociraptors and died on the spot. Damn it! Kill! Kill them! The leader of the organization did not expect that under this critical situation of being attacked by the pterosaurs, the velociraptors would also come back. He was furious and roared again and again. They have withstood the attack of the pterodactyl for the time being, and basically there will be no more casualties. How can I know that the velociraptor killed 4 of their team members as soon as it came? The total number of them is only 20 people left. They lose 4 people at once. Even if they face the pterosaur attack again, it will be even more difficult, not to mention the 4 velociraptors. Moreover, the team leader also saw the tyrannical dragon rushing from behind the velociraptor, and his face suddenly became harder to look. Suddenly. Bang bang bang! Under the order of the team leader, more than a dozen of them hurriedly gave up dealing with the aerial pterosaurs and switched to the 4-headed raptors. Puff! 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 Well! Oh! Under the blast of more than a dozen enemies, the 4 raptors retreated in pain. One of the velociraptors whose eyes were blown out was very unlucky and hit the eyeball again, and suddenly a blood flower exploded. This time the distance was even closer, and there was no obstacle from the eyeballs, the raptor was directly pierced by a bullet and made a fuss, fell to the ground with a whine, and stopped moving after a few twitches. It is good. Kill. Kill them all. Seeing that a raptor was killed, the people in the organization were undoubtedly excited, and they roared and continued to shoot at the remaining 3 raptors. For a time, the 3 raptors were also suppressed by the crazy firepower and retreated again and again. Roar. However, just when they thought they would be able to repel the raptor's attack again, the tyrannical figure rushed over. The huge figure ignored the fierce firepower, and the strong anger rushed into the middle of the enemy. Roar. Bang. One of them was directly hit by the huge head of the velociraptor and flew away. He didn't know how many bones had been broken, his 5 internal organs were displaced, and he vomited blood in the air and fainted. Roar. Laugh. Immediately afterwards, I saw the tyrannical dragon's tail swept away, and 2 more were swept out, smashed to the ground and lost their combat effectiveness. They were picked up by the swooping pterosaurs, and fell from a high altitude. Can't die anymore. Gee. However, after the pterosaurs rushed into flight, they dared not to continue, avoiding the tyrannical dragon. Even the pterosaurs that were hovering in the air that were attacking the organizers, after seeing the existence of the tyrannical dragon, did not dare to dive down and attack them. Soon, hundreds of pterosaurs hovering in the air flew away one by one. However, even the pterosaurs flew away, and the people who organized at this time were finished. Under the killing of the remaining 3 velociraptors and the tyrannical dragon, they were quickly torn and killed one by one. Puff! As the whole body of the team leader was bitten by the tyrannical dragon, after swallowing his stomach, the team members also declared annihilation. At this time, in the information center, there is dead silence. Chapter 49, that again? Drop. 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 On the screen, the lifeline representing the organization of those people, all stopped beating. Everyone had a look of horror on their faces, and they didn't expect that the extremely powerful team before it would be destroyed in an instant. Moreover, there are still so many pterosaurs released, and there are at least a few hundred pterosaurs that will attack humans actively. Thinking about them, it feels terrible. Before, there was only 1 tyrannical dragon and 4-headed raptors. They still didn't worry about their safety, but now, they all begin to feel that they are not safe. Damn it! It wasn't until Swick yelled that the silence here was broken. He didn't expect this to happen. The troops he brought were also wiped out. Swick, what do you do now? With so many pterosaurs and tyrannical dragons, there is no time for the tourists on the island to be alienated. It's not just the tourists, but us. If we don't leave here soon, there will be danger. Lowry shrank his neck in a little fear when he saw Swick with an iron expression, and then cautiously reminded him. Humph! I will notify the above to request support immediately. The tyrannical dragon and the velociraptor, and those pterosaurs, I must kill them. Swick snorted, then said. At this time, Swick's eyes flashed with cold light, and he was very angry. The kid. Swick clenched his right fist and whispered some gritted teeth. For the culprit that caused the unbearable situation in front of him, Swick was sure that it was the infiltrator Yang Chen. He didn't believe that Tyrannosaurus was so smart, and knew that he would smash the pterosaur training base and release the pterosaurs inside. Cause this kind of riot. The only possibility is that Yang Chen, the infiltrator in front of him, led the tyrannical dragon to complete it, and it did it purposefully. So for Yang Chen, the culprit who killed his hundreds of people, Swick hated him, and began to have the urge to kill Yang Chen. However, the hatred of Yang Chen's display of taming dinosaurs, is also fascinating. If Yang Chen can really be recruited to his men, the dinosaur team he has always wanted to build can definitely be realized. No, this kind of talent can't be killed. He must be recruited. After Swick took 2 deep breaths, he resisted the hatred in his heart and decided to call more people from the headquarters to capture Yang Chen alive. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that Yang Chen is willing to play for him. If Yang Chen is unwilling to play for him after the opponent is caught, then Swick will never let him go. It will definitely make Yang Chen unhappy. Immediately, Swick called the International Gene headquarters and started reporting the situation and requesting support. On the one hand, Vivian also quickly dialed Claire's phone and told Claire about the more serious problem of Pterodactyl being out of the cage. "What did you say?" On the other side, Claire, who was constantly instructing the staff below to alienate tourists, was shocked after receiving a call from Vivian. "How is it possible? How could the pterosaur in the pterosaur training base run out? Are you kidding me?" Claire asked Vivian in disbelief. In other words, she is unwilling to believe in this kind of thing. Originally, the tyrannical dragon might impact the crowd of tourists, which made her frightened. If the pterosaurs were added, she really couldn't imagine what kind of chaotic scene would be. In short, it must be bad. "It's true, Claire, I'm not kidding." The infiltrator, in order to avoid the chasing of those organized, he let the Tyrannosaur break through the pterosaur training base and expelled all the pterosaurs inside. Also, all the people in the organization have also sacrificed. Hearing Claire's disbelief, Vivian on the other side of Claire's phone quickly explained the matter briefly. "What? That again?" Chapter 50, Loyalty 76. Yang Chen didn't know how frightened the people in the information center were and how angry Claire was. Even if he knew, Yang Chen wouldn't care. After being chased by the enemy so embarrassed and even shot, Yang Chen of course wanted to retaliate. "Let you catch Lao Zi. This is the end." Seeing all the enemies being killed by the tyrannical dragon and the remaining 3 raptors, Yang Chen also sighed fiercely in his heart. Roar! In the distance, after killing all the enemies, the tyrannical dragon roared with excitement again. From the exhilarating roar, one could hear that the tyrannical dragon was also extremely excited after killing all the people in the organization. Obviously, before being suppressed by the firepower of the other party, but also chased and killed, the tyrannical dragon was also extremely aggrieved, and now the revenge is back, and it is naturally very happy. Well. Only the 3 raptors, because of the death of one of their companions, did not have much excitement after killing all the enemies. Instead, they gathered around the slain raptor and screamed in a low voice. The tyrannical dragon glanced at them, then stopped paying attention, and then turned back to Yang Chen. After seeing Yang Chen's figure, the color in the eyes of the tyrant dragon flashed slightly again. Subsequently, Yang Chen received the prompt from the system. Because of the host's method, the contract monster tyrant dragon can kill the enemy, the tyrant dragon trusts the host even more, and the loyalty is +8. Yang Chen could not walk in the distance, sitting directly outside the gap in the tempered glass cover of the pterodactyl domestication base. After receiving the system's prompt, Yang Chen's spirit suddenly lifted. A loyalty soared by 8 points. Yang Chen was a little surprised. He thought it was getting harder and harder to increase his loyalty later, but he didn't expect that the increase this time would actually be more than the previous few times. But after seeing the embarrassed look of the tyrannical dragon, Yang Chen also felt that this time his loyalty increased by 8 points is not surprising. After all, this tyrannical dragon was miserably tortured. He was chased and killed all the way, and there were many gunshot wounds on his body. Although there were no fatal gunshot wounds, it also made the tyrannical dragon look very embarrassed. Even the combat effectiveness of the tyrannical dragon has dropped a lot, and it is not in its peak state at all. Therefore, helping the Tyrannosaur defeat the enemy that made it so embarrassed and even life-threatening, and increasing 8 points of loyalty is not too much. Contract monster, Tyrant Dragon. Loyalty, 7-6. Drawable talent, Bite Force, Lack of Loyalty. Talents drawn, Power of Tyrannical Dragon, Concealment. Yang Chen glanced at the system quickly, and his spirits refreshed again. 76, almost 4 points of loyalty, the trial task can be completed. Yang Chen secretly said with excitement. He felt that he was not far away to complete the trial task. However, after a burst of excitement, Yang Chen felt dizzy and couldn't help shaking his head. No, it can't go on like this. The wound on the right leg must be dealt with. Otherwise, I may pass out without waiting for the trial task to be completed. When I was injured before, I fled all the way, not only lost too much blood, but also consumed too much physical strength. Fuck, I won't just hang up like that, right? In this way, Lao Tzu will become the most failed system gainer? Even the trial task will not pass. What do you think? What should I do if I lose too much blood? Drink blood. Thinking about it, Yang Chen's thoughts were a little confused, and he couldn't concentrate. However, even if his thoughts are chaotic, Yang Chen knows his current state. If he continues, it will definitely be dangerous. He must immediately deal with the gunshot wound on his right leg and he needs a blood transfusion. And these, he can only go to the center of the dinosaur park, where tourists gather, where there are medical institutions. Tyrant, go, take me over there. Seeing the tyrannical dragon coming around him, Yang Chen immediately faced the tyrannical dragon. He wanted to take advantage of the pterosaur attacking the center of the dinosaur park, taking advantage of the chaos inside, mixing into the medical institution, and going inside to deal with his gunshot wounds. Whether it can go smoothly is not what he considers now, let's talk about it when we go in. Chapter 51, Claire gritted his teeth. Gee. Well. What? Don't. Help. Woo. I want to go home. The dinosaur park square was already in chaos at this time. Hundreds of pterosaurs were raging here where tourists gathered, and tourists were constantly being picked up or claws, and then thrown down from the air. A tourist woman fell from a height of 7 or 8 meters and hit the floor paved with bluestone, facing the ground. She died with a bang, and the blood continued to flow out. What? The tourists around her screamed away. This is unlucky. There are many other tourists. Although they don't want to catch them and throw them down, they just broke their hands and feet. They are at best disabled and can't die for a while. Of course, crying is inevitable. Roar. Amidst the chaos and screams, there was a loud roar, and the tourists who approached were all startled and looked at the sound. What? It's Tyrannosaurus. Run. Woo. I don't want to be eaten. After seeing where the roar came from, the tourists approaching there shrieked in shock, even more frightened than before. Because they knew that if they were attacked by a pterosaur, even if they were caught in the air and fell down, they would not necessarily die, but if they were attacked by a Tyrannosaurus, it would definitely be finished. And if they are attacked by the Tyrannosaurus, they will be eaten and bitten to death. They are also attacked, and they are definitely more reluctant to face the attack of the Tyrannosaurus. Thinking of being bitten by Tyrannosaurus after being caught, each one shuddered and became even more frightened. Roar. It's just that it's useless for them to scream anymore. The tyrannical dragon quickly rushed into the crowd and started fighting against the crowd. And behind it, there are 3 velociraptors following closely behind, slaughtering the crowd. Behind the Tyrannosaurus and Velociraptor, Yang Chen dragged his injured right leg and walked slowly behind. Seeing so many tourists being brutally murdered, Yang Chen didn't feel much discomfort, because Yang Chen had seen the tyrannical dragon kill many people before, and he was a little used to it. At the beginning, Yang Chen couldn't adapt for a long time. Keep going. Yang Chen moved slowly behind, while instructing the tyrannical dragon in his heart. He is going to the medical institution in the center of the dinosaur park. The Tyrannosaurus will be killed at this time. If he doesn't say anything, the Tyrannosaurus will chase the crowded place and pass. Roar. Hearing Yang Chen's order, the tyrannical dragon had no choice but to roar unwillingly, gave up chasing the crowd with a large number of people, and moved on instead. In this way, the Tyrannosaurus and the 3 velociraptors opened their way in front, and Yang Chen followed behind, constantly walking to the medical institution in the center of the dinosaur park. Because there were tyrannosaurs and velociraptors opening the way, Yang Chen also avoided being rushed by the panicked crowd. Haha, no one dared to run towards tyrannical dragons at all. Moreover, there was a tyrannosaur, and none of the pterosaurs attacking tourists in the air dared to rush to the Tyrannosaurus side, thus avoiding the possibility of Yang Chen being attacked by the pterosaur. In the center of the dinosaur park, Claire looked angrily at the footage captured on the screen. Damn, that really broke into the crowd with the tyrannical dragon. Claire clenched his fists, firmly locked on the figure behind the Tyrannosaurus and Velociraptor in the screen, gritted his teeth. Why didn't this get killed before? Claire resented looking at Yang Chen's injured right leg. At this time, besides hating Yang Chen, she also resented the Swick, a terrorist like Yang Chen. What else did she want to recruit him for? Just kill it directly. It was clear that there was a chance to kill him directly before, so there wouldn't be so many serious things later. In this chaotic situation, she is completely helpless. The security personnel below are simply not enough. She can't arrange so many tourists. She can only helplessly watch the tourists escape by themselves. Visitors live or die, they can only rely on themselves. Hey? What's the matter? Soon, Claire noticed the strangeness in the video. The Tyrannosaurus and Velociraptor unexpectedly gave up chasing more crowds. After that, Claire observed for a few more minutes, and immediately determined one thing: the tyrannical dragon, or the terrorist Yang Chen in her eyes, was acting purposefully. If you keep going from there, is it the hospital? Is he going to the hospital? Soon, Claire's eyes lit up, confirming Yang Chen's destination. Want to deal with a gunshot wound on the leg? Hey! This should go to et al. Chapter 52, Attack on the Hospital. By. When Yang Chen came to the medical institution of Jurassic Century Center, the scene he saw made Yang Chen quite depressed. I saw that the hospital was full of people, many tourists were hiding in the hospital, and the door was still closed. Yang Chen also saw through the glass windows upstairs that there were people piled on it. Look! It's a Tyrannosaurus. God, in addition to the pterosaur, there is also a Tyrannosaurus running out. He won't come and attack us. The tourists in the hospital, through the glass windows, naturally saw the figure of the tyrannical dragon, and one by one couldn't help but exclaim. Should. Maybe not. The door below is closed long ago, it shouldn't be able to enter. Many tourists are worried about being afraid, but there are also many who think that it is safe to hide in the hospital and do not worry that the tyrannical dragon will get in. It's just that no matter whether they are worried or not, there is no way to stop the tyrannical dragon from coming closer. Tyrant, break the door. Yang Chen, who was far behind the tyrannical dragon, directly ordered the tyrannical dragon regardless of the situation inside. Roar! After hearing Yang Chen's order, tyrannical dragon did not hesitate, and banged into the hospital gate step by step. Boom! Soon, the tyrannical dragon hit the glass door of the hospital entrance. Click boom! The thickened tempered glass cover of the pterodactyl domestication base failed to withstand the collision of the tyrannical dragon, and the one here was more able to support it, and it was crushed by the tyrannical dragon in an instant. What? Don't! As soon as the gate was broken open, many tourists screamed inside. Roar! However, the screams and exclamations of tourists are a catalyst of excitement for the tyrannical dragon. It likes seeing humans panicked. So after the tyrannical dragon roared in excitement, he rushed into the crowd and started the massacre again. What? No! Help! I'm going home to find my mother. There was an endless stream of crying fathers and mothers, and the tourists hiding in the lobby on the first floor ran upstairs screaming, regardless of the fact that the upstairs was already overcrowded. Long Yi, Long 2, Long 3, you are in charge of the upstairs. At the entrance of the hospital, Yang Chen ordered the 3 raptors who had not yet entered. The names of Dragon 1, Dragon 2, and Dragon 3 were naturally chosen by Yang Chen for the convenience of calling them. As for their original names, Yang Chen had no impression at all. After watching a movie, he would forget them. Who would remember their names? What? Yang Chen only used them for convenience, and even asked Yang Chen to tell which one was Dragon 1 and which one was Dragon 2 and Dragon 3. Yang Chen couldn't do it. Cuckoo! 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 After hearing Yang Chen's words, the 3-headed raptor screamed in a low voice, and then rushed in through the hospital gate. They didn't dare to disobey Yang Chen's orders at all, but they had to listen to Yang Chen's orders when they saw their boss Tyrant Dragon. As early as on the road, Yang Chen used the tyrannical dragon to tame them simply and directly, making them afraid to resist Yang Chen's orders. After letting the 3-headed raptor in, Yang Chen leaned on the right outside the door, waiting for the progress inside. There are too many people inside. What Yang Chen wants is to scare away all the tourists inside. The tyrant dragon is responsible for cleaning the lobby on the first floor, and the velociraptor is going to clean the upper floors. Yang Chen didn't need to scare all the tourists away. After all, there were still many rooms inside, and the velociraptor would not be able to break open one by one if it was locked. As for the tyrannical dragon, forget it, the tyrannical dragon simply can't get up. Moreover, Yang Chen wanted to let the tyrannical dragon move closer to the inside, allowing tourists to escape through the gate. What? Help! Don't! Sure enough, after Yang Chen put the 3 raptors in, they obeyed Yang Chen's order and rushed directly upstairs. The upstairs also began to make a lot of screams. Then less than a few minutes later, tourists began to panic and escape from the hospital. The pterosaur attack outside is dangerous, but inside the hospital is even more dangerous now. 10 minutes later, Yang Chen dragged his injured right leg and walked in through the gate. What Yang Chen didn't know was that Claire at this time also came here with a team of security personnel. Chapter 53, Claire Kills. Supervisor, where are we going? The 8 security guards who were urgently summoned by Claire, the one behind Claire couldn't help but question Claire. At this time, shouldn't the pterosaurs be shot first to ensure the safety of tourists first? You just follow me. Claire said coldly, and did not answer the other party's question. But then Claire reminded, but wait everyone, be careful, where we used to be, there is a Tyrannosaurus Rex. What? Tyrannosaurus? Supervisor, aren't you kidding? How could Tyrannosaurus Rex have been able to fight it with us? Hearing Claire's words, the 8 security guards were all frightened, their steps stopped, and they dared not follow Claire anymore. You! Claire looked back, her face was cold, quite angry. I didn't want you to kill it, I just want you to attract its attention and contain it. Don't tell me that in such a place, you can't even contain a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Even a woman dared to go past me. Are you inferior to a woman? Claire naturally didn't want them to kill the tyrannical dragon. In her opinion, it was almost impossible. She only needed these people behind her to contain the tyrannical dragon. Of course, the 3 raptors must also be attracted away, but for the time being, she did not dare to tell them. She suspected that after she said it, the people behind her would not dare to pass. So she concealed some information, and even referred to the Tyrannosaurus as Tyrannosaurus Rex, without mentioning that Tyrannosaurus may be much more terrifying than Tyrannosaurus. When Claire said that, even though she was still a little scared, she still had courage, and she was immediately excited to forget the fear. How can it be? Supervisor, you dare to pass, we have no reason not to dare to pass. Yes, what the supervisor needs us to do, just tell us. Immediately, several security guards said loudly. Very good, then follow me. Claire nodded in satisfaction, and then continued to lead them towards the hospital. Claire is going to kill all the culprits this time. It doesn't necessarily mean that you want to kill the opponent. Claire just thinks that even if you don't kill the opponent, you have to take the opponent down. Otherwise, she can't believe what Yang Chen, who can command the tyrannical dragon, will do. Serious things come. In her opinion, the tyrannical dragon is actually not terrible. The horrible thing is that the tyrannical dragon is commanded by a human, especially if the other party is a high IQ terrorist, then it is dangerous. Like everything before, if it weren't for Yang Chen, Claire believes that tyrannical dragon is not smart enough to remove its locator, and will break into the tourist area to cause chaos when being chased by the boss Simon, and think about it. Breaking into the visitor center, although it was finally intercepted, the result was that the opposing side commanded the Tyrannosaurus to release the pterosaurs, causing a more serious situation now. So Claire thinks everything is due to Yang Chen. Without Yang Chen's command, the tyrannical dragon will not cause such serious consequences no matter how powerful it is. Therefore, Claire had to take advantage of Yang Chen's injury to kill or catch Yang Chen, to prevent Yang Chen from using the tyrannical dragon to cause more serious incidents. Of course, there is no desire in Claire to avenge Owen. Yang Chen didn't know that Claire was coming to kill him. At this time, Yang Chen had already arrived on the second floor of the hospital. The three-headed raptors also stopped continuing to torture and kill humans and gathered by his side. Here, apart from the human beings killed by the velociraptor, there are no living figures anymore. They either ran away or went into hiding. Yang Chen directly found a tightly closed room. Yang Chen didn't ask the people inside to open the door, took the submachine gun he had been hanging there from the neck of a raptor, and fired directly at the door lock. Bang bang bang! Bang! Yang Chen clearly saw that after the door lock was completely broken by him, Yang Chen stopped. Call! At this moment, Yang Chen felt that his body was getting weaker and weaker. Just after firing a few shots, his recoil made him almost unsteady. Call! Yang Chen panted, and didn't push the door by himself. He had already found that the door was blocked by the people inside. Go up and knock it away. Yang Chen ordered the three-headed raptor. Chapter 54, Find a Doctor. What? Who is it? Don't shoot. When the velociraptor smashed the door open, the people inside finally exclaimed. Hearing the sound, I knew there were many people inside, at least 4 or 5 people. What? It's a dinosaur. It's the velociraptor coming in. At first they thought someone came in, because they heard the gunshots, and heard the sound of Yang Chen just calling the velociraptor to hit the door. They thought someone had broken in. When they saw it was the velociraptor who had broken in. After that, I was even more horrified. Roar! 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 Facing the exclamation of the humans inside, the three-headed raptor roared back, roaring about to pounce on them and kill them all. What? After seeing the velociraptor, the few people inside screamed even harder, and they could shake the entire room. Stop! Yang Chen quickly glanced at the figure inside, and then ordered the three-headed raptor. He saw a doctor in the clothes of a doctor, 2 nurses, and 4 men and women who appeared to be tourists. Yang Chen didn't want the doctor to be killed by the raptor, so he hurriedly stopped. Cuckoo! After hearing Yang Chen's order, the velociraptor who was going to pounce on it, stopped, turned his head and looked at Yang Chen suspiciously, wondering why Yang Chen would not let them kill again. This! How can that be? He can order the raptor. And Yang Chen stopped the scene of the velociraptor, and fell into the eyes of the few people inside. For a time, the few people inside were shocked again and again, and temporarily forgot to be afraid. Yang Chen ignored their shock and walked in slowly. Seeing Yang Chen coming in, the three-headed raptor quickly stepped back on its own and retreated behind Yang Chen. Such a scene fell into the eyes of the few people inside, and naturally it shocked them. The velociraptor actually retreated behind Yang Chen. Isn't it incredible? Are you the doctor here? Yang Chen directly locked his eyes on the middle-aged doctor and said. Yang Chen's tone was indifferent and calm, and it seemed that if the other party's answer made him unsatisfactory, there would definitely be serious consequences. I am. Faced with Yang Chen's inquiry, the middle-aged doctor quickly responded. For such a mysterious young man who can drive the velociraptor, the middle-aged doctor dare not neglect at all. He also saw that Yang Chen's right leg was injured, and he immediately understood why Yang Chen would ask him if he was a doctor. Can you deal with gunshot wounds? Yang Chen continued to ask. Ah, gunshot wound. Hearing Yang Chen's words suddenly, the middle-aged doctor was shocked. After all, gunshot wounds were more sensitive. After noticing Yang Chen's indifferent eyes, he quickly said, yes. Well. Yang Chen nodded, then glanced at the other people inside, and said faintly, there is nothing wrong with you here, get out. After those people heard Yang Chen's kind words, even though they were a little angry, they left quickly. The three-headed raptors are here, and they don't want to stay here anymore. Help me deal with the gunshot wound, and I have lost too much blood, and then help me with a blood transfusion, is there any problem? Yang Chen then continued to give instructions to the middle-aged doctor. No. No problem. Outside the hospital, Claire did not enter the hospital temporarily with 8 security guards. Wait a minute. After Claire spoke to the back, he quickly took out his mobile phone and called the Lowry. Lowry, can you help me check all the surveillance in the hospital? The Tyrannosaurus and the terrorist are inside, I want to know what's going on inside. Chapter 55, Claire's Conspiracy. Supervisor, are you kidding me? After hearing Claire's words, Lowry suddenly exclaimed. He couldn't believe that Claire actually wanted to trouble the tyrannical dragon. Don't be like a mother-in-law, can you? Now, right away, or I'll just take someone to rush in. Claire was not in the mood to explain so much to Lowry, and said directly to the phone. I'll just help. Don't have to attack me personally. After Lowry heard Claire's voice, his face suddenly became depressed. Then hurry up. Claire urged again when he heard the Lowry still whistling there. I see, right now. Lowry just sat up straight, cheered up, connected the system to the hospital in the center of the dinosaur park, and controlled all the monitoring systems in the hospital. After seeing the situation in the hospital, the Lowry immediately took a breath. Oh my god! Lowry looked at all the images on the camera in disbelief. Most of the images were bloody. Many tourists fell in a pool of blood, and it could be seen that they were all killed. The most cruel thing is the lobby on the first floor, and the tyrannical dragon is still in the lobby on the first floor at this moment. Although the situation upstairs was not that serious, it was still unsightly. At least dozens of people were killed. It's just that the Lowry was a bit strange. What dinosaur killed them? Just playing one of the videos upside down at random, Lowry knew that it was a masterpiece of velociraptors, and then he saw one of the scenes with 3 velociraptors gathered in it. That is. That terrorist. Then, he saw the medical room where Yang Chen was located, and also saw the kind of middle-aged doctor treating Yang Chen's wounds. By the way, I have to report to the supervisor Claire. Soon, the Lowry told Claire everything he had seen from the surveillance of the hospital. Damn it! That bastard, killed so many people. After hearing the tragic situation inside, Claire was no doubt furious again, hating Yang Chen even more deeply. But when she heard that a doctor was treating Yang Chen's wound again, Claire's heart suddenly moved slightly. She knew that Yang Chen had been wounded by a gunshot, and after such a long time, the other party estimated that he had lost a lot of blood. It was likely that he needed a blood transfusion, so he would go to get blood. Lowry, has the doctor dealt with the gunshot wound to the terrorist? Has a blood transfusion been performed? Thinking of this, Claire immediately asked the Lowry. Let me see. He just treated the terrorist's wound, he is bandaging, and he has not yet undergone a blood transfusion. Soon, the Lowry explained the situation to Claire. Very well, Lowry, I want you to contact the doctor when he goes out for blood collection. Can you do it? Claire's eyes lit up when he heard the words, and he again ordered the Lowry. Claire, you want to? Yes, I want the doctor to do things, if possible. Claire originally wanted to kill the other person directly if possible, but she still couldn't say it. Let the doctor make him unconscious, or the tyrannical dragon with his help. It is equivalent to having human wisdom, very dangerous. And that guy is still a terrorist, and no one knows what else he will do with the tyrannical dragon. Okay, I see, I will try to see if I can contact the doctor. Lowry immediately responded to Claire. He also felt that if Yang Chen could be subdued, the situation would be better. Well, I'm waiting for your good news. Claire replied. Then she waited nervously. If she did get in touch, she wouldn't have to risk entering the hospital. In the medical room, Yang Chen has come off the operating table, the bullet has been taken out by the middle-aged doctor, and the wound has been treated and bandaged. The middle-aged doctor helped Yang Chen to another hospital bed and said, Sir, you have too much blood loss and very serious. I need to go to the blood bank to get a blood bag and help you transfusion. Do you know your blood type, sir? O-shaped. Yang Chen responded weakly. Then he told two of the raptors, Dragon 1, Dragon 2, you follow him to ensure his safety. Goo goo. Goo goo. Hearing Yang Chen's words, two of the raptors immediately looked at the middle-aged doctor and made a slight low noise, indicating that they understood. Being stared at by the velociraptor, the middle-aged doctor was still a little uncomfortable. He panicked a bit before relaxing. Regarding Yang Chen's words, he also knew very well that the other party had sent two raptors to monitor him, and where they were protecting him. I was afraid that he would run away right after he went out. Not to mention, the middle-aged doctor really had this kind of thought, but now he obviously doesn't dare. I'll go and get your blood bag here. Chapter 56, Problem Found. Call. Finally dealt with the gunshot wound, and then another blood transfusion will be fine. After the middle-aged doctor left, Yang Chen lay on the hospital bed and took a long breath. Although it is impossible to be completely healed at once, as long as he no longer hinders his actions, he only needs to increase his loyalty by 4 points to complete the trial task. I just don't know, after completing the trial task, if I go back, my injury will be cured all at once. Forget it, no matter what, let's talk when the injury is better. Then Yang Chen looked at the time displayed by the system again, and there were still 40 hours before the time limit of the trial mission. In other words, it has only been 8 hours since Yang Chen entered the dinosaur park. System, if I complete the trial task, will I be able to leave this world directly? Then, Yang Chen asked the system. If he had to stay for 48 hours for this trial task, it would be troublesome. Yang Chen believed that his regiment destroyed the organization's personnel, and they would definitely send more people over. After the previous lessons, Yang Chen couldn't guarantee that he would be able to contend if more enemies came. After completing the trial mission, the host can leave Dinosaur Park directly, or choose to leave after 48 hours. Soon, the system gave the answer. Call. Just be able to leave early. What is the difference if you choose to leave after 48 hours? Yang Chen was in the mood to ask this. The higher the evaluation of completing the trial task, the better the reward you will get. The host can also continue to stay in Dinosaur Park for 48 hours after completing the trial mission and fully bind the system. The subsequent performance can be evaluated in additional rewards after leaving the trial mission world Dinosaur Park. So cool! Yang Chen couldn't believe that the system would be so forgiving. However, the system did not answer Yang Chen's question again. In a short while, the middle-aged doctor finally took the blood bag and came over. First. Sir, I'll help you with a blood transfusion. The middle-aged doctor came back to see Yang Chen, looked at Yang Chen and then turned away, as if he didn't dare to face Yang Chen. Okay. Yang Chen's brow wrinkled slightly, and he immediately noticed that the middle-aged doctor was abnormal. But Yang Chen did not speak, but continued to observe the other party. Soon, Yang Chen discovered that in the process of preparing him for a blood transfusion, the middle-aged doctor turned his head and glanced at the velociraptor twice, as if he was afraid of something. Seeing this situation, Yang Chen's eyes suddenly flashed cold, although he didn't know why, but he was sure that the other party did have a problem. What are you afraid of? After discovering the abnormality of the middle-aged doctor, Yang Chen didn't forbear it, and directly asked the middle-aged doctor. What? Suddenly hearing Yang Chen's question, the middle-aged doctor was obviously startled, his whole body shook slightly. I'm not afraid of anything. The middle-aged doctor quickly calmed down after just being surprised, and then replied. Damn it, I have lost too much blood to such an extent, I can still be so keenly aware of my nervousness. At this time, the middle-aged doctor was terrified, and he didn't expect Yang Chen to see the problem, which made him a little afraid to continue to do as Director Claire ordered. Just. The middle-aged doctor glanced at the blood bag and brought everything. Even if he wanted to stop now, he couldn't do it. How else could he explain to the other party that the blood bag was brought but he wouldn't be transfused? Sir, relax, I will give you a blood transfusion. You have lost too much blood. There is no blood on your face. If you don't have a blood transfusion, you may faint at any time. The middle-aged doctor continued speaking calmly, trying to divert Yang Chen's attention in this way. While talking, he was about to give Yang Chen a blood transfusion. Slap! However, since Yang Chen found that something was wrong with the other party, how could he be distracted, and when he turned his right hand, he grabbed the middle-aged doctor's hand. Do you believe it or not, I will let the velociraptor eat you now. Yang Chen looked at each other coldly. Chapter 57, It's Claire. What? Why? The middle-aged doctor exclaimed, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. You're still stubborn, right? Yang Chen snorted and ordered directly to the velociraptor, come here and eat him. What? Don't. Hearing Yang Chen's direct and straightforward order, the middle-aged doctor finally couldn't calm down. He screamed of collapse, and the figure backed out. Then you can now talk about what you were planning to do. Yang Chen waved his hand to stop the three-headed raptor temporarily, and then asked coldly while looking at the other party. Me? When the middle-aged doctor faced Yang Chen's questioning, he looked bitter and frightened. He worried that if he told the truth, the other party would immediately order the velociraptor to eat him. But if you don't say it, the result doesn't seem to be much better. Damn, don't listen to Claire and confuse bitch. Eat him. Seeing that the other party was still hesitating, Yang Chen suddenly snorted. What? No, I said. Seeing that Yang Chen didn't even give him a chance to hesitate, the middle-aged doctor said, I added some other things in the blood bag. While talking, the middle-aged doctor watched Yang Chen's reaction, fearing that the other party would be unhappy, and ordered the velociraptor to eat him. Hearing what the middle-aged doctor said, Yang Chen didn't respond, and looked at the other party with a plain expression, motioning the other party to continue talking. I added something else in it, it will make you comatose. The middle-aged doctor then continued. When talking about being unconscious, the other person's eyes flickered. I don't know how simple it is to be in a coma, right? Yang Chen snorted coldly. This. The middle-aged doctor was shocked when he heard the words. He didn't expect Yang Chen to see this, and subconsciously wanted to deny it, otherwise he was really worried about being retaliated by Yang Chen. Let's talk, why do you want to do this? It's just that Yang Chen didn't want to listen to the other party's defense, and asked coldly. Yes. Claire, the director of the dinosaur park, asked me to do this." Faced with Yang Chen's plain but full of cold eyes, the middle-aged doctor did not dare to hesitate, and quickly responded. When he just went out to collect a blood bag for Yang Chen, he received a call from Claire, and then Claire promised him some benefits on the phone, asking him to help take advantage of the opportunity of blood transfusion to aggravate Yang Chen's condition. Just can't let Yang Chen recover. Of course, Claire also said that if he dares to kill him directly, he can. Obviously, middle-aged doctors don't dare to go directly to the killer. Claire. Yang Chen frowned, and he didn't expect that it would be the heroine of the movie to deal with him. "Wait, how did she know you were going to give me a blood transfusion?" Then Yang Chen discovered the problem. 2 raptors followed. Yang Chen absolutely did not believe that Claire had found the middle-aged doctor in person. Claire called my cell phone and I said it," the middle-aged doctor replied. "Really?" Yang Chen responded indifferently and looked up at the top of the room. He soon discovered that there was a camera installed in it. It turned out to be like this. Claire found me through the hospital's video surveillance, and at the same time found out my condition, and then called him after the doctor went out. Yang Chen snorted in his heart, finally knowing how to respond. "It's up." Immediately, Yang Chen called the raptor and took down the submachine gun again. Bang bang bang! Snapped. In an instant, the camera in the room was blown up by Yang Chen. When he saw Yang Chen holding the gun, the middle-aged doctor became frightened, his body trembled slightly, and he was relieved when he saw Yang Chen only burst the camera. It was just that soon, he was frightened again, because after Yang Chen burst the camera, the gun was aimed at him instantly. "Now, what do you think Lao Tzu will do with you?" Chapter 58, It's Your Snack. "No, don't kill me." Hearing what Yang Chen said, the middle-aged doctor was paralyzed in shock. "Give me another blood bag. If you dare to play any tricks, I think you will die miserably." Yang Chen didn't kill the opponent either, after all, his current state is not very good, and he needs a blood transfusion. After hearing Yang Chen's words, the middle-aged doctor repeatedly promised not to dare. Only then did Yang Chen let the 2 raptors follow him to the blood bank again to collect blood bags. Call. After the middle-aged doctor went out, Yang Chen took a long breath and lay down on the hospital bed. "My body is too weak, and I don't know if I can strengthen it after the trial mission is completed. For example, the power of the tyrannical dragon, if the time limit is lifted, it will be cool." Feeling his weakness, Yang Chen couldn't help but look forward to it. "Director Claire, he saw through your strategy." After the camera exploded, the Lowry notified Claire. Lowry was also surprised. According to what he observed, Yang Chen was not only young, but also very weak now. It was incredible that he could discover problems so keenly in this way. "What?" It was discovered. Claire was also surprised when he heard Lowry's words on the phone, and then asked, "How is Dr. Crow?" "Dr. Crow," he was obviously talking about the middle-aged doctor. "It's okay, although the camera inside was blown up, but later I saw him come out of the inside and went to the blood bank again. Dr. Crow is fine." Claire breathed a sigh of relief. She was also worried that Yang Chen would kill the other party if she found out. In that case, she would kill the other party. As for continuing to find a middle-aged doctor, she didn't plan to do anything. She basically won't succeed and will actually kill the other party. Claire is still not so cruel. "Claire, you don't want to go in and deal with that terrorist, do you?" At this time, in Claire's cell phone, the voice of Lowry rang again. "Of course," Claire replied. In fact, to be honest, after the initial enthusiasm, Claire is now a little hesitant, but naturally she will not tell the Lowry. "Well, actually I didn't plan to tell you. Since the supervisor you still want to go in, I can only say. Actually, there is no need to go through the first floor lobby of the hospital. There is a place to avoid the tyrannical dragon directly. Go up. Lowry's voice sounded again, but then, Claire, you still have to face the three-headed raptor. Stop talking nonsense, tell me quickly. Claire, who had been retreating a little bit, suddenly refreshed after hearing the words of Lowry. Yang Chen is here. The middle-aged doctor had successfully given Yang Chen a blood transfusion, and he naturally did not dare to continue doing it this time. Yang Chen also believed that the other party would definitely not dare this time. He didn't think the other party still had that courage. If there were, he could only be considered unlucky. Okay, you can leave here. Yang Chen said to the middle-aged doctor. Really, really? The middle-aged doctor was overjoyed when he heard the words. He also knew that there was nothing wrong with him, but he didn't expect Yang Chen would really let him go so soon. Of course, do you still think I killed you to vent your anger? Yang Chen snorted coldly. No, of course not. The middle-aged doctor said quickly, of course he didn't want it. Get out. Yes, yes, I'm leaving now, I'm leaving now. The middle-aged doctor hurriedly responded, and then ran away as if he was afraid that Yang Chen would repent. Yang Chen looked at the other person panicked, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. This disdain, with a trace of cold light. How could Yang Chen let go of the enemy who was going to do something to him? He just didn't want the opponent to die here and disturb him. Long Yi, leave it to you, that's your snack. Cuckoo. As soon as the velociraptor dragon heard the words, he cried out excitedly, turned around and ran after him. Chapter 59, Has it been killed? What? Within a moment, the screams of the middle-aged doctor came from outside the door. Chiff! Crack! Soon, the screaming ceased dumbly with the gnawing sound of the raptor, and finally only the gnawing sound of the raptor remained. Yang Chen heard the sound inside, and his expression did not change much. You all stay at the door. After giving an order to the three-headed raptor, Yang Chen lay there and closed his eyes, extremely weak, which made Yang Chen fall asleep quickly. Now he needs a rest to recover his strength and spirit. Roar! Boom boom boom! Heads up! Damn raptor, go to hell! What? Help! Boom boom boom! Yang Chen didn't know how long he slept until he was awakened by the roar of the velociraptor and gunfire. Whoosh! How could the enemy attack here? Yang Chen sat up instantly, his expression drastically changed, and his heart sank cruelly. And he didn't know when the velociraptor left, it left while he was asleep. Originally, Yang Chen thought that in a short period of time, the entire center of the dinosaur park should be in chaos. Even if Swick called someone from the organization again, it would not come so soon, so he was here temporarily. It can be said to be safe. Tyrannical dragons are not dangerous either. But now, the enemy actually came upstairs. What about the tyrannical dragon in the lobby on the first floor? If Tyrant Dragon had been killed, his trial mission would soon fail? Thinking of this, Yang Chen hurriedly opened the system to check it. Contract Monster, Tyrant Dragon. Loyalty, 7-6. Drawable Talent, Bite Force, Lack of Loyalty. Talents drawn, Power of Tyrannical Dragon, Concealment. Hey, fortunately, there is nothing unusual, the Tyrant Dragon shouldn't die. Seeing that the system showed the same as before, Yang Chen was relieved. Hidden. After that, Yang Chen lay back and said silently in his heart. From the outside, Yang Chen's figure disappeared on the hospital bed soon. Yang Chen didn't know what was going on outside now, but he could be sure that the velociraptor was fighting the enemy, so it was right to hide first. The tyrannical dragon is okay. The enemy shouldn't come up from the lobby on the first floor. Otherwise, if there was a battle before, I wouldn't be awakened. Yang Chen felt a little sense of security after using his concealment. After he calmed down, he thought of these problems. Roar! Sure enough, Yang Chen thought about it this way, and he heard the roar from the tyrant dragon in the lobby on the first floor. It was obvious that the tyrant dragon was shocked by the fighting outside just like him. Even Yang Chen could perceive the mood swings of the tyrant dragon from a distance. "Tyrant, you're still holding it down for now." Yang Chen tried to order the tyrannical dragon in his heart. He didn't know if he could pass the order so far, just give it a try. Roar. However, the tyrannical dragon really received Yang Chen's order from a long distance, and after another roar, it went quiet. "It's really okay." Yang Chen was a little excited, and then immediately turned to the three-headed raptor and ordered, "Long Yi, Long Er, Long San, retreat to my side." Oh! It was just that this time it disappointed Yang Chen. His order was issued, but the raptor outside was still fighting the enemy, and he ignored his order at all, as if he hadn't heard Yang Chen's order. "Fuck, pig head." Yang Chen reacted quickly and cursed himself secretly, because the three-headed raptor hadn't completed the contract with him. It was naturally impossible to hear the order from his heart. Just like the thinking of a three-headed raptor, he could not perceive it at all. Fuck. It's difficult now. Can't call the three-headed raptors back. Yang Chen doesn't know the situation outside, he just knows that the battle is outside. It's difficult for him to do it. He doesn't even know who the enemy is outside. Is it the organization SWIC, or someone else? Just as Yang Chen thought about who was outside, he heard a woman's voice. "You contain them, I will kill that in the past." Chapter 60, The gun points to Claire. Boom 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 boom. Suddenly. Roar. As the woman's voice fell, accompanied by gunshots and the hissing of the raptor, Yang Chen, who was hiding, quickly saw a figure appearing at her door. Sure enough, Claire. After Yang Chen saw the person's figure, his eyes suddenly condensed. As soon as he heard the voice, he guessed that it was Claire. After all, besides Claire, he couldn't think of any other woman who would actually deal with him. And listening to Claire, the other party actually said to kill him just now? "Your sister, did I provoke you?" Amount. Think about it, it seems that the other party does have a reason to hate him. I don't know if Owen, who counts as her boyfriend, was killed by him. 2 nephews were almost killed. In the end, the dinosaur park she managed was messed up by him, causing countless casualties. Whoosh! Just as Yang Chen was muttering in his heart, Claire's figure appeared sensitively at the door, holding a pistol, and quickly pointed it inside as soon as he entered. What about people? When Claire saw that Yang Chen was not there, Dai's eyebrows suddenly wrinkled. From the Lowry, she knew that Yang Chen had never left here. With doubts, Claire carefully checked the door, on the door, and under the hospital bed, but did not see Yang Chen. How can that be? Claire whispered in disbelief, and quickly took out his cell phone and dialed Lowry. "Lowry, that is not there, do you know where he is now?" Claire asked quickly through gritted teeth. For Yang Chen, she really wanted to kill him now, because she just saw Dr. Crow at the door, and she saw the middle-aged doctor who was killed by the velociraptor. She didn't expect Yang Chen to be so cruel. Even the middle-aged doctor who helped him deal with the wound was killed. This undoubtedly made her feel very guilty. It was her that caused the middle-aged doctor's tragic death. And this guilt turned into hatred for Yang Chen. If Yang Chen hadn't killed the opponent, she wouldn't need to feel guilty. Sometimes women are so unreasonable. How is it possible? I haven't seen him come out from here. In Claire's cell phone, there was an exclamation of Lowry. How could it be? Claire glanced around in disbelief, but still didn't find Yang Chen's trace. Did it jump out of the window? Claire looked at the window next to the hospital bed and hung up the phone immediately and walked to the window. No, this window is not open. Where did it go? Claire found that the windows were still locked from the inside, turned her head again and scanned the inside carefully, and then she saw something strange next to her, always feeling a little strange. Whoosh! However, before Claire pointed the gun at the bed, a hand came out from the bed and suddenly grabbed the pistol in her hand. Ah! At this time, Claire finally saw Yang Chen, who had emerged from hiding. Her beautiful eyes widened for a while, shocked, fearful, dazed, and more still at a loss. Because the pistol that originally belonged to her had already appeared in the opponent's hand at this time, and the muzzle was aimed directly at her. You! Claire looked at Yang Chen blankly, and didn't know how to react for a while. But there is one thing she knows, and that is that she is likely to be killed at any time, so she dare not move a little. Do not move! Yang Chen didn't care if Claire dared not move, but gave a cold voice. You, what do you want? Claire couldn't help panicking. She was also pointed at with a gun for the first time, and it was impossible not to fear in her heart. Seeing Yang Chen that appeared at this time, Claire was shocked in addition to fear, even in disbelief. Even if she had witnessed it with her own eyes, she couldn't believe that Yang Chen was invisible in front of her. How could this ability be something humans can possess? What does Lao Tzu want to do? It seems like you, bitch, are going to kill me. Yang Chen heard Claire's words, and immediately reminded Claire with a chill. The plan to recover well in the hospital was disturbed repeatedly, and the other party came here with the goal of killing himself. It is impossible for Yang Chen not to be angry. You are bitch! Clairton retorted with an angry voice when she heard Yang Chen's words. At this time, she seemed to think Yang Chen would not let her go. Terrorists like you should go to hell.